What's going on, Conscious Crew? What is up? It is a late night show. I know I had this live scheduled for 10, but I had an interview over on Instagram that kind of ran way over schedule, but that was definitely necessary. So you guys be prepared, okay, for a YouTube upload, probably Monday, okay? We got some new shows coming in, some things I want you guys to look at, support, give me your feedback about, so be looking out for that, okay? If you're new here, definitely subscribe. Give me a nasty piece of thumbs up, honey. Thumbs upping don't cost you nothing. I don't know why everybody wants to be calling a bitch. Hold on, y'all. I'm just going to handle all this business right here online. That's what I'm going to do. If you're new here, thumbs up, honey. Hold on. Let me call my nigga back real quick because he just videoed me. Let me let him know that a bitch is working. A bitch is working. Baby daddy is working. Hold on. Gonna be a lot going on. Every time I'm doing the Lord's work, honey. Every time I'm doing the Lord's work. Every time I'm doing the Lord's work. Now you don't answer. How you don't answer when I call you? I just videoed you back.
No, I didn't mean to video.
Why?
I didn't mean to video you.
Where are you?
I'm driving to work.
You need to video. I wanna flash my titties in front of you.
Y'all can really get into an accident.
Who the fuck is Mr. Goody? What? Look, it must be a full moon tonight. I got random motherfuckers is texting me. Hold on. What? Who? I don't know. What? Look, I can't stand when people, you know how like somebody knows that you clearly don't have their number saved. They know that they are communicating with you from a number that you don't recognize. Oh! And they just hit you up like you supposed to. What's up, bitch? What are you? Who are you? Are you extraterrestrial? Are you alien? Are you fucking human? Like who are you? What are you? What's going on? Like it's like if I'm hitting somebody up, I'm gonna be like, yo, this is Dobby. Like I'm aware that I'm contacting you from a undisclosed, unrecognizable number. The fuck? But anyway, what's going on with you?
But that's true though. Like that's the, and then here comes the second question: who is it? What's the response? Who is it? And if they know, it's gonna be who is it? Just say your fucking name.
Right. It's so much easier. I want to see you though. I know you're on the road, and I'm on live, by the way.
Oh shit, you on live?
I am.
What's up, people? What they do, man?
Shut the hell up. I still want to flash you my titties though. Do you like? You really can't get on video? Okay. Well, hold on. How long are you on the road for? Okay. Well, I'm gonna just call you after my live, which is not gonna be long because I'm tired as hell. No, I'm tired as hell, and it's not gonna. Let me drive the steering wheel. Just scoot over. My life not going to be long. I'm going to gift you with my presence shortly. You just be by your phone. Okay. What's going on, Conscious Crew? I'm so sorry, girl. We had commercial break. What's going on, Venus? Hey, Natasha. What's going on, Love? Hey, Benji. What's going on, Venus? Hey, Domino. What's going on, y'all? Hi, everybody. I need to learn how to slay my hair. Look, it's a lot going on, okay? Thank y'all. Speaking of hair, okay, this live going to be kind of all over the place. I am going to drop the link because this subject here, as you guys can see from the video, is just very fascinating to me. But who inspired this hair was Miss Janet Jackson. If you're nasty now, you guys know that I just relocated, okay? So that means that I had to go through all of my shit, okay? And I found the Janet Jackson's Velvet Rope Bible that I got from her tour, okay? You guys remember the Velvet Rope tour back in 98, 99, child. This was the good old days, honey. The non-social media days, okay? This was a limited time. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is some witchcraft shit. I'm sorry. Okay, let me show you guys this. This is fucking epic. I forgot I even owned this, okay? This Bible is amazing. Okay, and obviously the Velvet Rope is one of Jackson's greatest album musical masterpieces. Okay, let me get to the good shit. All this is black and white shit, honey. Like, I'm gonna get to the red hair because Miss Janet was just getting it together in the Velvet Rope era with the red hair. Okay, these are some gorgeous images of her and her dancers. This is the Janet you all remember. I get so lonely. Ow, I can't live. Just anybody hold me. You are the one that lives in me, my dear. I love it. Like, beautiful, gorgeous images. And this was one of my favorite dances of her. You guys see this sexy ass motherfucker here? I forgot his name. But baby, back in the day, I just knew that this was my husband that God had sent me, honey. And, you know, I just needed to get an Uber, okay, to Madison Square Garden so that we could elope. But it's old as hell. It's falling apart. But music was great, okay? Big Janet fan. Now, we're here to get into some things, honey. I ain't even going to play my intro because I just got a lot going on. So this is gonna be kind of raggedy, but it's okay. Okay, you guys know what I give on a typical night. Okay, or maybe I should just run the commercial, the intro, just for the hell of continuity's sake. Hold on, I need. Child. Anywho, so let me run. Actually, let me run my intro. Get my mind right. You guys, thumbs up for me, please. Okay, share the stream out, and we're just gonna get into some things. Okay, be right back.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So welcome back, Conscious Crew. Oh, it's a lot going on. I'm like all over the place. So we got to get into some Kevin Samuels tea. Girl, we got some breaking news, child. Somebody done found a little piece of clip that was very, very, very fascinating. What's going on, information man? Definitely going to get into my thoughts tonight, okay? Kevin Samuels, okay, is a very interesting figure. out here on these internet streets, okay? I was minding my business earlier, and then somebody decided to mind Kevin Samuels' business and send me this clip, which I'm going to let you guys hear, okay? Now, it's being shopped around and paraded around as something interesting, okay? So I'm going to let you guys hear it. What you guys are about to hear is Kevin Samuels' own words from one of his recent YouTube live streams, okay? Before I play this, honey, I might just need to do an old nasty piece of hold on. I might need to do a whole disclaimer situation. Let me find something on my MacBook real quick. Thumbs up if you're in the building, baby. I don't know why y'all. I don't know who be playing in who face. I don't know whether y'all be playing in Kevin face or whether Kevin be playing in y'all faces. But it's interesting. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this up. Hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. What's going on, Katie Talk 101? Hey, love. And shout out to Katie Talk 100 because she's the one who sent this tea. And I'm just like, what? What's going on? This is my co-host from Two Men and a Lady. This is the lady, honey, okay? You guys subscribe to Katie Talk 101, an amazing commentator, okay? We will be coming to you guys Sunday over on the Wiley Show to get into some things with you all, okay? We had to reschedule tonight, so make sure that you guys check us, me and Katie Talk 101 out over on the Wiley Show on Monday. But in the meantime, subscribe and binge watch all my girls tea, okay? Because she's giving up the ghost over on her platform. Marvin X-File says that he's a fan of Kevin Samuels. You like Kevin Samuels? You know, I can't. I'm indifferent toward Kevin Samuels. That's the best way I can put it. Indifference. Let me share something else real quick, okay, before I play this audio. Hold on. Don't ask me what I'm drinking. Okay, let me pull this up right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and read this, honey. Let me blow this shit up for the bitches in the bike, okay? Everything spoken here tonight is allegedly, okay? And allegedly, well, I ain't even gonna define it, bitch. Y'all know what allegedly means, okay? And disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. This video was made for entertainment purposes and is transformative in nature, okay? Because we always transmute over here on this platform, okay? Which he talks about these raggedy females. Oh my God, and it's true. Jesus Christ. Look, to be fair to the men's community, there are raggedy ass women, just like there are raggedy ass men. There are trifling ass women, as there are trifling ass men. There are clearance rack women, just like there are clearance rack men. Okay, so I get it. Okay, the pendulum has to swing. Okay, between both sides, so I understand. Now that ain't my personal. My critiques of Kevin are a bit, or like it's on some other shit, but y'all just check out that commentary. I am gonna open up the stream, y'all. Okay, I definitely am. So let me pull Kevin Samuels back up real quick. Let me let y'all hear this audio. I'm gonna give my commentary briefly. I'm gonna drop the StreamYard link. Let y'all come up here and share y'all feelings and thoughts. What's going on, Olivia? What's going on, baby? Okay, so this is Mr. Samuels, okay, and all of his glory. Now he had a recent live stream, okay. And this is what was said, okay? I'm gonna let you guys listen. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Let me pull it up. I ain't got nothing pulled up. Let me see here. Let me see here. It is everything is very interesting these days, information man. Everything is very interesting. Okay, so y'all listen.
For him to go make a shade of brown. You make the point. The shade of brown is better than nothing. That's all I'm saying. We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do.
Did you guys hear that? I am fucking hollering right now. Let's play that back real quick.
Now, women, or would it be better for him to go make?
Oh, hold on, I fucked up.
Shade of brown. You make the point. The shade of brown is better than nothing. That's all I'm saying. We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do. But our women are not showing us. I don't care what they say. What are the women showing?
Okay, so let's just rewind that back one more time. Let's just. Let me turn. Hold on. Let me know if you guys can actually hear this in the live stream.
No women, or would it be better for him to go make a shade of brown? You make the point. The shade of brown is better than nothing. That's all I'm saying. We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do. But our women.
Kevin, look. Let me tell you who I'm not, okay, before I say what I'm about to say. Hold on, but let me just play it one more time. Okay? You guys can...
No women, or would it be better for him to go make a shade of brown? You make the point. The shade of brown is better than nothing. That's all I'm saying. We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do. But our women are not showing us. I don't care what they say. What are the women showing?
Baby. I'm going to tell y'all why I'm hollering right now. I'm hollering right now because let me tell y'all what type of gay man I'm not. I am not one of those same gender loving men who makes everybody gay and always goes for the, oh, he gay shit. I actually don't like that type of shit. I think that it's violent and completely anti-queer as fuck. And I think it's narrow as hell and it lacks a lot of nuance. However, Kevin, when you're having these type of slip-ups, bro, it makes it hard for me to straighten that out there. That was really major. So the context here, you guys, is that toward like the last 45 minutes to an hour of a almost 4-hour long stream that Kevin did, he had a young brother come up and they were talking, and Kevin had already been on live for hours at this point, and he had been speaking prior to what you guys heard about how he would like to see more men advocate for other men, that he would like to see more men have other men's back and stand in solidarity with other men, okay? So another young man comes up and he's trying to get him to answer yes or no. Kevin is trying to get this young man to answer yes or no to this question. And that's when you hear this infamous statement. And Kevin doesn't clean it up. It appears that he did not hear himself or catch himself. And my eyeballs immediately went to the live stream after he said it. And nearly every man in the live stream was just like, wait, bro, pause. Like, pause. Pause. Stop the choo-choo train, bitch. Like, pump the brakes. Like, what happened, honey? Okay? And then people were telling him to get the fuck up off the live. Because, bro, you way too exhausted, honey. And you dripping right now, bro. Your slip is showing, homegirl. Like, just go ahead and go to bed, honey. Like, roll over, girl. Maybe you're tired. You're exhausted. So his fans were rallying for him to back the fuck back, girl. And to even almost damn near delete the damn stream, child. So now the conversations are around if this is a confession, if this was a slip of the tongue, was this some type of subconscious outing? And I'm going to keep it real. But before I do, I want to play it again for all of those coming in. What's going on, Big Rainy? Hey, T. Trisha. What's going on, Ashley? What's going on, Bench? Let me just run it back again. Just run it back a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit.
No women, or would it be better for him to go make a shade of brown? You make the point. The shade of brown is better than nothing. That's all I'm saying. We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do.
See, all of that just sounds so bad that a part of me feels slightly embarrassed trying to clean this up for Kevin because it sounds so revealing, right? We should be supporting men who want to be with men, and then it's followed with, I understand the impulse, brothers. So it sounds like he's almost double downing, right, on men needing to support men being with men, and almost as if he's empathizing and saying, I too experience this impulse. I too experience these feelings. I understand. I get it, brother. And it never got better. Because once again, he never caught himself. He never cleaned it up. And I'm going to go on a limb here, okay? And say that I believe that this was unintentional. I don't think Kevin meant to say what he said. I don't think he was aware of how his tongue got tangled up in his mouth. But what I will say is, considering that a lot of people believe that Mr. Kev is allegedly on the spectrum of some kind, and allegedly there being some video or picture of Kev allegedly getting out of bed, and there was a male body in the background on the bed under the covers, coupled with there being lots of rumors that apparently before he popped off and became, according to black women, the black female bashing social media pop star that he is, that he was seen in black queer spaces and lounges and clubs. This is a lot, child. I can't say that I ever saw any receipts for any of this. I never even saw the pictures or the video that people are alleging is him on the edge of a bed with the man in the background. I never saw it for myself. And I just have not really made Kevin my personal business. Like, I just don't find him interesting in that way personally. So I just have not given a damn, okay, about whether he's gay, straight, bi, whatever. But this audio, this excerpt, this soundbite does not make it any better. Now, I don't think anybody would be shocked if Kev was on the spectrum, because I'm not sure if people actually believe Kev is completely heterosexual, which is fine. But I want to make another argument. I want to say that I don't always think that femininity should be synonymous with same-sex attraction. To me, Kev is not the most, he's not a hypermasculine male, but I also don't want to call him effeminate either. He's a neutral acting male to me. Now, I know in the black community, we're not used to neutral acting, because even neutral behaving black men are just ultimately deemed as soft or suspect, just like in the case of Kevin. Okay, because in the black community, we have very, very toxic perceptions of masculinity that really come from a lot of prison culture, gang culture, all of that. So obviously a man like Kevin claiming to be straight would stick out like a sore thumb with his prettiness and with his articulation and with his little, suave aesthetic that he has. And he's not some big bass, deep voice, pants sagging, cussing, fussing, threatening, gun busting black man. So naturally, there's going to be a side eye. But there are cis hetero men who aren't necessarily masculine in the sense of toxic masculine. And there are some cis hetero men who are just straight up effeminate, who also love them some pussy. Like, I know straight men who paint their fingernails. I know straight men who even paint their toenails. I know straight men who use every facial product and are complete metrosexuals and love digging off into some puss. Who love them some titties in their face. Who want them nothing more than a beautiful woman to bonk over. But who love to be in the mirror just as much as that beautiful woman does. Who love to get his pedicure and manicure done just as much as that woman does. And loves him nothing more than a sweet, salivating pink puss. It happens. It's a real thing. Some of y'all might have seen this in extreme form, like the artist formerly known as Prince. Okay. Maybe even Michael Jackson, who wasn't necessarily the most masculine of males, but identified as heterosexual. Hell, you have a lot of Vogue, ballroom dancing, cross-dressing drag queen men who are bisexual, even with all their effeminacy, still love to play the dominant sexual role in the bed with women. A lot of effeminate pan or bisexual men, hell, have baby mamas. And guess what? There's a lot of women who are also attracted to effeminate men. And you know how I know? I know from personal experience, because I have women that compliment me every fucking day, online and offline, wanting me to put their titties in their face. They don't give a damn that all this is red and wavy and weave. They don't give a damn that all this is black and painted. They don't give a damn that there's some rouge on the cheeks. They don't give a damn that I like niggas. All they want to know is, do I also like pussy? Because if I do, they're ready to throw that ass in a 360-degree motherfucking circle for the Consciouztv. Even as girly as I can be. They still want me to get that ass to clapping. They still want me to contort them into a pretzel and impregnate them. Me! With all of this androgyny, femininity, and masculinity going on. It is a real thing. And women are all the way about that motherfucking life. Look, Auntie, let me tell you why I'm at with it. For a long time, I never questioned my sexuality. I knew that God put me on this earth to be gay as hell. But as of recent, like as in the last 2 years, I have been doing some exploring of my own, because they say that you can't knock it until you at least try it. And I have been in a place where I want to have experiences with women on a sexual level. I don't want to go too hard in the paint at first. Like maybe an old nasty piece of threesome with me and my man and some puss. Okay? I think if I have a man there, I can get myself going and we can get into some teams. Now, I don't know to what extent, but I'm willing to see if there is some capacity in me that is able to generate arousal with sensual contact with the opposite sex. And I am down at this point in my life for the experimentation of it all, because I'm really a hippie at heart. And if there's a part of me that actually likes pussy and I just don't know it, I want my share of pussy. I want my share. Okay? I want my share of both buckets, okay? Ass and dick and pussy and titties here. Cause I'm a greedy motherfucker. And if I have the capacity to have it all, damn it, I want all of what God done provided for me, okay? I want all the trees in the garden. I want all the damn apples off the damn tree. Okay? Yes. For sure. Now, the closest I ever came, and we're going to get back to Kevin, honey. I know. We're going to make it back, believe me. The closest I ever came to puss was when I was 18. I was working out of this community care home. And yeah. I was working out of this community care home. Is it 12 o'clock yet? Oh, yeah, so we can get midnight nasty, okay? This is a midnight special. I was working in this community care home, and there was this bull dagger, honey. She was just on your nigga. You know, she was a co-worker too. You know, and she was an old masculine bull dagger. And I don't know whether it was the part of me that was a woman that she was just sniffing out, because she just had a hard clitoris for me. And so she used to always be flirting with me and calling me her boyfriend. And this bull dagger was on me, baby. Okay? And I'm like, bitch, I'm strictly dickly. And you strictly clickly. This ain't gonna work, baby. This ain't gonna work, baby. Okay? I know I'm made for a woman, but I'm indeed strong enough to be with a man, bitch. Okay, God made all this for men. Okay? But she was a cute bull dagger. Okay? She was a handsome woman. And we had a great relationship, friendship. So one day, okay, she was texting me, and I was on the job, honey, preparing these meals for these old folk and stuff. And she said, when I get to work, me and you gonna do some things. She said, I want you to put your whole hand on my whole entire puss. And I want you to give a survey and tell me what you feel as you allow your hands to rummage all up and through my puss. And I said, I'm a wild bitch. Maybe this is a sign from God. Maybe this is God trying to pull me into the straight side. I said, maybe this is my door to finally get into heaven and to avoid going to hell for being gay. I said, God works in mysterious ways, bitch. Let me not miss my golden ticket to the heavenly gates and get the frolicking around with this puss here, okay? So, baby, the 30 minutes it took her to get from where she was to the job, I was doing hand exercises and shit, just working out the arthritis, honey. I was just stretching my hands, getting ready, baby, because I was going, baby. I was going to beat this bulldagger's pussy like a drummer, baby, okay? You want it, baby? We gonna do it. Oh, yes. Okay, so she gets to the job, and there was a single chair in the kitchen that we was in. So I calmly sat down, honey, checked my pulse, make sure I was feeling cool and situated and, trying to find the heterosexual in me, honey. And then she grabbed my hands and she said, you ready? I said, bitch, I'm about as ready as a bitch gonna ever be. And so I had closed my eyes, baby. And all I heard then, everything was audio from there, baby. Okay. I heard her pull down them jogging pants she had on, them b-ball shorts she had on, baby. Okay. And I felt her guiding my hand towards her underworld. Okay. And I just knew, and I was waiting for the big reveal, bitch. Okay. And baby, first of all, my hand landed on nude puss, on hairless puss, on nair puss. Her lawn was cut on that puss. Okay. And then she pressed my hand up into her cat. And it was a naked, bare cat. And so all of a sudden, bitch, my body got to jolting. Cause see, my body was telling me, bitch, you in the wrong lane, girl. You need to hit the left signal, bitch. You in the boy lane, girl. You out of bounds here, bitch. The ball rolling out of bounds. So my brain had to convince my body. Now, we safe, girl. We're not in danger, bitch, okay? This is a natural experience here. Okay, so my hand is shaking, and I'm just talking myself through, honey, on this naked puss. And what I felt next was gushy naked puss. And so now I'm curious, because I feel like I'm feeling around on a soft tangerine. You ever felt an old tangerine that done got soft after you done peeled it, of course? And it's real gushy and real juicy. It's any little bit of pressure might cause it to leak and explode, but that's what this is what this bulldagger puss was giving. Which I was also confused by, because I'm just like, you the man in a relationship, so why have you put this much work into manicuring your puss like this? Like, ain't nobody touching this puss. You the one doing all the fisting. You the one doing all the fingering. You the one doing all the carpet munching. You ain't even letting no lady even get near your underworld like this. So why is your underworld situated like a luxury apartment like this? Okay, this is nice. This is nice, okay? It wasn't no rough spots. It was smooth texture. It was real soft. It was everything that I thought that a woman's puss would feel like. You know, just glorious and pretty. You know, something that just, you know, that will hug a man's meat. You know, something that a man would find pleasurable to put his meat into. Okay? Just smooth landing, you know? But I also realized that as I was feeling around and I was liking the landscape and I was looking through every room and checking out the basement in the pussy and looking at the foyer in the pussy, okay? Checking out the kitchen and shit, you know, and I was liking everything I was seeing and feeling. But there was nothing happening downstairs. Like, there was no blood rushing to my man parts. So I was more like a zoologist with binoculars observing wildlife, but as an observer, not as a participant. There wasn't a part of me that wanted to jump in and hug the zebra and get on the zebra and ride the zebra. I was just curious from afar, you know, exploring and observing and studying the puss. And so after that, baby, that boy dagger was ready to fuck. Okay? She was ready to push a bitch up into the pantry and close the door and have good sex on top of the boxes of Capri Suns and shit. And see, baby, the Holy Ghost didn't give me them instructions, baby. The book has stopped, girl, at the fondling, okay, of bull dagger puss. Okay? And then after that, I had to shortly quit my job. Because that woman, that adult bull dagger, honey, she had some chemistry and had made a love connection with my hand. And she was really trying to pursue some ting-tings. Nah, bitch. So my mama had to put me in protective custody and shit, bitch. Cause y'all know, baby, when it ain't no love like a bull dagger's love, baby. When masculine lesbians love you, bitch, it's gonna cause for restraining orders, baby. Cause if you fuck with them, you stuck with them, baby. Things gonna get abusive quick, bitch. Okay? You can't break up with no masculine stud, baby. You can't walk away from her and all that testosterone and shit, baby. You think you saw toxic masculinity, baby. You ain't seen nothing yet. Okay? Until you see a masculine bull dagger who don't have no relationship to the word no, bitch. You gonna have to shoot that bitch dead. Okay? Bitch, you either gonna have to flee the country or you gonna have to off that hoe, okay? You're gonna have to terminate her, baby. Okay? That's why bull dagger relationships last long. Okay? Because they are literally till death. A bitch can't leave the damn relationship, bitch. Okay? Nobody's leaving alive, baby, when they do. Okay? We're gonna see the Lord together. In all things, we will be together. Okay? So, bringing it on back. Just had to give y'all that intel, okay? To Kevin Samuels. I don't know what Kevin Samuels tea is, boo. But I know one thing too, bitch. This goddamn picture don't help. Nothing helps, Kevin. You know, bro. Nothing helps, sugar. Okay? Let me blow this picture down. Okay, see? Even this, baby. Okay? You know, He was getting his crime mob, rock your hips on here, girl. I like it when she rock her hips and wave and dip. Rock her hips and wave. I like it when she rock. Okay? You know, if I was a bit more narrow-minded, okay, I understand. Okay? I understand why people think this man is a booty muncher. Okay, I do. But because I'm not as narrow as the average person, I even know that as tight as Kevin's jeans are, as voluptuous as them hips is, baby, as tight as the shirt is, as much as I know that Kevin Samuels knows that his lip gloss is indeed popping ton, okay? That even with all that going on, it is very much so still very possible that this man could love him some puss. And that's on True Tea. He could still love him some puss. He could still love him some puss. Now I'm gonna drop the link. But while I'm dropping the link, I'm gone. Now he might like him he might like him a masculine woman, but it's a woman nonetheless. He might like him an old masculine woman with some penitentiary braids to the back of the head, but it's a lady nonetheless. He might like him an old woman in some Jordans and a jersey, but a lady nonetheless. Okay? A woman nonetheless. Okay? Now he might like him a woman who wears the pants, but a woman nonetheless. Okay? He might like him an old nasty piece of woman with an edge up as strong as mine, but a woman nonetheless. He might like him a woman who knows how to rotate tires and change transmission oil, but a woman nonetheless. Okay. So I'm just arguing that it's still possible that Kevin and all his feminine attributes still could have a capacity for a woman, even if that woman looked like Eddie Murphy in the face. A woman nonetheless. Even if that woman looked like G-Unit in the face, a woman nonetheless. Even if she got a little thyroid problem and got a whole 5 o'clock shadow, a woman nonetheless. That still would technically qualify him as being heterosexual. True Tea. Okay? Now I'm going to drop this link. And then we're going to listen to this audio again for those who just coming in and don't know what the fuck is going on. And yes, you looking at a nigga in a red wig. Hello. Let's play it back. Okay.
No women, or would it be better for him to go make a shade of brown? You make the point. The shade of brown is better than nothing. That's all I'm saying. We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do. But our women.
We need to start advocating, you guys. I agree. We do. We need to start advocating for brothers to be with brothers. And Kevin says he understands the impulse. Now, while I don't think he meant to say it, it's possible that he feels that way, but didn't mean to say just that. Okay? Now, Kevin, I want you to know that I am fighting for your heterosexuality, bro. You know, everything ain't always what it seems, okay? We living in them times, y'all. Everything ain't what, even if it look gay, talk gay, smell gay, and sound gay, it could still be straight. I am fighting, brother. I am rooting for your opposite sex attraction, Kevin. But, darling, you keep making it hard for me to rally behind your orientation, baby. Because your slip keeps showing. Now, if there is something you want to tell us, you can. This is a safe space, Kevin. We living in 2021. And you at 1.2 how many trillion subscribers? You probably live in a gated community at this point. Okay? You probably shop at the stores that require a jab card. So you are removed from explicit homophobia now. So it's safe for you to come through the veil. Okay? And I'm here for it. We have a member. Marvin.
How you doing? How you doing?
Okay, what the? Hold on. Let me take Kevin down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this. Okay, here we are. What's going on, bro?
I'm doing good, just in the car driving, listening, tuning in,
Talk to me. Tell me about
Kevin
it.
Samuels. He's not the most masculine guy. He always seemed kind of feminine, how he moved and shit. It looked kind of very feminine in my eyes. But that does not mean in the game he drops, it should be tossed out and thrown out of the window. Because everything that he says is knowledge. It's a gold mine. But he does seem kind of feminine and like shit like that. So like I wouldn't even, if he came out, I wouldn't even be shocked. As I'm gay, I like women. I wouldn't even be shocked. But I do agree with you though, because it's a bunch of females out here and they date dykes. So it's like, damn. So but something about that girl is like masculine. So it makes sense.
But let me ask you this question, Marvin.
So I like to agree with you. I really do.
Do you believe that Mr. Samuels is heterosexual?
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay. I said, so
Yeah, I can hear you.
do you believe that he is heterosexual?
I think he bi. I don't know what he is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what the man is. Like, I don't know what he is. But he ain't no Arnold Schwarzenegger. He not Army Strong. That's all I know. You know, I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know.
Do you
But he
believe?
said that he got a girl. You know, but hey.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that a lot of his male supporters would detract their support if he were to come out or be exposed for being same-sex attracted? Do you think that that would have a big impact on
Yeah, I
his
believe
male
that he would.
subscribers? Huh?
Yes, I believe that he will lose a lot of followers. He will lose a lot of followers because he's gay. But up in my eyes, I don't care. I care about the message. That is what's important, not the man's sexuality. But then again, he has to be up in the field. He needs to date females, and like I'm sure that he has dated a couple of females out here. You feel me? So like, but yeah, but overall, he would lose some followers and some members and some Patreons and some memberships. He will lose that shit. He will lose a lot of that shit. So yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you this question. Let's have a Kevin Samuels conversation. Do you feel that Kevin is a black woman basher?
Not really. I'm gonna be honest, man. It's the truth. Everything that he says about these raggedy, weave wearing, hairpiece, lace front bitches be true, man. I'm gonna keep it a bug. And they want a street
Okay, so what did the
certified
weave
nigga.
ever do? What did the weave ever do to you niggas?
And they wear that shit, and like it isn't natural beauty. Me, I love natural beauty. I don't like that weave and shit, that Indian hair and that artificial baby hairs. I don't like that shit. I like natural beauty is important. And it seems as if that a lot of these bitches out here got a weave budget and shit. I'm like, fuck. And like that shit is expensive, bro. A black female is pricey out here. They're man, they pricey as fuck. If they want to get their hair done, it's like $300, $400. The niggas ain't got that type of money. What? I don't know, man. You know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Have men ever thought about women not liking you niggas with gold teeth and grills and earrings and 50 million 11 parts and designs in your haircuts and
they love that shit.
The other artificial shit that
I disagree. Nah, and they love that shit. And they like the gold tees and the chains and the grills. Man, they love that shit. Like,
so y'all get to be
nah.
Okay. So
I'm
y'all
not that type of person, but hey yo, but that isn't. I mean, hey yo, that isn't artificial though. I mean,
it is.
It's just a bunch of jewelry. Nah, it's a
if you
it isn't a.
Y'all men out here getting these slick ass haircuts with all these parts and designs. Your hair does not organically. It's not organically styled like that.
I like agree with you, but it's our hair though. It isn't any extra hair. It's our hair, and like it is over getting cut. So it's a difference.
But what's the difference when both? But what's the difference, Marvin, when both are generated really from creativity? Black women are just being creative with their aesthetics, just like black men are being creative with their aesthetics.
Nah, I would not say that. I think that's a different thing. Because they hair that they're cut. As in, I'm a man, and then like I get my hair braided. I don't have any horse hair, any goat hair on my shit. It's just pure nappy nigga hair. You know, like that's all that I'm saying. I mean, it's.
But that's the whole gag. But that's the
I
whole
think
gag
that
of Marvin. When black women are wearing their natural beauty, y'all call them a nappy-headed, chicken-head, dusty bitch.
nah, yo, but they don't know. Yo, that ain't true. Yo, but they don't be having it looking nice and shit. And every black girl would think that they need long hair, and you don't. But any girl, it's the short haircut. It's the Fantasia hairstyle. I love that shit. I love it. But every black girl thinks they have to have long hair. I mean, in their minds, it's just programmed like that. And
But
I just don't know why.
Marvin, but this is my question, right? Because, like, I don't have a problem with your preference. If you like natural
I like
black women
natural. Yep. I like the stretch marks. I like the cellulite. I like
yes, you
all
like
that
the
shit.
stretch marks and stuff, you like
All
the
that shit.
natural hair. I think that that's beautiful. But my question is, why do weave wearing, makeup wearing women have to be penalized just because your preference is the natural woman? Like, why you got to put down the weave cosmetic wearing woman just to uplift the
Because
natural?
their appearance is a lie. It isn't true. And they're still up in the matrix. And like I just can't compliment a girl who has on a bunch of makeup, who have the weave and that shit. I just can't do it. It isn't real. That's all
But
I'm saying. That's all I'm
but
saying. That's
but
all
you
I'm saying.
guys know that like black women aren't trying to pass it off as real. It's makeup. They know it's makeup. You know it's makeup. It's weave. They know it's
But that
weave. You
weave,
know it's
nah, but
weave.
they weave, nah. They think that it's their real hair and shit, nah. It's the hair for me. I'm like, oh, for sure. They ain't even real. And if she talking about it's the hair for her, all right, for sure. She think that shit real and shit. And they only feel confident, but when they have that crap on, that's a sad thing. They confident, their confidence is at a freaking negative 18 or some shit, bro.
But don't you
It's
think
low
that
out
that's
here.
but don't you think that that's a misconception? A lot of women who wear weave
Nah,
are also comfortable with their natural hair. A lot of women who wear makeup are
that's a
comfortable
lie. If
with
they
their
would show,
natural beauty too.
they would. But my thing is that is the fact that if they feel so comfortable, why not show it to the public? And they always have their hair hide. It's always hiding. It's like a game of hide and seek. It isn't there, and you can't find it. It's under that freaking weave and that lace front. And I'm like, oh, for sure, I see what time it is. I mean, I don't think they're confident. I don't think they're
Marvin,
confident.
can I
I'm
tell you
sorry.
something kind of deep a little bit? Can I tell you something that's just a little bit deep? Oh, I think that Marvin's Boost Mobile connection done faded. You got Marvin, come back. Hey, Tina. Tina, you there? Tina. Okay, so Tina, something's going on, child.
I'm sorry.
Marvin,
I'm sorry. I
can I tell you
accidentally
something
pressed
kind of
the
deep?
button. Yeah.
So I think so. Let's just say if the argument is going to be that black women are insecure, right? The reason why it may be easy for you to just say, be natural, wear your beauty, stop with all this shit is because your natural beauty as a male has not been brought under any scrutiny while women have been socialized to be fixated and obsessed and to measure themselves according to those beauty standards that are projected onto them by brands, by decades and decades of white supremacy, with all the psychological conditioning. But
I
you, as
get
a
that,
man, have not had to. You have not had to have that pressure applied to you or been
nah,
conditioned that way.
but that's a lie. I think that's a lie. Up in the 1940s and the 1800s, I remember black males had the perm and shit. It's the slick back perm. And then, like, over time, a nigga said, hey, but we don't got to be able like these white folks. Nah, forget this. Hey, but I'm about to rock braids, afro, low cut, you know, like us. Hey, but we just evolve. It's the black man and the woman. They don't. It's the. I don't know what the problem is.
But those
I get
things
you.
for y'all are about trends. Those things are given to women as like real measurements of womanhood. Like, you get to cut your hair, braid your hair, do whatever, and you know that that's only for trendy, edgy, stylish preference. But for women, these things are literally presented to them as a measurement of their value, especially amongst men. So, and hold on, and to couple that, Marvin, look at what Kevin, okay, so you say you like Kevin, but look at how he conditions women. He said, look, be snatched in the waist, be basically a size 0, be a bad bitch in all of your trophiness, and if you can assimilate as a woman to these stupid ass, baseless, patriarchal ass standards, then you can be qualified for a high valued ass nigga who's willing to take care of you and provide a nice lifestyle for you. So Kevin Samuels isn't even arguing for some natural beauty, natural
I get you.
stretch mark wearing.
I get you on it. But a lot of these black girls, if they take off that makeup and that weave, a lot of them are out here losing. We gotta keep it a buck. It isn't. It's the fact that they really think that it's their hair, that weave and that shit is whack to me. It's whack. And me, I dealt with black girls my whole life. I dealt with black women. My whole life. I haven't tasted any Caucasian, Hispanic, any of that shit. I stayed with my own race. But now I see brothers are out here dating outside of the race. And they get Hispanics, Caucasian, and they get married. There's a problem here. And me, I think it's the black woman. It's their attitude, loud, and they're belligerent and shit. And it's like, what the freak is going on here? That is the problem. I just think it's crazy. You know, I just think it's crazy.
Okay. Hey, Olivia.
Marvin.
How you doing, Olivia? How you doing,
little but Marvin?
Take it away, Miss Marco. Take it away. I'm gonna let you and Marvin hash it out.
I just came on.
Could it be, Marvin? Let me ask you something, okay, Marvin? Could it be the real problem that you have with weave and makeup and you want natural and all this? Could it be your own insecurities? Could you be projecting your own insecurities? Do you see the woman with the weave and the makeup and they have to get their nails done and the nigga got to pay for this, that, and the other? Could it be either you can't afford that, or do you think that if you get you think that those women are not seeing it for you?
So I'm insecure because
no, I said
I'm trying to tell you because I want to pay for her nails and her
I mean, you ain't got to pay for it, baby. You can pay for it yourself.
And that don't make any sense. That argument.
No, she can pay for it herself. Now, what did you? Okay. Don't get it. Now, hold up now. Don't get defensive, because I'm just asking.
I'm not. I mean,
Okay, well, let me ask you another question. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, say you walking down the street in the hood, you look like you a brother, on a certain socioeconomic level. So you walking down the street in your hood, or you sitting on the porch, or you sitting on the stoop. You see 3 women walking down the street, right, Marvin? You see one girl, she a little chubby, with the little stretch marks and stuff that you say you like, but she still got her hair snatched. She got her nails on. She looking real cute, right?
She looking cute. Is she got on? It's the Nike. Okay. I got you. All right.
No, wait a minute. Okay, so she a little chubby, right? But she still got the weave and everything, right? Then you got the one in the middle. She real skinny. She natural though. She ain't got no fake nails on. She ain't got nothing on, right? Then you got the girl that you guys would consider the dime piece? I mean, like the Conscious. Who is a hot girl right now?
Is it Megan Thee
Yeah, Megan Thee
Stallion?
Stallion.
Yeah,
Megan Thee
yeah,
Stallion.
get Megan Thee Stallion. Now, Marvin. Out of those three women, I want you to tell the truth, because I'm gonna be able to tell if you're telling a lie by your eyes, right?
I got you. I got the second girl. I got the second option.
I'm gonna leave you go know. Which one of those girls do you think is on your level?
The skinny girl, black, no nailish. I'm gonna choose. It's the middle girl or either a fat girl, but with stretch marks. Either those two.
So you don't think Megan is on your level?
That's a high price. I gotta pay a lot of money and shit, man. Freak that shit. That's gonna be a headache. We gonna be arguing on back and forth.
Right.
Nah, I'm good.
Right. And Marvin's here, and that's the reason why. That is the reason why you're projecting your own insecurities on women that wear the weave, okay, that really look like conscious motherfucking TV. Okay? Honestly.
Oh the God.
If I was 20, 21 years old, shit, I'd be having his hair. I'd be like, conscious. Can you look at this up or something?
I cannot.
So I'm just saying,
how am I insecure though? How am I insecure?
I ain't calling you insecure, but listen, baby. I'm not calling you insecure, but what I'm calling you is, I'm trying to tell you, baby, is you don't have enough confidence in yourself. Instead of, beating. Wait a minute, Marvin. Wait. Instead of verbally beating down these women and feeling insecure about they weaving their nails, you need to up your game, baby. Cause see, you need to up your talk game. Cause even if you look like you look and you ain't no dime piece either, and you need some weave, okay, your own self, cause your little hairline is going to the back.
Yeah, but can you show your face? Fuck that shit. If you
don't worry about my face. I'm old enough to be your mama.
Up, there it is.
It's always a hurt girl that's talking about my
I ain't a girl.
face. Be confident. Show your
What
face.
you
I
saying?
want to see how you look.
I'm an old woman. It don't matter how I look.
I've
been married for 20 years.
About a person's appearance and shit.
But Marvin, I already been picked.
Show some confidence.
Marvin, I already been chosen, Marvin. I've already been chosen.
How many baby daddies you got? How many baby daddies you got?
0. I got no kids.
Okay.
0.
Okay. Every woman knows she want kids for sure.
I wanted some though. I tried my best.
Your ass. That's the problem.
I tried, baby. I tried. But I ain't never tried with basic niggas like you. Okay, I'm just motherfucking
basic nigga cannot
then you can't get my nails done. Then you can't get no pussy, nigga. I'm just motherfucking saying. You don't want to take her home. You look like a dusty. You ugly.
But you ain't showing your face though. Show your face.
But I don't have to. Why you stuttering, Marvin?
Show your face.
I came up with a speech for the young lady that you're trying to have. You're trying to make her look
show your fucking face.
I ain't gotta show my face. I'm up here speaking for the girl. I'm up here speaking for the girl.
I know. Don't
You're insecure, Marvin. You're insecure.
Oh yes, I'm insecure.
You're dusty, Marvin. You're not on Megan's level. You're not on Megan's level. Nigga, you ain't even on Consciouztv level. I don't even know why the fuck you talking. Now, Conscious, you know you ain't up the phone. Don't even
miserable. You old as fuck. Your life is miserable. I understand.
Conscious, you know this nigga ain't up the phone. Nigga, I ain't miserable. I stay at home all day. And my husband go to work every day, and I ain't got to do a motherfucking thing, nigga.
Can I
go get my nails and my weave done, bitch?
No confidence. I know what time it is. And you're one of them weave-wearing hairpiece, lace-front bitches.
It don't matter.
No cheap income. No budget on the weave type shit. Bitch, I'm dog walking.
It don't matter. I'm going to be your mama.
I'm not about to dog walk your ass. I ain't talking about 6 blocks, 4 blocks. I'm talking about 1 block. Right.
You know why you mad? You mad because I'm telling the truth.
I'm not mad. You're mad.
Hurry on,
You're mad. You're mad. You're
Yeah.
mad. But you wear
You
the
mad
Louis
because
V
you
lace
ugly,
front.
nigga. That ain't my fault.
You ain't that bitch.
Nigga, you mad because you
But you
ugly.
an ugly
Stop
fat bitch. I
fronting.
can hear the
You mad
voice.
because you an
I
incel.
can hear the fatness in
You
your
mad because
voice.
you an
Heavy
incel,
set
nigga. You
bitch.
mad because you an
Go get
incel.
the fucking
Nigga,
liquor.
you
I know what
ugly.
time it
You
is. I know what time it is. I
ugly.
need to see your face.
And the ladies don't want your ugly ass. Anyway,
I already know what time it is. I dog walked you. I dog walked you just now.
Marv.
You a 300-pound bitch. I let you go out of
Marv.
the TV.
I'm a 300 pound bitch. But you just said you want a girl with stretch marks. That's all the type of girl you think you can get.
You got stretch marks, you dumb bitch. Fuck.
Woo!
You bitch is dumb. Every got fucking stretch
Damn.
marks. What the fuck
Marv.
are you talking about?
Really
You a
though?
dumb bitch. You a dumb
Marv.
bitch.
Marv.
I can't believe this shit.
Marv.
Wait,
Marv. Marv.
Come on, hey, but make it make sense now.
Marv.
Make it make sense.
Okay. Let me just. I want you and Oracle to just
I'm sorry.
go on recess real quick. Just go play on the swings real quick, a little bit.
I was just messing with it, Conscious. You know,
Hang on too, Miss Oracle. I want you to, cause I gotta. Y'all just stay there real quick. My God, Leonard. Leonard, are you there?
Yeah, I'm like, damn, what the shit?
I just want to say hello to Leonard, and I want to say hello to Nick. Nick, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna. Leonard, what? You chimed in. What do you have to say? And then I want to let Nick follow, and then we make our way back around to Miss Oracle and Marvin. But what's going on, bro?
Well, eventually Kevin Samuels is gonna drop enough breadcrumbs to where there's a whole loaf of bread out there for the world to partake in. That's all that is.
Oh, can you break that down a little bit more for us?
Break that down. He's doggone running away from his true self. Whoa, who got all that noise in the background?
It might be my purple lover. Perp. Okay, she's muted. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I know a number of men, all different type of doggone sexual persuasion, right?
Yeah.
And everybody agrees. Anyone that is hiding their true self, they're not really happy. They're not. And when he said what he said on that stream, that wasn't no Freudian slip. See what happened? So? Whoever he was talking to actually got him in his feelings, and he got mad, and he put another little small portion of his truth out there. You see what I'm saying?
So,
and I mean, that's all it is. He's lying to himself. I mean, I understand a lot of the facts that he said about the women that he talked to is okay, but see, what people don't realize is this. Say if I have a live stream and I invite people in to doggone have a discussion on said live stream, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm setting a line of questioning, right? Now, the questions that I'm going to ask, I already got 52 answers for each question that I ask, which means anytime somebody gives me an answer, I have a better answer to disprove them and whatever they're talking about. I'm setting a narrative myself. It's sort of like if you watch the news, everybody has their narrative that's set and it's going to look like they are correct. When if you let people just doggone freestyle wing it without restrictions, that'd be the truth. You dig? See, but that's the thing with him. He sets the narrative. He sets the topics.
So let me ask you this. Well, first of all, how did you find this stream?
Oh, I happened to see it on my live feed, but I chimed in on here before. It was
a
while ago. Yeah, I did.
Are you subscribed?
I should be, because I think we had a long discussion, and in the process of, I said, this is what needs to happen more. You have
hold on. Leonard,
a
are
heterosexual
you
man.
X commentary?
Say again?
Are you from the Little Nas X commentary? Did you chime in on that commentary?
I think that may have been the video. It was about 3 months ago.
Yes, I did not recognize your.
Okay, yeah, we were talking.
Okay, gotcha.
And
all right.
Yeah, I said if you have doggone, heterosexual men and homosexual men, if you have a dialogue, you'll have understanding of the two, and that'll break down a whole lot of the foolishness that's going on with a lot of people bugging out and tripping on every damn body. All you got to do is just talk to each other like civil human beings. It ain't that hard.
Yeah. So before I get to Nick, I want to ask you this question: Are you a fan of Kevin? Like, are you a fan?
No.
Okay, you're not a fan. Okay, why are you not a fan? Briefly, if you will.
Because he's not living his truth.
Okay, because you think the truth is that he's queer.
Well, if that's the word you want to call it, I know what I see. I'm a straight man, and ain't nothing wrong with my gaydar. I got too many homosexual friends for my gaydar to not be tuned up. I know what the hell I see when I look at that man.
Okay, so what's the difference between what? Because I'm really curious as a man from you as a man. How was Prince able to get a pass for having a genuine attraction to women, but it's so polarizing, it seems, for so many people to believe that Kevin can have a affinity toward women?
Oh, he can be attracted to both. That happens all day long.
And he's doing a far less than Prince is.
Yeah, he can be attracted to both. It's that happens every day. I know. I found out about this term from one of my ex-girlfriends who's currently she's married to a woman and they're very happy. And she said she's sexually fluid. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I'm not gonna say her name.
Baby. Oranges and apples.
Yeah, she like, I take it however it comes as long as it's good. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm all right. See, all I ask for people to do is, explain it to me like a 5-year-old. Make me understand. All that other rhetoric they got going on, y'all miss me with the bullshit. Just make me understand. You don't have to go all off the rafters and you walking around with your "we will overcome" sign and all this marching and shit. Just keep it simple and I'll get it. But if you can't keep it simple, then I don't even want to talk about the shit. You know what I mean?
Can we also just because there are black men who look like me who are heterosexual, even though I'm not. But there are black men who are into the punk rock gothic, or they are eccentric in their appearance and look just like me, probably even more effeminate, and are heterosexual. That's a lot of
that was going on in the 80s when Devo was popular. If you remember the group Devo, they made Whip It, and they had re-sang that song by the Rolling Stones, No Satisfaction. That was a song that launched them. Yeah, I'm
still
old.
Can't get none.
Right. I'm old, so I got some mileage on me. You dig? So, and I don't hold nothing against. I'm like, look, if that's what you want to do you and be great.
I'm just trying, I get it. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly makes Kevin gay. But just hold that thought, Leonard.
Well, I'm not saying Kevin is gay. I said Kevin is not living his truth. His mannerisms and everything else about him.
So what if he was a black man who was raised around a lot of women? Because we do have a lot of straight men who have effeminate attributes and have feminine mannerisms because they were raised around a lot of women, a lot of estrogen growing up. They picked up a lot of female tendencies. They're very emotional, but they are heterosexual.
Right. See, and that's the reason you have so many doggone men that are violent, because they were raised in homes without fathers, and they would not talk conflict resolution. They would talk. They wasn't taught. The women didn't teach the men this. They extracted the emotional behavior from their mothers and think this is how you do conflict resolution. and they get violent and all of the other stuff when it's like, look, dude, they just stepped on your shoe. He's like, hey, man, sorry about stepping on your foot. That don't give you a reason to doggone. Now you're going to get loud and indignant and you want to shoot somebody because they stepped on your shoe. Men, that ain't a man thing. Women's shoes is a woman thing. That's the era I come from. Now you got these dudes, they doing these young boys is doing some wow. I be looking at them like, boy, what you trying to do? Get even with your mother?
Okay, you know, hold that thought, Leonard. Hold on. Okay, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Nick, are you there, boo?
Yes, hon. I am here, Lord.
What's going on, honey?
Well, I am a subscriber. I usually don't chime in on much of nothing.
Well, thank you for subscribing.
Yes, of course. I love hearing you. The things you talk about, a lot of subjects that nobody wants to even touch on, and I love it. That argument just a few minutes ago, that's a lot of why I came up here. Because there's a battle between black men and black women, whether you gay or straight, that's so serious that you can't judge anybody these days, because if you look at any other human being and have a disgust for them in any type of way based on their hair, based on their job, based on whatever they doing in their life, you got a lot of problems with yourself that you have to fix. Because it's not my place to say Kevin Samuel's gay. In my mind, sometimes I believe that he would run that way. It is what it is. But there's a spectrum to everything. For men, there's a spectrum. You either feminine all the way or you could be masculine all the way. But that doesn't mean you're gay. You know what I'm saying? On that spectrum of a man, some women like a man that what we used to consider would be a black boy dressed like a white boy. I don't know if nobody remembers that. I think people think we evolved so far when we really haven't. We haven't gone anywhere. We just changed the terms that we use and make things sound like they new when all this shit is completely old. All of it. There was always a certain type of person in the high school before anybody was having sex that you seen a certain type of way and judged. There was the white boy that had the spikes on his neck. It was the black boy that had the spikes on his neck. It was the thug black boys. It was the thug white boys. There is a spectrum to everything. There's an opposite and there is another end. There's two ends of everything. So when I look at Kevin Samuels, I could say, if he's a heterosexual man, then that means he's a heterosexual man that is more and you can't even say feminine no more, because it's not feminine. It's not feminine if he wears a scarf or if he wear a bag or any of that stuff. Because if he was white, it wouldn't be seen as feminine.
There it is. That's what I was waiting on.
So the way we judge each other these days, it just leads me to believe that black people, because I don't speak on white people. I'm not white. I don't live that life. I know a lot of them. I've been around a lot of them. I grew up, but that has nothing to do with they inside their house. I don't know what go on inside of white people's house. I'm talking about black people.
Right. No, to your point, Nick. That's why I was asking Leonard what makes him queer, because white men get away with being Kevin Samuels every day in terms of aesthetics, in terms of mannerisms. They don't have to beat their chest and be gorilla pumped up to be considered men, to be considered straight. So I want to know, why is it that it seems like when black men are not exhibiting hypermasculinity, that it automatically defaults them to being bisexual or gay or whatever,
or queer, or however you want to call it.
And then even
let me hold on one second.
I'm glad you said that word.
Let me finish my thought real quick. I'm sorry, because exactly what you just said is kind of basically what brought me to this conversation. Because regardless of how you see somebody, say what your question was exactly, because he kind of threw me off just a little bit.
Well, I kind of had made a statement. It really wasn't a question. I was just kind of expounding upon like the point that you were making that white men get away with this shit every day and still get
Oh
to be
yeah,
considered
I'm
heterosexual.
sorry. They was arguing. I had to smoke a blunt, so I'm a little bit high right now. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
No,
I almost
but
had to put
yeah,
one through.
okay. The fucked up shit that happened to us is when rap music went into mainstream and white people took that on as their culture, basically, because now there is no divide between a black person's culture and a white person's culture. So if you see a black man dressed like a white man, they dress in them penny loafers and them fucked up ass shorts and a collared shirt every day, but he got a bank account that not now one of us have seen, and we strive for every fucking day to find a lick to get. It seems like he is something foreign. And what's foreign to a lot of Negroes is gay. It's like it goes straight into gay. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like a default. What the fuck is gay to a person? Okay, if you saying that a woman with a woman is gay, a man with a man is gay. Okay, so if Kevin Samuels is gay, which I don't even understand why it's even a question, there's still heterosexual women taking advice from him. It doesn't deter him from being gay or not. Why are those women looking to him in his whatever he looks like to them and wanting the advice from him? They want the advice. I don't look at anything he does. I don't agree with most of the things he say. But I'm not attracted to him either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't look for what he's talking about. I would go look for what a man that I'm attracted to is talking about.
Yeah.
Nick,
Well, I've always had the same question, which is why I wanted to have this live. I'm curious about what is the obsession, because it's not just Kevin Samuels. The black community is obsessed with black men's sexuality because there is some type of inherent homophobia that is there, and there is an expectation that's unspoken in the black community as it relates to what we expect from black men, and it's not gay shit, and it's not a femininity, and it's not same gender lovingness. And that's why when we see the Kevin Samuels of the world, we have to go in and make it that, because what we're really subjectively communicating is that black men have to be masculine in order to be heterosexual and to be valuable. And the whole gag is that just like people can attribute a femininity to queerness, people forget that masculine gay men exist too. So like, to make it a gay or straight thing, I don't even know what that even really fucking means. It's
ignorant.
Or he has a scarf, or he's wearing tight jeans, or his voice is soft, where there's a lot of gay men who look like your average blood and Crips and thugs, and who have boyfriends and husbands and are same gender loving. So there's no face really for gayness. There's no face for straightness. And I also, somebody said it perfectly too. Andrea said, we have to remember, just like women have masculinity, men have femininity. So when we do this shit, we almost are asking black men to deny their femininity, which we all also know is inherent to men, because we all have those energies, masculine and femininity. So what if a nigga is effeminate? So what if a straight man is effeminate? Why can't a straight man be effeminate? Why can't he be a little sassy? Why can't he have a high-pitched voice? Why can't he be a bit tailored in his personality? Why can't he be all of that and still be heterosexual if we are also accepting that men also possess femininity, which is something separate from orientation?
Exactly. I have a question for everybody. Why is it that people subscribe to things that they do not agree with?
Okay, so I know you got a question, Leonard, and then I want to get to Purple and LL as well. Go ahead, Leonard, and if you can answer Nick's question as well.
I pulled out my high school yearbook. I'm gonna show you all a picture right here. Look at that. You see it okay?
Long ass hair?
You see that there?
No.
They didn't have good yaki back then.
What?
Yes,
You know what?
not no big yaki. You see this? You're talking
I
about.
said good yaki.
Okay, I didn't. You yaki it, whatever. It was horsehair back then, but we were the new wave generation. New
Yes.
wave, like punk rock, dressing like that and stuff. That's how we dressed back
The
then.
bell
And
bottoms. Yeah.
we were the shit to beat. You see? So all of this, well, the white dressing black, black dressing white, however the statement went, all we wore, Izod, Polo, 501 Levi's, the red tag ones, because they would fit just right, not the yellow tag ones. Sperry topsiders, the boat shoes, Dexter's penny loafers, Argyle socks, looking like the Archies. That was
we
the
got a million
style.
brands of clothes now. I mean, y'all wore what was available.
No, we didn't wear what was available. It was called the Ivy League look. It came back. See, if you look at this old movie called A Raisin in the Sun, that was the same look of the collegiate students back during that era. See, and it came back around. That fashion style repeated itself. And, you know, you had that style in Chicago, and you also had what they call the gangster style, the pinstripe suits, the pleated baggies, Stacy Adams wingtip shoes, and all of that from like the Al Capone look. Now, this is all that was going on in the 80s, right? So, and wasn't nobody tripping over nobody. Hey, this your flavor, that's your flavor. Okay. People got along. I don't know what the hell happened later.
I know what happened. It's kind of.
I know what happened too.
It's kind of.
Explain what happened to me. Explain it to me, because I missed all that. Because
it's kind of connected to. It's kind of connected to what we were talking about yesterday, and we'll get into that. But before we do, I want to let Perp Boo, are you there? And LL, I want to get to you guys too. Perp, are you there, Boo?
Yes, I am.
What's going on, love?
Life is good. I initially came up here because of the fact that the question was asked, why are people saying that Kevin Samuels is gay? The reason is, at least according, in my view, is that people who tend to be that visceral and that attacking of another group of people normally are internalizing self-hatred. J. Edgar Hoover did it. It was also believed that Adolf Hitler did it, that he was Jewish himself, and yet he was attacking his own group of people. So usually when you see somebody that angry, it tends to be in reference to the fact that they're not comfortable in their own skin. So they're attacking the very thing that they're not comfortable with. On the show that I like to look at, Pose, one of the characters after she died, she asked another character, why is it that you went so hard against me? Why didn't you like me? And he said, basically, the reason why I didn't like you is because I saw everything in you that I wish I could be, but wasn't. So a lot of times when you see somebody,
because we know that there's a whole sector called the Manosphere.
Oh my God, not them clowns.
Of
Fix it, Jesus.
Of so-called alleged heterosexual men who are just as mad as Kevin. It seems like, to somebody's earlier point, because of social media, we're now learning that Black men are very angry and upset with Black women, and it seems to not really be attributed to sexuality, but they really believe that they have their own just reasons for having frustrations toward Black women. But Kevin Samuels isn't even presenting his own commentary as hateful toward women. As far as he's concerned, he believes that he is informing Black women of what they claim they want and telling them how to get it. By keeping it real with black women that they need to be a size 2, they need to have no children, they need to be of a certain age, and they need to be qualified in certain ways if they want to possess a narcissistic, wealthy black man.
Right. And the irony with that is, if you really look at,
I could talk about them. They hate me.
And the irony of that is, if you really look at Kevin Samuel's background, he doesn't even qualify for the things that he's asking other people to qualify for.
That's right.
He's not married right now at all.
Right.
He's had issues with his partner. People that are drawn to Kevin Samuels have their own self-hatred issues going on, including the women that are attracted to go there. Because to be honest with you, when you love yourself and respect yourself, you're not going to enter into spaces that are not clearly for you.
Exactly.
And you know the difference.
How the hell?
So when you're looking at these folks,
advice from a man, I don't mean to interject, but baby, if you're a woman and you don't have no self-esteem issue, you don't need no advice from no man. You don't need no advice about your womanhood coming from a man. They can't tell you nothing about being a woman. They ain't never worn a pad and had a period in their damn life. They can't they can't tell you. Those women have low self-esteem, and I don't know why they listen to that fool over there. You know, and I hate to interject, but
with that type of logic,
because they believe they don't deserve any better. That's why they go over there.
I just want to say, let me hold on, Leonard. Let me tell you, a lot of people don't know the history on YouTube. Kevin Samuels was brought up and lifted up by the Manosphere. Before Kevin Samuels got popular, he used to do those videos about what do you call it? He was a stylist or something like that. This guy named Obsidian over there in the Manosphere started lifting Kevin Samuels up and turned him into the beast that he is today. Really, it's for profit. Now, Kevin Samuels, know he gay, just cause he gay. It ain't nothing wrong with it. He like a lot of older gay guys that used to have beards or whatever. Like we had this in the neighborhood. His wife was gay and he was gay. They was married to one another, but they was each other's beard. That's what kind of man Kevin Samuels is. And when he come on here and speaking derogatory about women and all of this here and all of that there, it's cause like Leonard said, he can't be free. He don't feel safe being free because he is of the certain generation. He is a certain age, and that what and wherever he was brought up in this world, that clearly that wasn't acceptable. So now he just not even really bad all the time. And women, a lot of it is for coin. You know, in the first place. And I can't believe no women listen to him. I can't believe they don't know he came straight from the Manosphere. The only thing he does is speak Manosphere talking points. That's all that he does. And Kevin Samuels ain't seen pussy since he came out of one. And that's just how I feel about it.
I got a question.
And see, Kevin is around my age. Kevin is around my age. I'm 59 years old. I know what the hell I see. The blinders ain't on. I know what I see.
Thank you.
I know what I see.
Thank you.
You get these young women calling in, and he demonizes them on the low. See, so like them preachers. The preachers will make a woman feel bad. She come to church pregnant, right?
Yeah.
But she ain't married.
Right.
But he'll make her feel bad on the low. But then you got Sister Sarah Abernathy want to run up to her and say, you know what, all children's is a blessing from God. Well, that ain't what y'all Bible say, is it?
As soon as she have a baby, he gonna be fucking her.
Thank you. He's a pulpit pimp. That's all he's doing. It's for the coin, so he can doggone Fradilla his way all around Atlanta.
Yep.
And try to be secretive about everything. But ain't no secrets in the metro Atlanta area as of that. And eventually he's gonna be in a situation with somebody that he's gonna rub the wrong way, and it's all gonna come out, and he's gonna try to deny it to a hilt and all of this. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he wanted to come out with that audio. He was speaking his truth. He was on for 4 hours. He probably had him something to drink, and he was like, F it. You know what I mean? But it's a
Yeah,
shame that
but I'm like,
feel
that's
like
it.
he still gotta
Just
hide
be
in this
true to
day and
yourself.
age. Be true
I
to
Because
think
yourself.
J. Edgar Hoover,
Right.
J.
I
Edgar
do
Hoover
want
was gay.
Yep.
He was
I think
black
it's
and
Right.
gay,
Finish
but
my
he
I
was
think
statement.
handsome.
it's simpler than that. I think it's simpler than that because when you think about it, regardless of anything, when I was coming up, if a person won't marry, you didn't take advice for them about marriage. If a person wasn't high value and had that dollar amount in the beginning that he claimed that a man's supposed to have for you to get a man that you're looking for, if he ain't this, he ain't high value. He was not even that man when he first started saying that. So you can't
So
expect high value information from him because he ain't high value himself. Now,
exactly.
Yeah,
it's
whether or not he dress
a
high with
I
the
former.
want
boys, there's always
Can
gonna
I
be a
just finish
woman
my
that think
statement?
Kevin Samuels is fine from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. There's a woman out there for him. I know plenty of women that like men like him.
oh my
But
Baby, he done
goodness.
it's
been
the
married a
Yeah,
couple
advice
of
that
a
he
times.
can't
former
give.
Hold
Home
on,
Depot
He done been married
employee.
a
He
couple of
worked at
times.
Home Depot.
hold
He
on.
done been married a couple of times, y'all. He done been married a couple of times, okay? He done
It's
had a
plenty of
couple of
women
The
out
kids.
there for him.
the
Hello?
whole reason that this man is popular is because he's a
Can I
wounded
speak for a
masculine
second? Am I
speaking
here?
to other wounded masculine
Right.
and wounded feminine.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hey,
Thank
can I say
Thank
something real
you.
quick?
Am
Yeah,
I
can I say
here?
something? I mean,
Yeah, hold, hold on,
Am
everyone.
I here?
Uh, Bree yourself. I can hear you, boo. Hold on for 1 second. I don't know, Marvin want to say something. LLC,
Okay, thank you.
please. Hold on for one second, boo. LL, if you're in the chat, please come back up. I know that you didn't get to speak, but I would love for you to come back up and speak for Shizzle. Hey, Bree yourself. How you doing, boo? What's going on?
Hi, thank you for being so kind. This is my first time on StreamYard, so thank you for just being very welcoming and everything like
Thank
that.
man, you're so
you.
soft
I appreciate
spoken. My
the
gosh,
energy and
look at
everything.
you.
I'm soft spoken, but I'm a Libra, so I have my moments. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a Libra too.
But
Wow, that's
yeah,
Marvin, this
8/11,
is not Love Jones.
I'm just I'm trying to be friendly. That's all.
10/11,
I'm just being
This
friendly.
is
That's
not
all.
Plenty of Fish,
I was just being
Marvin.
I was just being friendly. That's all. I was
it's
just being friendly. I'm
10/11 over
sorry.
here. But I just wanted to add in to say
Mm-hmm.
that I feel, if I can just speak for a second, and I would love to hear y'all feedback on it, because
Okay.
I dibbled and dabbled in my life with various Kevin Samuels, if you will, and I
Okay.
feel like I don't feel like I was damaged at the time when I sought guidance from men like this. I feel like what it was is that I felt like I was really coming into myself and understanding that people have different opinions than I have, and
Mm-hmm.
also searching for a sense of self where I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? And at a certain point in relationships, I'm starting to understand that the problem isn't everybody else. The problem is a lot of the times you. And I feel like these women that ask him for guidance are understanding that the problem is not the men, it's sometimes them. So they seek male guidance, and he outwardly he presents himself as very much an educated, very well put man, and so you feel like he's all the way together. But as my mom always said, older men and men that present themselves to be good, you know, they have some shit with them too, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And sometimes you get lost in that because you think of like a Bill Gates or whatever, and you think, oh, he's so smart, like he's so eloquent, you know, maybe he can be
Okay, so
better than Trayvon from the hood. But Trayvon from the hood is no different from this nigga. It's just that he got a legal game versus this nigga got a illegal game. And sometimes you get lost in that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fault them because, you know, I had a conversation with my aunt earlier, and we were talking about abusive men, and I was like, it's not like they write "I hit women" on their face. And she said, you know, but there's warning signs. And I didn't really peep that until I evaluated, you know, not that I've been in a physically abusive relationship, but there's verbal and mental and everything in between. And there are certain signs if you're keen to them, as she would say. But if you look
being
at
a black
outward
man in general
appearance,
is a
he
sign.
doesn't look like that, and he doesn't talk like that, and he presents himself in such a way that you can fall victim to that. And I'm sorry for over speaking, ma'am. Please state your case.
No, I think that you made some great points, Abri, yourself, and I want to comment on some of those points as well. I know that the melanated queen is here. Hey, boo, what's going on? I want to get your thoughts as well.
Hi.
What's going on? Tell us how you feel.
I mean, I just feel like black men in general, like, you have to be extra cautious when you're talking about like abuse, things of that nature, because I mean, we're living in the age of black femicide.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to, not to cut you off, but I don't like to put blanketed statements out there and say black men or black women or black this.
I've met nice and mean abusers, so abuse don't have a face on it.
Right?
I mean, we need to acknowledge the facts, though.
Can I please say something to this young women, real fast, Conscious?
Yes.
If you don't mind. I want to say, be yourself, and whoever else is listening. Now, I am a woman. I am over 50 years old. I ain't 59 like Leonard, but I'm over 50 years old, right? Part of the problem is for a lot of women that listen to, look to a man for advice. Part of the problem with that is, and I'm not saying it should not you be yourself, but a lot of these women were never raised with a father in the home. And that's in part of the problem for some of the women, when you're seeking a man's advice for anything about you being female in any type of way, because you should have gotten a sense of self from your mama and your father. But if you didn't have that father in the home, when you get older, you start seeking certain things. You don't know if you want a daddy or a man or both of them. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's an issue that can cause a level of low self-esteem. So some of these women, they're very beautiful women. He's demeaning these girls, talking down to them. You know, he's painting a picture that you have to be A, B, C, and D if you want E, F, G, and H, which is absolutely unrealistic. But if you have a sense of self, if you if you know who you are, excuse me, on the inside, you don't need no advice from nobody, especially no advice from no man about you. Can't no man tell you about you. He can't tell you about your femininity. He can't tell you about your weave. He can't tell you about your makeup, your body size, your vagina, no nothing else. But like I said, if you grew up without a father in your life, he didn't give you that sense of security. Because my daddy, when I grew up, he had me thinking that he let me know, beat it in my head, not, day after day after day. You are a woman of work. You have to respect yourself. If nobody ain't gonna respect you, especially a man, you gotta walk away. You gotta know who you are. You know, A, B, C, and D. But a lot of women, a lot of these young, let me finish. A lot of these young women, a lot of you young women don't have that sense of self because you didn't have that experience. But even if you didn't have that sense of self, you don't have to listen to no. Then you spoke about abuse. There are many forms of abuse. And Kevin Samuels, what he does, he is verbally abusive. He want to instruct you. He really ain't instructing you to do nothing, right? And who want? And just because you got money, that don't mean that man is gonna be good to you, because there is something called financial abuse as well. Do you see what I'm saying? They hold that money over your head so you won't go nowhere, or so they can treat you any kind of way. But what you should be doing is worrying about your own pockets and getting your own money. So even if you with a man with money, you got you a little something on the side. So because when it's time to go, it's time to go. And I say this because I know this for sure. I've been married for over 20 years. But if I should ever have to get up and go, you best believe I won't go broke. Okay?
Man,
and that's okay. What you said is totally correct. What you said is totally correct.
I seen a situation where, as a man, when I was in the military, this dude told his wife, and I was just sitting there like, whoa, bruh, that's out of pocket. You did that in front of people. I mean, if y'all do that at home with you, this man told his wife in front of a couple of us, don't you even try to talk shit Okay? You can't go in the bathroom and wipe your ass with toilet paper and say you bought it. I was like, oh God.
But see, here's why I wanted to interrupt
That's
Mrs.
financial abuse.
At the
Yes.
same
But
time,
the thing,
now hear me out. I agree with what she's saying in the sense where, if you don't have a good father figure, or if you have a crazy father figure, that can misconstrue your perception with men. But at the same time, I was really smart, and I was raised by really smart people, and I had really good aunts, and I really had like protectors in my life. But one thing I will always say, yo, when my niece gets older, I'ma tell her, yo, chill beside your homeboys. Because here's the thing, you can have a good father all day and up and all night. But here's the thing that men don't tell you. They're gonna protect you from other men, and they're not gonna tell you why. And if you chill around really good homeboys or whatever, and if you get drunk around them or certain shit, you're gonna see why. Because men, a lot of the times they use certain things, whether it be liquor, weed, or whatever. Yo, shorty, you smoke, you drink, this, that, and the third, to get you under the influence. And I saw certain things where I was like, oh, okay, this is how you move. This is how you do certain things. And so, yeah, you can have a good father influence, but he's never going to really be able to tell you that this is why I'm protecting you. Because when you sip
My,
up and when you do
my
certain
daddy
things,
did. My
people
daddy
can,
told me all
and
of that. He told me to
no, because
protect
the
myself.
harsh truth is those men might act that way with other women. It just is
and
what it
they
But see,
is.
what,
will.
what the
And here's
deal
the
is,
thing.
what the deal is, here's the thing. As women,
But let
we
me
have
finish this.
to,
I'm sorry. Let me
well,
just
let me
finish
finish,
for a
because
second.
as women, we
Because
have to make better choices, okay? Now, if you
we
around a
have
group
to
of
make
people
better
and you don't
No,
trust these
choices,
that's
people,
not
you
true.
should
but
not
That's
be
you're
not
never
around
true.
them.
gonna know. You're never gonna know until you're in the situation. I had an
Yes, and
argument
That's
why
with
why
a
are
you
we
have to
dude.
putting
protect yourself. You have
why
to
are we
protect
putting the onus
yourself.
on women? Why are we putting the onus on black women when it
No,
should be
no, I'm
on
No,
not
black
I'm
putting
not
the
men
onus
to
on
not
putting
women.
abuse?
I'm
onus
not
on
putting the
black
onus.
Oh,
men.
hey,
No,
can
I'm
I talk real
putting
quick?
onus
When
on
when
Real
we're
black
quick.
saying
men
when we're saying
too.
when we're saying vetting and choosing better, you're putting the onus on black women when
no, but
No,
the
I'm not
issue
though.
starts
But
with
I'm not. I'm not. What I'm doing is
I'm not.
asking for accountability. Okay? You don't
I'm
trust
putting the onus
nobody.
on
My mama
black
told
men
me
too,
when I was, let me
because I
finish.
what
had an
about
My mama, let
accountability
me
for
finish,
black
y'all.
men?
Wait a
I can
minute,
tell
let
you,
me,
bro, you
Accountability
let
for
me
can't
men.
finish.
control it.
let
You
me
finish.
finish.
I don't want
I
y'all to think
had
I'm putting the onus on y'all, but you have to protect yourself. That's what I'm saying. You can't trust nobody. I don't care who it is. Ain't nobody never told you when you go to a club, if you
That's
leave your drink
not
on the table, don't take another drink from that table.
that.
Ain't nobody never told you
yeah,
that.
and
Don't
they
never be
did.
so
But what
drunk
happens
that you
when
can't,
you? But
you
what
Okay,
lose
happens
control
okay.
when
over
So
you
yourself.
women,
put the drink down on the table and your best friend put something in it? So
You don't. That's
now
what I'm
it's
saying.
not
My mama
this.
told me if you put a drink down on the table, you don't drink no more. That drink, you go get you
No,
another one.
but what I'm
yes,
saying,
but if we look at
what
it,
I'm telling
why should
you
women
is,
have to do these
what I'm
things
telling
when
you
men can
is,
stop
Cause you
is
gotta
abusing
protect
women?
yourself. Why would you trust? Why would you trust your well-being in the hands of a man or anybody else?
Men
Why
are
would
supposed
you
Yeah,
to be
do
that's
that?
protectors.
independent
We're
thinking.
supposed to be
Nah, yeah, that's
protectors.
bad. You can't build
hold
with
on,
that
hold
type
on, hold on,
of mentality.
hold on.
Wait,
You
what?
can't
Hold on,
build.
What?
because
Force
now
that.
you're, because now let's not take it back to the day. Let's not take it back into the day when we didn't used to have our mom say, "Oh, don't walk around like that because you're around men." So what are you
Exactly.
talking about?
Yes, my
Don't put
mama
your
used to
onus
tell me
in
that. We
what?
used to have to put on
It's
slippers
not.
and a
It's
robe
victim
before we
blaming.
came
Victim blaming.
downstairs. We
This
don't
is
walk
why
around
is
no
So
why is
wild
this
like
okay,
about to turn? Why is this about to turn into a whole argument about
no,
something
we're
happening
not
to?
arguing. We're not arguing. I'm just trying
No,
to
well, I'm
say
not. Okay, I'm
you
sorry. I
have
don't mean to
to.
use the word argument. You're
I
right.
just
Not an
want you to
argument, a
protect yourself.
conversation. But the a conversation started with accountability because Miss Oracle,
Right.
I feel like you correct. Because if
right, and
I
that's
have
what I'm
learned,
saying. Accountability.
wait, hold on. What I'm saying is you're both correct, but you're talking about two different parts of your life. Because when you're a young woman, you coming
Right,
into
and then
experience.
I
But
saw
once you have
too how we got.
experienced those things, they don't take several more times of experiencing them from you to understand that you have to be accountable for what
No,
you're continuing to do. Then
no.
the men are right
I'm glad
because
you
they're
said that.
telling people, hold on,
I'm
they're
glad you said
telling
that.
you,
I'm
the
glad you
men
said
are
that.
telling women
Let's
that
listen to
you
Shorty.
are
Let's
doing these
listen to
things for
Shorty.
yourself. Stop looking for better when you're continuing to do bad things to yourself. Now, whether he think that's hair or whatever the case may be, that's their opinion. Because you don't have to listen to his opinion. Because every man ain't for every woman. If he don't like your hair, okay, keep it pushing. We don't gotta talk shit to
Right.
each other.
So what
You
about
don't like my hair.
accountability from men?
Nah,
What
Hold
about
on.
I feel
Only a man can take
and no
accountability for
disrespect.
himself.
You
It's not
guys.
for a
You think
woman
I'm
to take
following
accountability for a
Hello,
man.
hello,
See, get out that man's seat. You got to get out the man's seat.
hello. I don't want to have to overtalk anybody because I love that everybody wants to share. I just want to maintain a little bit of order and get some people in here first. I know that Marvin was trying to interject a little bit. Marvin, are you there with this Dollar General ceiling fan? Are you there, bro?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm here.
so what are you aching to say? I know you've heard a lot and a lot's going on. Like, what's on your mind?
It's called accountability. A bunch of women pursue these type of men, these street credible niggas, I would say, and they just keep chasing them. Don't learn their lesson at all. I
Okay,
don't understand
wait.
it.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Let him finish.
Let him
Hold
talk.
on.
Let him talk.
I want him to complete it first. Everybody is going to have an opportunity to follow up. I just want to, just let him get it out first. Go ahead, Marvin.
Okay, if a man cannot provide for himself, why are you out here giving him a home and feeding this grown-ass man? And you keep doing it. And you keep doing it, and he keep on effing you over, and you keep on chasing this same type of man. I'm like, why? You gotta know when you get hurt. Why
because
you
we live in a black male worshipping culture. We live in a black male worshipping culture.
It's all
Yes,
types
we
of black
do.
men.
Yes,
You're not
we do.
letting him finish.
It's all types of black men. It's the gangsters, it's nerds, it's the cool guys, it's all types of black men. And y'all always choose that gangster nigga, that no good, weed smoking, just sit in the house all day.
Okay, why do we choose them? Why do we choose them?
Let him talk.
I would say the
Let him
music, the hip hop music is the main reason why. And I believe that that is your idea of a man. Is that
okay? Who gives you the idea of a man? Is it your father?
Yep.
Where are black fathers?
Let's not.
Where are black fathers?
Huh?
Where are black fathers?
Black fathers are up in prison and everywhere.
Exactly. So black men are actually ultimately to blame for black women. Like if you're talking about a culture,
whoa, hold
on. No,
you created a culture where you're saying black women are going for street men, and that's because the culture has indoctrinated them to do so.
No, ma'am.
That's
No, ma'am, it hasn't.
Yes, that is what it is.
No, ma'am.
Accountability is important. And you cannot talk
Let me give you my. Can I speak?
Black men don't have any accountability.
You
Oh, my
selected that
goodness.
nigga. You spread your legs open.
Let me let him.
You got 2 kids by 2 different niggas, and yet
it's equally his responsibility.
Hold on. I'm talking. See, you interrupted me. God damn, I can't even get a point out.
I do. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. I do want us to take advantage of the only 2 pussy-loving black men on the panel because they will get to engage you guys in y'all perspective as cis hetero black women, etc. So I do want y'all to just have proper usage of it.
I'm sorry to go off on you, Conscious, but I'm sorry to go off on you, but I know he loves pussy, but that's irrelevant because his point is valid.
No, it's
whether
not
he likes
irrelevant.
pussy or not. That's none of my.
Well, no.
It is.
I made no. Hold on. No, I made that point to say no. I made that point to say that I'm just here as a facilitator. I'm a gay man, so I think that this is a necessary conversation between cis black heterosexual women and cis black heterosexual men. So I think that there's an opportunity here to really get into some things, but I just want y'all to really just let each other complete sentences so people can respond and answer and we can hear everything and we can have a real dialogue. So I do want Marvin to be able to finish points and I want you guys to be able to challenge him or ask him or whatever the case may be. Marvin, are you still there with that ceiling fan? Are you and your fan still there? Okay.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, so
I
you
respect
were
my
trying. Okay, and that's cool too. You were on the verge of saying something about black women and two baby daddies or something.
Okay. Yeah. Black females have 2 baby daddies, and yet she's been overwhelmed with a lot of problems. Why is the baby factory still open? Why are you still creating these babies? Why? I don't understand it. She signed up. She enlisted herself to be a nigga 6 baby mama. She's a part of the collection. Why are you choosing a man who has 6 baby mamas? See,
why are men choosing to not provide?
No.
Don't answer a question with a question. Don't do that.
Accountability is
totally
important.
Valid.
And I believe that
no, it's not.
You black females out here have failed these young black boys too. That's all I'm saying. I dropped the mic. I'm done. Go ahead.
Accountability for who? Because black men are not taking any accountability. Black men are going around creating illegitimate children, not providing, not protecting, and saying it's black women's womb that's at fault. How does that make sense?
When do y'all put them fingers down and stop pointing at other people?
Black able females always.
Wait, are you saying I'm pointing at other people?
I don't need no nigga. I can do it on my
Melanated.
own.
Can I just interject for a second? Melanated. We went on for a while. Let this man talk, even if we disagree. Let this man go off. We went off amongst each other for a long time, bruh. Let this man go off, even if we disagree.
Yeah, I think someone just asked me a question. That's why I was saying, was it directed to me?
No, I'm trying to hear him finish.
You good? I'm gonna let her talk because you got the floor.
No, I was finished.
Okay, cool. As I was saying that, you black females choose these niggas who are not good, who don't provide for you. And black females always say that I don't need no nigga. I can do it on my own. I got my own money and all of this crap and all that shit. So if the child is a 3-time felon, it's on you. That child is on your watch. You talk big shit on the internet, always talking down toward the black man all the time. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why are these weave wearing hairpiece lace front bitches are talking down to us?
What?
And I'm like, why are they always talking shit? You're just calling us offensive shit on the internet, talking shit about us. You select that no good nigga.
You just said
let him finish. Let him finish.
Accountability is important. That's all I'm saying.
So you just call black women weave wearing, and then you're saying black women are on the internet insulting black men.
Most of them able wear weaves. That's a fact. Most of them wear weaves.
That's why are you as a man concerned with weave?
Because
why are you concerned with weave?
I like natural beauty. That's why, and I hate that shit. That's why.
Why are you obsessed with women's femininity products in hair?
No, I like the feminine
and makeup.
No, whoa. And we have to keep it a buck. Most black females are not fucking feminine. They're very masculine, and they like to fucking fight out here. We gotta keep it a buck here. I'm like, why are you out here fighting and shit? Why do you want to fight this girl? For what reason? Why?
Because black men are not leading. Black men are not leading.
No. So it's my fault that
I'm gonna wait. You all continue. I'm gonna wait.
How? Okay, so why did you say that it's black women's fault if your children become 3-time felon when the father left? Which is why the kid is a 3-time felon. What is your point?
Tell you why.
This is a dusty talking point.
If the child becomes a basketball player, she wants all of the goddamn credit. And the dad, he doesn't.
She should get all of the credit.
Exactly.
He wasn't there.
So if she does bad, then she should get the full blame. If that child is a
No,
two-time
that's not
felon.
how it
Okay, for
works.
sure.
That's not how it
Yeah,
works.
it should work that way. It should work that
No,
way.
that's not how it works.
Equality. That's what
So
I
you
believe in. No,
left,
that's
you gave up
bullshit.
your
That's bullshit.
responsibility. You gave up your responsibility. You don't want to be a father. You don't want to protect. You don't want to provide. And you're blaming Black women. And you're asking why we're sitting online critiquing Black men's behavior.
You
do you
guys
not
are the one to
see?
blame. Hey, but why do Black men marry
Oh my
outside
God.
of their race? Why do they marry
Because
outside
they're
of their fucking race?
self-hating. They're self-hating.
Oh, and so, hey, yo, but these Black
So
men
what is this?
still have Black
Can I just
homeboys.
interrupt? So what is this conversation
Fuck.
about? What is this conversation about? Because now it's taking a turn and it's coming into some hatred stuff off of.
No,
like,
it ain't hatred. I don't hate Black
it's
women. I don't.
becoming
But
something
that,
else.
but most,
What is this
It's the
conversation
blame
about?
game.
I don't hate Black women at all. I don't hate Black women at all.
And I'm asking this on both sides. No, Shorty, you're laughing, but I'm talking to you and I'm talking to him. I'm asking both of y'all what is this conversation about? Because you sound mad and he sounds mad. So what
do I sound mad about?
What is it about? Are we?
No, what did I sound?
She wasn't talking.
No,
she wasn't
tell
talking.
me what I sounded mad about.
He sounds mad. He sounds mad because he has issues towards women / Black women for whatever reason, and you sound like you're defending Black women, but at the same time you sound angry at Black men as well. I'm just being real.
But
I'm not
how am I angry at Black men for calling them out on consistently bashing Black women?
What is the conversation about?
I'm not angry.
He's not. It's only bashing if you take it that way. It's only bashing if you take it that way. And
wait, sweetie. So saying wearing weave, being masculine, not taking accountability, being bad mothers, fighting, that's not bashing Black women.
Well, if it's true, is it true?
Actually, it's stating some facts, like other facts that I'll state calling Black men.
They don't take
okay, do you want to hear facts? Black men are out there committing most of the crime. Black men are not being fathers. They're not protecting. They're not providing. They are self-hating.
Angry too.
See how I'm saying you sound angry too?
It seems like you got your personal issue as well.
Okay, can we switch gears
a
little bit?
I'm divested, so I don't care.
Okay, now this is the thing that makes me
wait. Hold on, Mr. Leonard. She said she divested, but you just spent this whole conversation talking about all the bad talking points about Black men.
And how did I know?
Yes, that doesn't just
both of y'all on the same page.
How did I know, Sarah? How did I know?
Agreeing, disagreeing while agreeing. I'm glad another person saw this shit because I'm just like, y'all both sound like y'all are acting like y'all ain't Trump supporters, but y'all are Trump supporters on the low. Like y'all act like y'all against something, but y'all
where did you go?
Did she say Trump supporter?
I wouldn't say Trump supporters, but you
did say Trump supporters.
Trump supporters and how much you get mad at that.
Yes, you did say Trump supporter. You did.
Anti-Black man, you're anti-Black woman. And I don't think y'all see the fact that y'all are culminating into the same thing.
I'm pro-fact.
I'm
what
sorry
Trump got to do with any of this?
Because it's
you can't be pro-Black and be divested. That's not possible.
No, I didn't say I was pro-Black. I said I'm pro-fact. I pro-fact.
Fact,
yes, I apologize for that. Let me talk for a second. I meant to say that it's what I use with Trump is that it's a very extreme point to emphasize my point that he's coming. I can see her point of view. I'm with the scales, my nigga. I do this shit. I can see his point of view and I can see her point of view. And I don't think y'all understand that y'all are kind of doing the same thing right now. And as much as you say you're not anti something, you're very much anti both. Because as much as you're like, I'm representing Black women, you're coming at Black men, but then I'm representing Black men, but you're coming at Black women. and you're
They're representing
both
themselves.
combating each other to
That's
agree
right.
to disagree
They don't
because you're
represent
trying to
anybody
talk
but
about other
themselves.
They
people
don't represent
and
anybody
say
but themselves. Thank you.
I like to agree with you on that. I mean, I could
you're
agree. I can
trying
see your
to
point.
say that you're
Because they
trying
both sound very
to get
hurt.
us
They
together
sound very
and
hurt.
say that
Nah, whoa.
Let it out.
I don't got
Let them
multiple
use
baby
you.
mamas. I don't got multiple baby mamas, so
Can I
I'm
ask
good.
a question? Can I ask a
I'm
question?
good.
Speaking of the hurt
and how do you
question,
know that
is
he has
hold
multiple
on.
baby
Can I ask a
fathers?
question?
You're
Hold on.
angry
I want to ask a question
and
because I
she's
think
angry.
hello. Thank you. I just want to ask a question real quick. I think that's a very important question. Is there anybody here who is willing to be very transparent and admit to some heartbreak and hurt here
I am.
against either sex?
Of course.
I
There
am.
is some hurt.
I mean,
Hurt.
you can say
I
there's
am.
hurt, but that,
See,
but that,
I'm a
that,
firm believer. I'm a firm believer. Now, this is just me. Now, I know although y'all younger than me, y'all heard that old song by that Chicago artist, Lenny Williams. Girl, you know I love you no matter what you do. Hurt. Now, I'm like this, okay? If you was with a woman and y'all broke up and you ain't sit your ass at home and drink, if not smoked, or whatever your doggone escape was, listening to that song on repeat, trying to mend your doggone heart up, you hurt. You ain't a man. See, a man is not a man until a woman tear your heart out the frame because you are the one that messed it up in the first damn place. Then you
Well,
a man.
Leonard, they don't,
Yes.
they don't have those types of coping mechanisms anymore. Okay, they don't even have that anymore. That's why it's such a conflict.
Well, I know
And a
that.
lot of
That
these,
I'm.
let me finish.
Hold on,
And a
hold
lot
on,
of these
hold on,
women,
darling.
a lot of these
With,
women and a lot of these men, that's the reason what the young ones, that's why they so confused, they so angry. You got a woman up here named Melanated
we're
Queen.
not angry,
She
honey.
says
We're
she
not angry. We're not
diabetic.
angry.
hold
Now,
on. See now, y'all done,
We're
y'all
not.
done,
We're
y'all
not
done took the.
angry.
I was
We're
trying to
not
make a
angry.
point, and y'all took the
but
whole
you
floor
sound
away.
angry
Come
though.
on,
Let me tell you
ladies.
why you sound angry.
I'm
Let me
Ladies.
tell you
asking
why
for
you sound angry.
accountability. I'm asking for accountability.
But see, you're asking for the man's accountability, but you're trying to cover up the fact that you're not taking accountability for yourself. Okay?
Accountability
Because you
for what?
can't trust nobody else with yourself but
Ladies.
you.
See, this
Ladies.
old school thinking of black women being accountable for everything and black men being accountable for
You
nothing,
are you are
That's
in
not
charge
what
of
he
it's
That
over.
ain't.
you.
This is
That's
over.
not old school thinking. Oh my
Melanated, you are in charge
goodness.
of
Gee.
you, baby. You are in charge of you. You're the only
Exactly. Every
one.
person is responsible for their behaviors. Just
Absolutely.
like
I believe that.
before I got a chance to finish up when I was talking about a man had you and this is just my opinion, until you listen to that song and make you sick, or that Brian McKnight, One Last
They don't do
Cry,
it no more.
and you tore out the frame over that
They
woman
don't
you
do it no
lost.
more.
You see what I'm saying? How you gonna say they don't do that no more?
They don't.
Do you know
Hey,
everybody?
Can he talk real quick? I mean, it's not an
They
interruption,
don't
babe.
have
Let
that
him
type
talk
of
real quick.
music no more. They don't have those
That's
coping
that's the whole
mechanisms.
Please,
point. Let him talk, please let him talk. Please, hey, let him talk.
But I
Before
don't
you
look,
get
I'm just saying they don't have those type of coping mechanisms
Jesus.
anymore.
See,
But I'm
this is
done.
why
before
people see. That's exactly
Leonard,
why
hold
people
on.
can't reach
Hold on,
common
Leonard.
ground.
I'm gonna let you finish, Leonard. I just want to introduce Information Man, and I do want. Hey, hello, Information Man. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, everybody?
I would love for you to go after Leonard finish his sentiments. Okay, Leonard.
Okay.
Finish.
Now, all of this are old school. They don't have this anymore. Yet they do. They got this one guy. I think his name is called The Weeknd. And I don't know nothing about the guy, but according to my son, he's like the next whatever, right? And I heard some songs that was sappy heartbreak songs that he made, right? And I heard this other song some years back, torn between the two because I really want to be with you, trying to make a decision between. So yes, you do have young artists that are still making those emotional experience relationship songs. They just don't get promoted and pushed out on the radio like they should be. Now, the woman that I did hurt, being heinous, right? Unbeknownst to me, you know, I messed up. I ran into this woman years and years and years and years later, and we were talking, and I said, "Is there any type of song you ever hear on the radio make you think about me?" And she said, "Sukiyaki." That's when I knew I will never get that woman back again. Never. And if you know the words to the song Sukiyaki, that'll tell you right there. It starts off, I'm feeling sad and blue. It's all because of you. You went away and my life turned to rainy days. I'm like, damn, I hurt her soul. But I was hurt too, but it was my fault. You see what I'm saying? Now, what we need to do, outside all the heartbreak stuff, he asked about the honesty. I said, I want to be honest with my personal thing. Now, let's get back to this doggone black man, black woman animosity stuff.
Can you kind of
it's all about accountability.
Can you kind of condense it in?
I'm gonna condense it down.
Make sure that
I'm gonna condense it down.
Okay.
Everybody has a choice what to do with their tallywhacker or the nappy dugout. You know damn well if you don't put a sock on a pickle, you set yourself up for unwanted pregnancy. And she knows also, if she let that man run up in her without a sock on a pickle, she set herself up for the same thing. And all these serial baby daddies that talk all this slick talk, you see what I'm saying? They talk all that slick talk, they end up with these serial baby daddies, but the ones that aren't that they consider lames and this and that, they're not trying to get at that. Because I tell people, I take a big degree of pride in saying I was married for some years before she and I decided, let's start a family. Because see, what some people don't know, when children grow into adults and they're looking at things through an adult lens, and I'm going to end with this. The children look at the dad, not the mama. They look at the dad and they be like, oh, so she was good enough for you to knock up, but she wasn't good enough to be your wife. Prove me I'm wrong.
Okay. All right.
And you're right. I like to agree with you, bro. And I said this.
Information man. Hold on. Well, if I let information man speak, it sounds like somebody is trying to mix some cheap Hennessy and some raggedy cabinets together. So we just want to be a little conscious of the background noise. Okay. Information man. What? I don't even know what you.
Well,
tell me. You talk.
I wanted to talk on some things that you brought up earlier as it relates to Kevin Samuels. I've been on panels with him before. I know him from the Black Manosphere. Very familiar with it. Very familiar with all the players. I know a lot of them. I kind of agree with what you said before, Consciouztv earlier, is that you cannot judge a book by its cover. I grew up. I'm old school. I'm 50. I'm be 52 years old, and next month, I've been around the block a little bit myself, and I grew up with a lot of cats that I knew personally. That you look at them and you would assume that they were one thing. You saw a lot of this. Is nothing new. We saw a lot of this in the 80s, late 70s, what have you. There's always been guys who looked a little bit different, moved a little bit different than other people, and then you would make the assumption that they were gay. I've been around guys that you would think they were one way, and next thing you know, they're busting all type of, how should I say, they're hitting all kind of kitty cat, if you know what I mean, right? Then what I noticed, I got to keep it real with you. I noticed the dudes who are the most masculine, the dudes who you never assume are that way, swing the other way, they're batting that way. I've seen dudes like that you say, man, so I think what happens is that we got to ask ourselves, where do we get our ideology of what masculinity is? Because there's a lot of people out there who look what we would call masculine, but they're going the other way. And there's people who look like they're gay, but they may not necessarily be gay. So when it comes to Kevin Samuel, I'm not going to sit up here and assume what the man is, because one, I don't know him like that. to make those assumptions. So, and as Black people, a lot of times we make a lot of assumptions about people. We have our own way we think, and we think we know everybody when we don't know everybody. The thing is, he's eccentric, right? He likes to wear the suits. He carries himself a certain way. He wears the handbag, what have you. Well, guess what? If you go to Europe, if any of you've traveled a little bit, there ain't nothing new in Europe. You got men that wear bags in Europe, just like what he was wearing on that bag that you showed when he had the Louis Vuitton. And those men are as straight as you don't know what. It's a cultural thing, and it's also however he's been raised. There's some guys that
but
are
that's
into
not
that
his
type
culture.
there's some guys that are into we call it metrosexual, guys who like to get their hands painted. Yeah, that's very popular in Europe. Now in America, because of the way we've been culturally conditioned, we will look at that. Some of us, not all of us,
what he's doing.
But some guys will look at his pants and look at his clothing. Look at, let's say you got a thumb ring. I got a couple of thumb rings. People associate that with you're gay, but in other cultures, that's commonplace for men to wear a bag like that. Hell, have you ever seen European men? Sometimes they wear their pants a little tighter than usual. It's not my thing personally, but you can't always assume what people are unless you really got the full book on them. That's all I really wanted to say as far as that's concerned, because I know because I think a lot of people want to make Kevin Samuels gay because there's a lot of people, or there's some people who don't like the things that come out of his mouth, particularly when he has certain criticisms and critiques of women. And so when you don't like somebody and like what they say, it makes it easier for you to say, yeah, he's got to be this, he's got to be that, so that you can try to destroy their credibility of what they're talking about. Because at the end of the day, you may not like who they are or what they have to say. But I don't necessarily subscribe to his high value ideology, because I don't think what makes a man is his clothes and cars and money, because you can have all of those things, but if you were to lose your money and clothes tomorrow, would that make you no longer a high value person? I think the Lord brought you into this world. That in itself makes you high value. It's about what you do with your life in your community, how you help others. There's more than just materialistic things. So all the other stuff that he does, I may not agree with it, but I can't assume what he is. He does do some things that make you question, but at the end of the day, you never really know, because we're always going by what we see and then what we hear. And then sometimes we really don't know. So I just wanted to touch on that part there. That was my opinion about that. Another thing I would like to say, and I'll cut it short here, is that I really am getting very tired of the usual conversations around, is there a war between Black women and Black men? God damn it, we can't afford to have a war with each other. We have a bigger enemy than each other. Our problem is that, one, as men, we fail to listen to what women are saying to us. Two, women fail to listen to what men are saying to you. We're not the same. Men and women are not the same. We think differently. We have a different way we look at the world. And until we come to the understanding that we are different in those ways and find out what our commonalities are, let's stop talking at each other and talk with each other and figure out how we can work together. We'll be better off, because while we're fighting each other, we have a bigger enemy out there that's laughing. They're saying, honey, go pop the popcorn. Look at these Negroes arguing with each other, going after each other, gassing each other. This entertainment for people who don't even like our Black asses while we're arguing with each other. Let's just use some simple logic here. We have differences, but what can we do to improve our differences? I think as men, we want to run around and claim that we're masculine. Women should listen to us. I'm the alpha male. No, you should lead by example. I think women will follow you and they will shower you and be down with you when you lead by example. More example and less talk. A lot of guys on social media, they want to use the mouthpiece to make themselves masculine, but it's really, what are you doing? And I do agree with what some of the brothers are saying. It's a two-way street here. women have to make a better decision in the kind of men that they let into their life. And men, you have to vet the kind of women that you bring into your life as well. We're adults here. We should be adults here. We both are responsible for the mistakes that we make. Just like men who impregnate women and then they run out on women and then they make those women a single mother because they're not doing anything for the child. Shame on them. But then again, you have women out here who will call themselves a single mother when they know damn well that the father of the child is fully involved in the child's life. And then when they come out with statistics saying that most black kids don't have a fatherless, that 70% is bullshit. Actually, there are many black men in the lives of their kids that may not live in the household. I've looked at the studies on this, but the problem is some of our ladies, when they are asked questions in studies, they will call themselves a single mother. If the man is in the life of your child, he's not dusty, musty, or crusty, he's taking care of his responsibilities. Stop calling yourself a single mother.
How do you know? How do you know he's in their lives? How do you know he's in their lives? If there's
what I'm saying, what I'm trying to, well, check this out.
On what
I'm a black man who was married for 15 years. Got a divorce that was amicable between me and my ex-wife. We have no drama. My daughter is 14 years old now. Been taking care of her ever since. Guess what? Most of the black men that I hang out with, that I went to college with, that I've been around are either in the household with their kids, married to their married. Let me just say this. I don't want to argue with people. I don't want to argue tonight. Let me say these things. These are facts. Most of the black men that I deal with that are educated black men, they're either in the household married to the woman, or if they're not in the household and they're divorced, they're doing things for their kids. Now let me break this misnomer.
That's okay.
Let me break this misnomer. Let me please. I'm not going to be on that long.
Okay, can we do? Hold on.
My thing.
He literally spoke for 30 minutes.
Hold on.
Most black men haven't even been on here that long.
Hold on.
I'll be quiet. I'm not arguing with nobody.
Hello. I just want to interject real quick.
Yes, sir.
If like, I know people are pressed, everybody wants to say something. It's okay to pull out a pen and a pad and to jot notes and then to wait your turn to respond to whatever's happening in the conversation. We don't want to be interrupting and all of that, because then everybody tries to interrupt at once. So just, if you got to take notes and just wait to challenge somebody, do what you got to do. But go ahead, information man. Go ahead.
All I was trying to say is that when black men get married, because this whole thing about do we date out our race? Yes, some black men do, but the majority of black men, when they get married, they marry black women. The majority of the time, all you got to do is look at the family statistics. All you got to do is go and look at the demographics and black men. There was an article out of Chicago. There's articles about this. Black men were rated the best fathers in America out of all other races, white men, Latino men, Asian. We were rated the most attentive to our kids. We were the most likely to cook food for our kids, read to our kids, whether we lived in the house with the mother or married to the mother or not. What's happening is that we've been culturally conditioned to take the minimum of men who are not taking care of their kids and make them the maximum of what black men are, instead of looking at the fact that those are minimum amounts of men who are doing the wrong thing. Just like we can't sit up here and stereotype all black women and say, well, all black women got an attitude. No, that's the minimum number of black women who may have those attitudes for a variety of reasons. And then there are black women who don't have attitudes with us. But then again, we as men have to understand that when we do come across women who we say have an attitude, well, let's not forget that we don't know if black women have been molested by an uncle that looks just like you, a cousin, a brother. That's called transference or projection. We all carry this throughout our life. So there's a whole bunch of variables for why we have the problems that we have with each other. But the problem is is that we need to talk to each other and lay it on the line. Not to mention that I work as a mental health specialist, a therapist. We have a lot of mental health problems in the Black community that we are in denial of, which plays into some of the problems that we may have with communication and dealing with each other. And that's an issue that we never want to hardly deal with. And I'll stop right there. No disrespect to anybody on the panel. I just wanted to get that out. Appreciate what you're doing here at Consciouztv. We need to have these dialogues. So thank you.
I think you should stick around if you can as well.
Okay, so I have a couple of points I wanted to address. So first you said, first I wanted to address the Kevin Samuels thing. It's not just his clothing or his demeanor. The reason that's why people are calling him gay, it's because there's literally people from his high school who have said that they know he is gay. But all of this is not my main point. This is just like one of the side things. Then you said the bigger enemy is white people, but then you go on to talk about Black women's shortcomings. Black women are single mothers.
I did say I did talk. I was equal.
I'm gonna
I said that we both have shortcomings.
I'm gonna finish.
Okay.
So,
but I did say that we both have shortcomings. I didn't just make it about Black
women. So you said Black women say they're single mothers, but they're not really single mothers because you know men personally who.
I said specifically the Black women who say that they're single mothers, but they actually have a husband or they actually have a man in a life and a child. That's what I was talking about.
I'm not being interrupted. If I'm not interrupted,
I know, but you can't say, you can't quote me out of context. That's the only problem I have here.
So you said Black women are saying they're single mothers, but you have seen men in your lives who provide for their children. That is an anecdotal experience. Data does not suggest that. Studies show that Black men are not present. They're the least present.
No, I found studies that say the opposite of that. Matter of fact, I'm
getting to the
CDC.
I'm getting to the CDC study. I'm getting to the CDC study. Then majority of Black men are not even married. They're not even married. So when you're talking about married to Black women, majority of Black men are not married, and Black men disproportionately marry outside of their race.
No, I said when Black men do get married, the majority. See, you're misquoting everything I said. I said when Black men do get married, the majority of the time they marry Black women when they do get married. So this is my position. If you're going to try to quote anything that I said tonight, I'm just asking, could you please quote me correctly?
That is what I'm saying, and I'm not going to be interrupted. So,
all right, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just don't want to be misquoted. That's all I'm asking. Don't misquote what I said.
But even what you just said, okay, majority, but by how much? Black men disproportionately.
I didn't say majority. I said when we do get married. You're misquoting me again.
It means yes. So the majority of married Black men are married to Black women. That is the majority.
I said when Black men do decide to get married.
So the majority of the ones
they
who
marry Black women.
Yes,
but the notion is that in our society that Black men are always marrying outside their race. Yes, there are Black men that marry outside their race, but not all of us do. That's all I'm saying.
They're disproportionately marrying outside their race. That is the fact. Disproportionate means that with the proportion of your population, you are more likely to do X, Y, and Z compared to other races when you counter for population. Also,
that's not true because you have white men.
That is true.
You have white men that are marrying Asian women wholesale. You got white men who have a desire and they date and they marry
but that's
Asian women.
It's not at the same rates. It's not at the same rates as Black men.
I don't know. Look, I don't know where you live, but I've lived in one of the most international cities in this country outside of New York, and that's San Francisco. So I've been in populations with people of all different ethnic groups. So I don't know where you live personally.
I do know that. Hello. I do want to interject this. I do know that Black men do disproportionately marry outside of their race, comparatively speaking to Black women. Black women do seem to keep it in-house more so than Black men do.
No, I definitely agree with that.
Even compared to other races of men, actually.
In comparison to other races of men?
You just keep stacking. You keep just stacking on the points to make your point correct. At the end of the day, what he's saying is he's speaking of his percentage of men that do what married men do. You're trying to make it as if he's speaking on other populations, and you're putting it all together. He's talking about one focal point, and you keep trying to turn it into something else. Like,
That's not okay.
it seems like
So
he's trolling
when you're
at this
talking
point.
when you're talking about disproportionate, who are you comparing yourself to? Other populations of men, other races of men.
That's where the
Because you
But I
are
disproportion
wasn't.
comes from. But
disproportionately.
It's like the sister was
he's speaking
saying.
on a
I wasn't
small.
talking about other race of
It
men.
doesn't
I
matter
was
about you being in a
specifically keeping it
vacuum.
to black people, since we were talking
Thank you.
since the conversation was about black men and black women having this war against each other. And
Yes.
my specific statement is that I'm not denying that black men are marrying outside their race. Just like I brought up the issue that, you know, you have a lot of white men that are actually marrying outside their race, and they're marrying
It's not at the
they're
same
marrying
rate.
Asian women. And guess what? When you look at the MGTOW movement, men going their own way, guess who created that movement? It was white men who are leaving white women because they feel that white women are not adequate enough for them. So now they're saying, I don't want to date women at all. But that's not the issue here. I'm just simply saying, in a nutshell, that let's not paint with a broad brush. And I think I brought balance because I talked about what black men's shortcomings are as well as black women. And I said that we both have our shortcomings and we got to figure out how we can fix the problem. But in a broad brush, we shouldn't say that, because obviously you don't know every black man. I don't know every black woman. We're not living in every state. And you also got to get in. I hate to go here, but you got to look at class too. Most black men who are educated, and education just doesn't mean you go to college, but people that are astute, and it can be women or men, do tend to have a different attitude about the importance of getting married and building family. All I'm saying is yeah, I know it's anecdotal, but the crowd that I hang with, most of the men that I deal with around my age are either married or they're in the life of their kids and they're about family, but they're of a different generation. You know what I'm saying? Different attitude, different thinking. Because a lot of the millennial generation right now, a lot of the guys are saying that they don't want to get married.
May I
Yes.
interject for a second? I just
Who's
want
speaking?
this whole thing for. I just want to bring this whole thing for full circle to explain why these characters exist, because you see how we started off this conversation with Kevin Samuels. We can take that back to Derek Jackson, and we can put it in reverse to females that speak about this. And this is exactly why these characters exist. Why? Because there will always be an issue of turmoil within our community that these characters, because that's what I feel like they are, characters, actors, whatever you want to call them within society, can see a void or issues that we quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes because I'm not in the camera,
Yes.
that we as a people want to resolve, and they take on this, I don't want to say Dr. King, but like what is it called, where there's somebody that will lead you, that type of character, because
Guru.
we have so many issues. If the issues, I told this to my mom when I was in middle school, and she was like, yo, you're fucking smart and you're fucking crazy. If the issues of colored people were a line plot, it would be a scatter plot. It's so many dots that we ourselves, let alone white people and other races, have created, that if we were to draw a line, we would never hit it. There's so many dots and stuff that we have to get to a certain point, and that's when these characters arise that give us a false sense of hope where they can come to a resolution. And that's why these people exist, because we can't agree to disagree. I see what you guys are saying. Yes, there are men that have issues. Yes, there are women that have our issues. Yes, black men want to date outside their race. Yes, black women want to date outside their race. Let's not forget that, what was it? When our mom's time, I mean, in our mom's time, my mom was 1952. Within her lifetime, we could not date outside of our race, period. When was Emmett Till killed? So we're talking about a situation that was illegal. We're talking about what the fuck we were talking about? What is it, the alcohol thing, the Baron, the whole situation where here comes, we're seeing this with weed now. There's people in jail, and yet there's dispensaries. Put that with interracial relationships, and you see how this happens. Let's not make it into a thing. Let's talk about the simple fact that we're gonna fuck whoever we want to fuck, but at the end of the day, the situation is that we're speaking about equality and justice and life and the fact to live. We have people who were talking so much shit about the unemployed, who were first responders, who may not have a job, who sacrificed their life. I was working in healthcare, barely able to breathe, organizing medical charts. I left my job. My mom died last year, bro. Couldn't even have a real funeral. I've had like 4 or 5 funerals since COVID, bro. And now, if I don't get a vaccine, fuck my mental health. I can't even get a job. What the fuck are we talking about this stupid shit for? There's bigger shit, and this is why this is the whole. We're this is the whole shit that they trap us in, to the point where we lose sight of what's really important. We're arguing against each other for fucking what?
Can I? I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm definitely gonna let you go. Jace, because you have been waiting so patiently. I just wanted to interject really quick and say, I think that the reason why we have to come and do this.
I apologize.
No. It's ain't nobody got no problems. The reason why we have to deal with the in-house fighting is because we have no absolute chance at dismantling an external enemy without even understanding and mastering the art of dismantling an internal enemy. We cannot even begin to address what's outside of us without being able to address what's within us. Even though I'm a man,
bro. Hold on.
No, you can't. I just want to. Just please let me slip and slide just real quick, because it's right there. Hold on. Shh. Everybody, shh. I am a man, but I do not falsely cape for the men's community just like I'm able to call the LGBTQ out on a racist bull crap. I'm able to speak truth to power, irregardless. At the end of the day, a lot has happened historically between black men and black women, and I'm not going to fucking lie. I feel like, hold on. I feel like black men got to clean it up. I honestly do. I don't feel like really black women got to clean it up. I feel like black men have to clean this shit up. And I'm saying that for 2 reasons. We have a big issue in the men's community in general that we don't address, which is that men, because when we call this a patriarchy, I want y'all to understand what the fuck that means. When we call this a patriarchy, that means we have literally socialized men in general to be entitled, narcissistic pricks. This is why men struggle to listen to other groups about the way they've experienced men and patriarchy, because men are socialized to not have to give a fuck about the listening and the compassion and the empathetic part. So when it comes to men, because see, women are left to develop the intellect and the heart. Men are only left to develop the mental navigation through life, but the rest of it is entirely disconnected. There are so many black boys who have their black fathers in the house, but as far as those black sons are concerned, they'll tell you it feels like my dad is not in the house because father is not emotionally available, even though he is physically present. Black men are disconnected because we're socializing black men to be emotionally sterile. And until black men actually do the heart surgery, there's going to be a big ass disconnect between the Black women's community and Black men's community, the Black LGBT community and the Black men's community, because both Black women and the Black queer community have issues with the same people, Black men. And the reason why Black men don't like hearing about themselves is because first of all,
They have no fucking
hold on, because I wanna hold on. I'm trying to keep my brain intact. Black men, look.
Sorry.
This is what this shit boils down to. Heavy is the head that wears the motherfucking crown. Black men were given the head position, and we as men used religion in order to condition this system to put us in leadership position. The issue with Black men is that black men want to take responsibility for all the good as the captain, but they don't want to take any responsibility for any of the fuck shit that happened on their watch. Now that we've had an evolution and Black women are able to provide for themselves and don't necessarily have to rely on their legacy being wrapped up in I'm literally going to mute the fuck out of this panel. Like, just please let me gel. I get it. Black women are now living in an era where there's enough room for independence, so Black women don't have to rely on their legacy being left behind as wives and mothers. And now Black men are in a state of identity crisis because now Black women can provide to themselves what they used to only need men for. So this has defaulted men to an issue of having to now be introspective and figure out, well, what is now our fucking place? What is now our place in this society? Because our women can do and provide for themselves what we used to provide. And on top of that, Black men do not want to take ownership of leading women in the way that they have, but then wanting to absolutely hold Black women 100% responsible for the ditches and the potholes they find themselves in. And I think that that's unintelligent. That's unintelligent because we asked women to be blindly led by men, to be deeply submissive to men. We wanted this from women, and then when we as men dropped the fucking ball and left women to fend for themselves, and we're coming back now for the head captain position, we want to take that without having to admit what we've done to Black women, what we've done to Black queer people. We don't want to admit to our fault and our raggediness and our dustiness. And I think that Black women are proper for saying, hold the fuck up. I love y'all and we want y'all, but you talking about accountability, that accountability needs to start where the crown was. The niggas wore the crown. Black men wore the crown. So that accountability has to be reflected and exemplified by Black men first and foremost, because Black women didn't end up in this position by themselves. Black women were abandoned. Black women were abused. Black women were exploited. And nobody ever said, I'm fucking sorry. So if Black women are walking around raggedy, we got to look not at the tail, but look at the head. If Black women are not whoring themselves out and got 16 baby daddies and don't know who the fuck they are as women, we got to start at the motherfucking head, because the system imploded on itself. And Black men, I don't believe Black men did it intentionally, but this is what the condition is, and this is what has fucking happened. And there just needs to be a real empathetic check from Black men about that, because we didn't do this together. Black men want to deflect from accountability and act like we all, Black women did it and quit. No, I'm sorry. The rest of us experienced what Black men did, but we are not all responsible for this position, and I know that it's a lot to take responsibility for, but once again, if you want to wear the crown, don't just glamorize that shit and only want to take responsibility for when shit is popping and shit is right, but also be integral enough, be humbled enough, and be honest enough to be able to take responsibility as well for all of the dark, sinister, murderous, abusive, injurious shit that happened on your watch, because that's what it really means to be a leader. And black men always want to reach, once again, for the top spot, but don't want to do no top spot shit. Don't want to take no top spot responsibility. And I gotta call black men to the carpet. I have to. I cannot allow black women to believe that they've ended up worshiping Kevin Samuels on their own. No. You cannot produce a society and tell and instruct and condition women since the time they are little girls to be submissive to men, to be validated by men, to be damsels in distress and be weight to be measured by men. And then when those men are corrupted and incorrupt, say, what the fuck is wrong with you, black bitch, for wanting to, you don't know how to, this nigga. It's like you can't have it both ways. You condition black women to not think for themselves. You condition black women to see God even in pookie ass. You condition black women to see God and divinity and kingship even in Ray Ray's Dusty down the street living with his mama's ass. This is literally the way that patriarchy groomed and conditioned and psychologically programmed black women. And so when we look at that black women saying, y'all dumb as fuck, that's on part of that patriarchy and the conditioning that patriarchy did to black women. So once again, I don't think we can ever have a conversation about what's happened to black women, or why black women acting stupid, or why black women up Kevin Samuel's ass, or why black women are subjecting themselves to abuse and violence and all of this shit, without bringing black men into that equation, who have used religion and used respectability politics to tell women that your job is to atone for black men's fuck shit and die on that hill, regardless of whether black men are right or wrong. We have my grandmother stayed in a abusive ass narcissistic relationship to my iron fist grandfather because men of religion programmed her to be faithful to her man and to be forgiving, even if it costed her her health, her wealth, her dignity as a fucking woman. And she damn near died behind staying married for the sake of patriarchal religion, at the expense of these respectability. My mother stayed in an abusive relationship to my stepfather off of the heels of being conditioned that this is what it means to be with a black man. You absorb, you atone, and you continue to see the best in black men, even when they ain't choosing your ass, even when they beating your ass, even when they raping your ass, even when they ain't home with their kids and your ass, that you find it in yourself, no matter what black men do, to come out and measure your value as a woman based upon how much abuse you can endure at the hands of these niggas. And these niggas don't even want to say, bitch, I'm sorry. These niggas don't even want to address that patriarchy, the impact of that patriarchy, irregardless of whether you believe it was intentional or not. The impact was the impact. Impact versus intention. Impact versus intention. It doesn't matter that we didn't intend to fuck black women up as a result of becoming fucked up ourselves. The reality is, we did. We did. That was the impact. And so, I just want to know, what are black men going to do? Because black women might have their problems, and black women might be in somewhat a shell of themselves right now, but let me tell you this. More black men in this country, more black children can attest to their mothers being in the picture than their raggedy ass daddies being in the picture. Black women might not be perfect, but black women are still the ones working 2-3 fucking jobs, playing mommy and daddy, even when daddy is off with 12 and 4 other bitches, even when daddy is off wanting to be with his homeboys and sell drugs and do all the fuck shit he does, while he got 2 kids and an ex-wife at home that he's doing nothing for, while playing stepfather to a whole nother bitch. Black women are the ones still at the PTA meetings. Black women are the ones who are making spaces for black trans women, are still making spaces for gay men, while black men were willing to call me a faggot, were willing to kill and dispose of the black trans women. Black trans women are not being murdered by black women. And black gay men are not having their ass whipped by black women. Black men are leading that social violence and that emotional violence. And black men don't want to address it, which just adds insult to all the fucking injury that has occurred. This patriarchy takes up so much space that we will celebrate Malcolm X and Dr. King and have nothing to say about the badass black queens that sacrificed a normal marriage to their men in order to stand behind their men so that they could do a greater work for the rest of the community. We haven't even put those women up on just as much of a pedestal as we did and have done for their husbands. Could you imagine what it was like to be a black woman and to know that your fucking husband barely even has time to be a father and a normal fucking husband because he's out doing what he believes God called him to do? And you suffer in silence and stand in solidarity beside him and affirm him so that he could be present for the rest of us and get no acknowledgement for it as the spinal cord and the backbone to this shit. Black women have overperformed, been underserved, and undervalued. And black men who claim to love black women still are not giving black women their roses and still feel like this is 50-50. Black women and black men ain't 50-50. They ain't 50-50 responsibility in this shit. Black men, y'all dropped the fucking ball. And the rest of us were left to survive black men. Black women have been surviving black men. Black queer people have been surviving black men. We ain't, it ain't no equal, we all equally, and we did not.
So Conscious, when you say these things, because we've had this conversation before, when you say these things,
I mean,
okay,
everything you said was amazing.
I'll wait.
My question to you, because I think we had a conversation about this before. Certainly, I said it before on here. Certainly, there are black men that are not in the household, that are not doing what they're supposed to do. And I did say that if you're going to call yourself an alpha male or a leader of the community, you have to lead by example. And I do agree with you that black women have been the backbone of supporting black men who were in leadership, as you said, who had a calling, like Dr. King. Coretta Scott King went through a hell of a lot, and there's very little talked about the women who gave a sacrifice just as much as the men, if not more. You're absolutely right, because yes, we do have a male dominated society. And due to that reason, women are often marginalized, undervalued, right? And underestimated. And I have to agree with you on those points. But where I sort of different just a little bit is that I think let's not forget that there are black men who did and have been doing their responsibility. And then there are those black men that have been derelict, not taking care of their responsibility, not leading by example, who fit into everything that you just said. But unfortunately, black men that are doing what they're supposed to do, raising their families, and being respectful and having a balance in the household between them and their wife, and her role and her importance in the life of the kids, and just in general. Let's not let what negative things that black men are doing that you spoke of, let's not let those black men be brought and dragged into that drag net that are not engaging in those sort of behaviors and attitudes, and men that do value their family and value their women. Let's not
We can't
assume
say
that
not
all,
all,
let's
but
not
the
make it that
majority.
all black
We
men
can't say
are actually doing that. And that's where I don't like the broad brush. There are certainly, we also have to
we
look
can't
at,
say
we
not
have to also
all.
look at generations. You spoke of your in all due respect to you, spoke of your grandfather. Sister, I'm trying to speak and you're huffing all behind. And then we're sitting up here, the brother's sitting up here talking about how we don't listen to each other. And I'm trying to convey some thoughts here. And you're huffing and puffing behind the, when I sit up here and didn't huff and puff anything anybody said. I mean, come on, that's the whole point right there. What I said before, we don't listen to each other, no patience with each other. It's kind of a damn shame. But all I'm in a nutshell, and I'll end right here. Let's not forget that there are black men who don't fall in the category of what you're talking about, Consciouztv, and there are those that do. And then you got to look at intergenerations, generation that your grandfather came from, where it was like a woman's supposed to be in the house barefoot and pregnant. We got to look at those generational things. We have a generation today that's a lot different than a generation that your grandfather came from. So I'm hoping that we can evolve. As much as we talk about what the problems are, how about we start figuring out how we can come up with solutions? Not that you're not a solution-oriented brother, but we need to start thinking about solutions because the generations are changing. It's a different generation now. And I certainly, being a man who is raising a daughter, I'm trying to do the best I can as a man to provide values and balance between her mother and me. And I'm never going to allow anything to keep my daughter from becoming whatever she wants to be. Sky's the limit. I'm not going to limit her with sexism and all those sort of things that have gone on for a long time. That's all I wanted to say.
Can I interject really quick?
It's not all men, but it's
what you
most
said,
black
information man. What you said, information man. You said a mouthful because with one word you said, you told us the solution. The solution is balance. Do you see what I'm saying? In the first place, everything that Consciouztv said, he is absolutely telling the truth. And the problem is that you have been given the crown. You don't know what to do with the crown. You don't want to accept responsibility for the crown. But on the other hand, you got men like you. But see, those that don't want to accept responsibility, that dysfunction is brought to the forefront. See, we don't see the men like you taking care of the family. You know what I mean? And it's not only men that are college educated. My husband is a blue collar worker. Okay, I met my husband through my father. That is the example that I have. A lot, you have to, like you said, you have to lead by example. But unfortunately, these days you don't have a lot of homes with that sort of thing, and that's unfortunate. And that is shaping people's values, whether they want to believe it or not. So it makes you, I'm gonna blame you for all my. I'm gonna blame you for all my pain. No, I'm gonna blame you for all my pain, and you never find any balance. Okay, because black people, we do not function well when we're dealing with white male patriarchy. That's just a fact, because we are built different. Women, us melanated women, are stronger than a lot of other races of women, especially in this country, because we have had to
No, we're not.
And so, and let me finish. Let me finish. And the reason why I say that, and the reason why you have not walked in my shoes, young lady, you cannot tell me nothing. But anyway, like I said, the reason why I said that, the reason why you have to practice reciprocity in a relationship is because we are stronger. We are strong-willed, unfortunately, a lot of times, because we have to be. We don't have the choice. We don't have the choice but to take care of our kids by ourselves if the man is going to walk out of the home and not going to be a provider. We have to be a protector. We have to be the provider. We have to do this for ourselves. And it's not only in this country. In Kenya, there is a village called the Village of No Men. Because those men would not protect those women. Okay, so they protect and provide for themselves. So when I say we are stronger because we have to be, we are. That's why we have to practice reciprocity and balance. I'm not. You cannot dictate the black. You know, you shouldn't have to be, but we are. But you can't say we're not feminine. You cannot say we are not feminine because we have to be stronger. And you shouldn't feel bad for your strength because you can't compare yourself because you don't know, you don't understand that you are superior to every other woman on the planet. You refuse to accept your crown also. Okay, so when information is saying you just can't blame one person, you got to blame both. You have to have balance. And that is exactly what you have to have.
We don't have to be strong, and we don't have
I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be dainty. I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be any other thing except for who I am. I want to be strong. I want to be independent. I want to be married. I want to be the head of my family beside my husband, not because I'm supposed to be, but because I want to be.
Don't tell black women to do that. We don't want to be head of household.
Well, see, the problem is, wait a minute, the problem is that you have failed for this. You have fallen, unfortunately, for this whole divestment crap. And then I think that is a sign of weakness when you have to divest, when you don't have faith in your own community. That is a sign of weakness to me because I come from a different generation. Okay, I come from a different generation. All right, you have to choose to be accountable for yourself. It is nobody's choice because you make the wrong choice in man. You have to be stronger than that.
Stronger than black women don't have to have any more.
I'm not saying you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I'm speaking from a singular standpoint. This is my opinion. We are not a monolithic people. We all know this. Okay, you know, if the shoe don't fit, don't put it on. I'm speaking from my experience.
Black women should be able to rest in our femininity. We should be able to.
I rest in my femininity every day. I rest in my femininity every day. Okay? Every day I rest in my femininity. You can't dictate to me what my femininity is.
That's a lot of masculinity.
We don't have to be strong. That's all. We don't have to be strong.
I have to be strong.
You sound masculine right now.
I have to be strong because I am the matriarch in my family on my mother's side. So yes, I have to be strong. Okay? I don't have a choice because I have to say because the younger people in my family, have to follow my lead, just like I had to follow the lead of my matriarchs when I was a child. The problem is generations after generations, things are not being passed down. Things are being skipped over. Things are not being taught. So we are breaking down as a community collectively, not individually, but collectively.
So you don't see an issue with how you have to be strong. You say you have to be strong.
I choose to be strong. I have to. No, let me tell you something. I have to be strong because I am the matriarch of my family and I wouldn't have it any other way. All right. My husband is the matriarch of my family unit, but on my mama's side, I am the matriarch. I'm the oldest person in my family, and I'm not even 55 years old.
Where has matriarchy gotten us? Where has black matriarchy
matriarchy gets me a lot because I rule my family. Okay, what I say go at the end of the freaking day. All right.
I do want to let hold on. I do want to let Jace interject as well. She has literally been supernaturally patient.
I'm sorry, Jace. I apologize.
This entire time, and I do want to say that before I let Ajay speak, I do want to say that if it wasn't for black matriarchy, there would honestly be nothing left of the black community at this point. The only thing even holding the black community together is black matriarchy. I also, to Information Man's point before I move on, the accountability that we're asking on behalf of men, I also don't want that to be conflated with taking anything away from good, wholesome, responsible, righteous black men who are doing what they are supposed to do.
What I wanted to say real quick before Jazz come in, and I'll make it short. This is why I say the things I say, gentlemen and ladies. I'm a member of a black brotherhood that's been around for over 100 years. I have gone into the households and gone into communities, working with youth, girls, young men in communities where women were happy to see Black men taking responsibility, working with youth, working with the sons. And I am proud to say that I've been a part of an organization that has made some difference in some of these communities around the country, because we're internationally and national. And I have seen kids that could have easily fallen to gang violence, been in jail, transform their life. And I've seen them as adults today, and very happy that I've made a contribution personally. The men in my organization, that's part of what we do. We give back, we get involved in the community, we get our hands dirty. There were people that I knew that were gang members who said, thank you for doing what you did. You didn't come in preachy, because I definitely don't want my brother or my cousin to go down the road that I went down. So the reason why I speak the way I do in terms of, okay, what dusty Black men are we talking about? Because the Black men that I am around, we're doing things that go back to what I said before, solutions. And there are Black women out there that are starving for Black men to come in and help build community and get things back in order. And I'm not saying that makes us strong, that makes us better than Black women, because certainly there are Black women doing the best that they can. But there are Black women that say, hey, I can raise my son, but I can't raise him to be a man. And we're glad to see Black men coming into the community, providing a mentor program or a rites of passage program, or a program where we talk about the responsibility of the young man if he gets a young lady pregnant in our Project Alpha, it's called. So that's the background that I come from. And that's why, just so you know, that's why I talk the way I talk in this particular subject matter.
Information man, unfortunately, if I may real fast, unfortunately, the information man,
hold on.
men like you,
hold on, after Miss Oracle, Jace literally has to be the next.
Okay, I just want to
literally, she has to be this.
Thank you, thank you, baby. I just want to say this real fast.
No problem.
Unfortunately, information man, and thank you so much for what you are doing in your community. But men like you, they don't get the limelight, the dysfunction, the dysfunction because of propaganda. That is what's pushed forth. Those are the types of guys of the what do you call it, the toxic masculinity. Those things are pushed onto the world. That is how they want. That is how they want the Black man to be looked at. And men like you that are actually doing something to make a difference in your community, they get overlooked. But you, there are many of you out there. That's the point. That's what. And I understand when you say you can't paint us Black men with a broad brush. Do you see what I'm saying? I get that. Do you know what I mean? And because I just want to say this too. And when it comes to Black men, you have a new generation of Black men like a Consciouztv over here, right? So you kind of have to be careful when it comes to something about what do you call homophobia, right? Because you see this Black man right here, he is a beautiful man, right? He has a message. He is much more than his red hair and his dang on tattoos. He got a brain in his head, and he could save somebody's life. But because he could save a little boy on the corner's life, okay? I'm just telling you this by talking to him, by giving a damn, okay? But you have so much going on, so much other materialistic nonsense going on in our community. That is part of the reason why we are dismantling our community. We got too much visual stuff that we have to worry about. You got to keep up the Joneses. You got to keep up the toxic masculinity. And what do you mean by high value man? Are you basing a high value man on monetarily? Because you can be the richest Black man in the world and still be a son of a bitch and still be a domestic violence abuser. Okay, you can't base your character and your value and your self-worth on these materialistic things. And I'm gonna stop right there, but I just want to put that in.
I agree. And shout out to the information man. Jazzy, I know you probably have a lot to say at this point. I'm so sorry for the extended wait, period. But you definitely have the floor.
Well, I'd first like to say that I'm enjoying the conversation. I was blessed to grow up in a home with both parents. And I saw my father take care of his family, going to someone's job and running his own business to take care of us. So I know what a man that wears the crown is supposed to do. I think historically, when we look back even to the passage, that the women that survived that passage were strong women. That during slavery, women would sometimes would place themselves in positions where they were protecting their men from the massa, that they would lay with their master in order for him not to beat or kill their men. It's in our genes. And to me, there is nothing absolute that I'm proud to say that I'm a strong Black woman. I remember being a child when late young teenage girls would come see my mother and it confessed that they were pregnant and they were afraid to tell their fathers and tell their families about these pregnancies. And then it seemed to be a thing where young women were having babies for men and they were in a position where the man wasn't there, where they had to, as Olivia said, they had to be the mother and the father. As Conscious said, they had to work 2 and 3 jobs to take care of their children. That was a trend. Then drugs came into our communities, and the men were jailed, leaving women with their sons and their daughters to provide and to take care of them. I don't know why any Black woman would think that there is anything wrong with us, whether we having to be strong or whether we just are strong. I've heard young women talk about this, that somehow my strength is a sacrifice of my femininity. No, it is not. And I have, over the years, I have met men because Black women have become educated, because they have been out here on the front lines for hundreds of years, want to somehow think that I'm being a man or trying to be a man because I'm taking care of myself. I was reared with that you are responsible for you. So you make sure that you are taking care of you, that you can't become so trustful of anyone as to think that they won't at some point turn you. I've been with very wealthy people, male and female. I know what it feels like for them to pull, to decide that they're not going to support me or they're going to cut off the change. I don't think, I just think that I've talked to a number of young women who seem to think there's something wrong or something out of place, because we do have to be strong. We have been strong. That is because we have birthed a generation of young children. I once sat on a panel with some single mothers who had sons, and I asked them if they were rearing young men that they would want to date or marry. And they wanted to quarter me. They wanted to stab me multiple times and beat me down because it was like, how dare you ask me that? Well, I'm asking you that because your sons are falling short in their responsibilities as a man. You're not a man just because you're able to stick your dick in somebody's pussy and have babies, have babies everywhere. That your penis doesn't make you a man. What makes you a man is when you at first accept your responsibility as being the head. You're right, Conscious. Religion has taught us that. I think it's in First Timothy or something where it describes a woman has to be submissive to her husband. Men don't typically read the rest of it, which tells them how to treat their helpmeet. It didn't say that if I have to stay in an abusive relationship just because I'm your wife. I like what you're doing, Information Man. And as Olivia said, there are many of you out there who are doing these things. However, we have I don't know what the percentages are,
Right.
but we seem to have more men who shirk their responsibilities and then want me to be submissive to them. That's never going to happen.
Right.
I will respect a man who respects me. I will respect a man who respects that we are in this together, that what I say and how I feel matters. It's not a one-way street where you can victimize me because I am your woman.
Mm-hmm.
I love being a woman. I love it. I love being a Black woman. I love the strength and the confidence that I exude when I'm out. I love it. We as Black women, it is not about having to be strong. We are strong. And that's not going to stop because someone questions whether or not we are feminine. When you have been out here taking care of your family, when you have been the head of the household, then I don't understand why there's anything wrong with us being badass bitches. I just don't understand it. Shit, I don't understand it. Because we are the shit, and I know that there's some young women who have a problem with Black women being on the front lines in politics, Black women being on the front lines, and whenever there's disruption in the neighborhood, when the men left because of incarceration or death or however they left, we couldn't stop going because the men weren't there. We had to continue to do these things. I have there are men that have been raised in single families with overprotective mothers.
Yes.
So that when they get involved with a woman, they somehow, I don't know if they're looking for a woman or if they're looking for another female who is going to treat them like their mothers. I'm not going to be with somebody that if he does some fuck shit that I can't say something about it or correct it. That's out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
I will praise you when you are doing it and doing it right, but I'm also climb up your ass when you're not. So
I really
and the other thing I wanted to say was, I don't know why any woman would go to Kevin Samuels who hasn't demonstrated that he has a successful relationship. Why would you ask relationship information from such a person? It doesn't even make sense to me.
Boom.
So,
bingo.
And I just want to add a
name.
I kind of want to caveat a little bit to what you were saying, Jace. I mean, what we're really essentially talking about is we are realizing that our community, like the reason why the reason why so much is wrong with the Black community is because what we're really understanding is that we are going to have to literally return to scratch as a Black community. We're going to have to divorce all of our ideas about gender, all of our ideas about gender roles, all of our ideas about religion. We're going to have to literally, it would take divorcing the entire system in order to have a fair shot at a real reconstruction era. Not externally, but internally.
Internally, you're right.
Like reconstructing metaphysically, emotionally, and mentally. What I wanted to say is that I don't really, when we talk about femininity and we talk about Black women can't raise Black boys, I disagree.
No, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that.
You wasn't.
Yeah. Okay.
No. You wasn't. But
what I said is, I think what I said, Consciouztv, is that, and I talk from experience, my brother. I said that women can raise Black boys, and they have been doing it despite having, whether a man is in the household or the father is there or not. However, I do not believe from a biological level and how we as men operate when we engage in rites of passage. And what people need to understand, when men gather, there's a tribalism that men have amongst each other and how we move and operate. And I don't believe, or I have never seen it personally, that a woman can raise a boy in the attributes he needs to understand of what it is to be a man when he is raised by men. I'm not talking about muscles and muncho stuff here when I talk about that. I'm talking about men who actually exemplify what it is to be a man, not the stereotypical stuff. I don't think black women can give a black boy those essence, although she can raise a black boy the best that she can. There is still always, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, because I've done a lot of work with kids, there's still something void in that young man without the proper masculine or proper father figure, father in the child's life. Now, I know this because my mother raised me a good amount of my life without my father. My father and mother divorced when I was very young. And then I would go visit my father in the summers back in Baltimore, Maryland, going back and forth. And then there was a point where it all kind of cut itself off. And I have to admit that although my mom did the best she could raising me, guess what ended up happening? What men usually do is we seek out those things by doing what? That's why you have guys who get into sports. We seek out those tribal, cultural, tribal things through getting involved and joining clubs. The boys club, when I was coming up, we had the boys club. So although my father wasn't around, there were still men in my life, whether it be in sports or whatever I participated in, that kind of filled a little bit of that void that my mother could not give me, no matter how much love she gave me as a mother. There was still something missing. And that's why, unfortunately, sometimes boys will venture out and they will get involved with street organizations, better known as gangs. They'll run around with the wrong kind of guys sometimes, not all the time, because we're still trying to seek something that our mother can't get us. All of us went through this. If you're raised by your mother as a boy, sometimes you get a little bit older, your voice gets a little bit deeper, and now your mom is saying, oh boy, you thinking you grown now. Because at some point in time, this little boy that you raise, those hormones start to race to his body, and he's trying to test himself. And that's where having a man or a father in his life, a father has a different way that he's going to discipline that boy and how he's going to challenge that boy to raise him into a man that a woman, I'm sorry, cannot do on the same level. Doesn't mean that he can't grow up and still be a success in life, but there's still something different. It goes back to what Olivia said. There's an unbalance there. We have to have the balance of feminine energy and masculine energy. But although you say you are a gay man, you still have those principles in you if you got some sort of male energy, however that male energy came from.
But that's the
father. I'll stop right there. I'll stop right there.
But that's the thing, information. Hold on. Like, that's the thing, information, man. The only reason why we actually put, because even in listening to you, it's a giveaway. We keep swapping between terminology like biological sex and energy, because really what's being conflated is that we have been in the practice of assigning two universal polarities to a sex, when really the truth is all sexes possess those forces. So it actually does not require men biologically themselves or women biologically themselves. It just requires people who understand that both polarities exist and who can properly cultivate that, whether it's men or women. Now, what's interesting about this is that I think it's funny that we'll talk about Black boys being inadequate because they don't have their fathers in their life, but we won't say that about a Black girl who's predominantly raised by her father, that she's inadequate. We only make those assumptions about Black boys, because the truth is we're still defining femininity on some level as fragile, as weak, as as insufficient, or as impartial or fractured in some way, and we won't accept.
But Consciouztv, if you do the research, there are a lot of girls, Black girls in particular, they do tend to do better in general when they've had a great, functional, loving, nurturing father in their life. Our daughters do tend to do better when they have a father in their life.
But information, man, that's actually the case for any healthy authority. All young people do good when they have a functional, healthy, upstanding, even if it's a single parent. People do well as long as whoever is doing the teaching and nurturing is whole and righteous. It doesn't matter whether it's two parents in the household, single parent. Said now, and just to piggyback off of what I was saying about how we don't do this about women, because let me tell you, my mother was a pretty girl who was into her makeup, her wigs, her clothes. She was submissive and knew how to charm and seduce a man. And yet my mother, when my stepfather fell apart, brought the bacon home to the family, became the predominant breadwinner, and my mama blew the head off of a nigga who tried to come through our apartment window when I was younger, who thought he was going to come in and take what didn't belong to him. Because so the fact that we're sitting here talking about Black women as a spinal cord is literally informing us in and of itself that this isn't that the sexes themselves are not unique in terms of possessing leadership ability. Men are not naturally better at leadership than women just because they're men. Women are not better nurturers in and of themselves just because they're women. These things are not exclusive to those things, but because in the West, we have such a dense and polarizing understanding of the polarities, and we are deeply addicted to assigning them to the biology. We can't almost see beyond the veil, but I've seen beyond the veil because I'm a gay man who was predominantly raised by a single mother. My stepfather was on crack, on coke, a chronic cheater. He was barely in the house. He was physically abusive to my mother, and yet my mother's influence and her being in touch with her femininity and masculinity taught me two fundamental things. That all I need to do is be able to love and to be integral in that love.
Amen.
That's it. Between love and being integral in that love, that's it. The rest of that shit is superficial attributes that we attach to men and women that have no intrinsic value in and of themselves. I don't need to play sports to prove my masculinity. I do need to know how to talk myself out of my emotions when they're getting the best of me. That's where masculinity comes into play at. I don't also need to play or be a ballerina to be in touch with my femininity. I need to just be empathetic. I need to be able to be empathetic and have access to my emotions when necessary, so that I know how to experience intimacy and empathy and all of the beautiful trinkets of having an emotional body, because men demonize that emotional body, and these be where men and women break up at, because women are leading off. I'm not even going back there, but my point is, I think that we put too much emphasis on the biology and we don't deal enough with the energy. If it's energy, that's literally what it is. And all we need is people being whole and complete, and they can raise whole and complete people, whether it's a woman raising a man or a man raising a woman, etc. They just need to be whole and complete and in touch with both their own femininity. and masculinity. This is what we need to
We put too
instill
much
That's right.
emphasis on white male patriarchy.
That's
We put too
right.
much emphasis on what white male patriarchy says.
So
What you have, the qualities that you have to have in order to be a man or even raise a man. Because in a perfect world, you will have a functional, not a dysfunctional, but a functional mom and dad in the home. But in particular in the black community, you don't always have that. You don't always see that. So I
That's right.
disagree. I disagree with a woman not being able to raise a man simply because if you are a good mother, you will know that you have to teach your child to be independent. You can't coddle your son. If it's something that you feel that he is lacking, you go out and find that and you seek help
right.
from whoever it is that you have to seek help from to give him what he needs. A lot of the times, some women don't have the ability to realize that even though you're doing the best you can do, you might
Right.
need help from somebody every once in a while. You know what I mean? And there are
Well,
a
I
lot
hope
of
I hope I
successful.
didn't lead any of you to believe that I didn't think that it was possible for
Oh no,
a
no, I
single
didn't.
mother,
Oh
I
yeah,
because
think
no,
that
that,
is
but I
not
think
you
what
did.
I
that
was
No,
information
said at
man.
all.
it's
I
not that
think
it's
the
not. It's not
information
that it's not.
man.
It's not that it's not possible. And I had mentioned the fact that yes, there are tons of women that have raised boys to young men. But I'm gonna stay still. You know, my family is. I got about 15 uncles, and I just see how the men in my family move and operate. And I just think that if we're going to talk about the polarities that Consciouztv is talking about, then if we're going to talk about balance, I just personally think that it is important for a male or a female child or any family members that there's a balance in that household or in that family or somewhere in your life where you're
World.
getting both sides of a woman's perspective. Because even if a woman or a man can be in touch with their feminine side or their masculine side, I got to be honest with you, I still want to be able to gain the experiences that a woman brings to my life, as well as a man, whether it be an uncle, whether it be my father. I still want to gain the wisdom that both people can bring to my life that I believe brings me even more balance. That's just because I don't think if you look at everything in nature, animals, bugs, there's a balance in nature. And I just think that personally, that's part of our problem as black. That's one of our problems in our black, some of our black communities, because I do not like to paint with a broad brush all black communities, because there's different types of black communities, believe it or not. But I
But
think that balance is
a lot of the time,
important to
information man, we
nurturing a
don't have a
child.
choice.
I
A
think
lot of the
those
time,
are
though,
all
baby, we
important
don't
to
have a
nurturing
You
a
hit
choice.
child.
something. You hit the bullseye on that one, on that balance. Oh, you hit the bullseye. Now, if you
Yeah,
notice,
he's
I've
right
just been
about the
sitting back
balance.
listening to everybody. I've been listening.
Keyword community. I think
You
I
a
agree,
lot of
Nick.
people
hit
I
leave out
the
agree.
the fact that
bullseye when
I agree,
you
Nick.
said balance. You have to have balance. If you don't, you're going to have to be creative in some other sort of way for that balance. You know what I
That's not.
mean?
I just said that though. I said that if you are a
No,
good mom and you're a single mom, if you can't provide that masculinity for your son, you have to go out and find somebody that can give him what he needs. If you are a
in the
good mother,
community.
then you won't coddle your
Jesus.
child and you
Why
will
do
try
you
to
keep
find. And then
talking
even
over
if you
me?
can't find it, no, I
Why
ain't
do you
trying to.
keep
Then I'm
talking
just
over
saying,
me?
I'm not trying to, sir. I'm just saying.
But you
But
are.
you're trying to lead back to the patriarchy thing, and that doesn't work in
You're
a perfect
talking
world.
over
It works
me.
for the
I
black
haven't been rude
community.
to you,
No, I ain't being rude, sir. I'm just telling you that doesn't work all the time.
but that
Because
is rude.
sometimes a
Talking
single
over
mother
people is
can't
being
find
rude.
anybody else to help her.
It's
She
being
don't have
rude. Talking
nobody else
over.
to go for help. That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all keep trying to push this one. A man need to be a tribe. A woman can't raise a man. What if she don't have a choice? And that man grows up and he's still functional. Okay?
Olivia, all
Sometimes they
due
don't have a
respect to you,
choice.
I agree with you. There's plenty of
She keeps
examples
talking over me.
where
I'm
there's
trying to make
plenty of
a point. I
examples.
can't make my point because she's
Okay,
talking over
Mr.
me on every
Ray,
turn.
I just
Okay.
I just want to say that
Capricia,
there are examples where women have done the best they can do, and their sons have turned out successful. I do agree that happens, but I still think that you get the ultimate when you get all those different
Yes, in
energies
a
from
perfect
men
world.
and women.
Absolutely.
You get a
In a
good, that's a
perfect,
good balance. That's why
perfect world.
I said the word balance as well. I'm
Yes.
not
You're
negating. I
right.
can't sit up here and
You're right.
I can't sit up here and look you all in the face or on this platform and sit up here like black women have not raised black boys, and those young boys have grown up to be men that have been successful in life because they got all those elements that Consciouztv talked about. No, I would be lying to you. Okay. But I wish in a better world that everyone growing up, man, woman, child, whoever, would get all those attributes from all different people. That's all I want to say.
The strength that I have right
it,
now because of my father, that he taught me to be independent. But our girls don't get that. No, and if just because you got a daddy in your house, don't mean it's always a good thing. You just sit up and heard Consciouztv tell him about his experience with his stepfather. It was wholly dysfunctional. Why would you want that man in your house teaching your son that type of dysfunction? See, it's not always a be all end all, to create a successful human and successful adult by having two people in the home. A lot of women stay in the home with a man, even though he beating her down physically, mentally, and emotionally. And the little girls and the little boys are sitting up and watching that. And that is the example that they're going to lead. That is how they're going to live their life. And that is not always a good thing. That is all I was trying to say. In a perfect world, everybody's mom and dad would be like Leave It to Beaver or something, okay? But
Right.
in our society in particular, in the black community, it is not always that way, and we have to do the best that we can do. And I appreciate what you are doing, but I can't just stand by and be quiet and make it seem like women aren't doing the best they can do. And sometimes the best you can do is enough. It is enough. And you don't have to feel like you're doing something wrong because you have to raise your son or your daughter on your own. We would rather not have to be this strong. We would rather not have to be the head of the household. But the fact is, sometimes we don't have a choice.
We don't have a choice.
Okay,
Right.
Consciouztv.
yes, Ray, I want you to finish your thoughts.
Okay,
I'm going to mute.
I've been trying to, but I keep getting talked over by Olivia.
We are all ears, Mr. Ray.
Okay, now the brother hit on a valid and important point: balance. See, when you got balance, you have people. You got the teeter-totter. That's how it works. Just like this. Okay, the center portion of it is what it rides on. That causes the balance. Now, you have said, young person, be them man, well, be them male or female, that have the example to look at, and they get that balance. I mean, I look at it like this here. Girls look at their fathers that are loving fathers and actually actively engaged in their lives. That's their blueprint to what they look for out here in the streets when they go to get a man, right? Because they'll sit there like, well, if you ain't gonna love me more than my daddy, what you gonna do for me? Now, you got that aspect of it all. Then you have the boys, okay? The boys, they innately want to add themselves up to be better than the man that they witnessed, okay? That's just something in their essence that they want to do, right? Because you keep pushing it forward. Now, when you don't have that balance, you've got imbalance. And imbalance is what's crippling a lot of Black America. Then a lot of Black people always, well, white people this. I don't even bring white people up because what white people got to do with us? I ain't talking nothing about, I don't give a damn about white folk. I talk about Black folk, our people. What we need to do to better our situation and our interactions with each other to come to common ground so that we could get, keyword, solutions to the problem. Not going on continually, oh, the problem, oh, single mothers, you know, they ain't shit. Oh, well, you got these serial baby daddies, and they just dropping their seed all over the world. And okay, all that's easy to say. That's the problem. Are we going to talk about how do we have a solution for that? Can we get to the solution part instead of sitting here with all the drama?
But
see,
can I say something to one of your points, Mr. Ray?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's like a lot of complexities within complexities, because even the notion that a woman
Conscious,
should.
did you? I think you gave us solution.
Oh, I know I did, Jace. I definitely did, but and I probably going to reiterate them too. But I was going to speak to like we're going wrong here a little bit. I think it's a misnomer for women to use their fathers as a model for how their husbands are going to treat them, because husbands and fathers have two different relationships to their daughters to begin with. Your father doesn't even know the pussy popping twerking aspect of you that I know as your daddy, as your nigga. Your father doesn't even know the freak. Your daddy isn't even experiencing the totality of you. I do, as baby daddy, boyfriend, husband. So I'm just simply arguing that if we would just stop with this gender role crap and just literally inform females and males to be loving, compassionate individuals, literally this thing would work out if we would. Because see, the reason why it's this complicated is because we don't really want to accept how simple this really is. It became about this, that, and the third, and now we're trying to make do with confusion. Really, all you need is to raise people who understand what love is and who are willing to love, because everything is wrapped up in love. Like the reason why my mother could be a wife and a mother and a provider and a warrior is because she loved, and because she loved, she had a natural inclination to protect, and because she had a natural inclination to protect because she loved, that made her a provider. Like all of that is wrapped up inside of love. Like the issue here is that we're making love women's job and making manual labor men's job. And we're just and we're trying to literally really make the sexes unique in those ways. And there is nothing. There's only a 6,700 hormonal difference between men and women, but everything else is the goddamn same. There are some physical unique.
People can love. There are some people. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. People can love each other equally. There are men that I love, and I tell them, I love you, and I will hug them. But we're not going to get physically involved, but I love them. And these are people that were on the line with me in Iraq and Afghanistan, where we damn near had to lay our lives down for each other, and it's one that didn't make it back. And I am sure that I'm in contact with his daughter. She has questions about her daddy. I'm the best one to answer because I was his best friend. Love that man to death, still love him. I'm like, he is still my friend because as long as I live, that friendship lives. But when you get into the sexual aspect of it all, you know, some people, they get kind of, like you have some men that even look at, man, that's my boy, man, I love him. And they will look at you like, you love him? Yeah, that's my friend. I love him. I have two other friends I love to death. My son's first name and middle name are named after those two men, and I love them. If they got a problem and I got to come there and it's going to be something, we going to, just like we live together, we going to die together. That's
May
love.
I say
So
before my phone?
I had a
This
question.
exactly.
I had a question for
This is
Conscious
exactly
TV. Well, I
why
have an
we
answer to what you were saying. So part of
sorry,
our problem in this
to interrupt.
society is that we're so caught up in social constructs such as race. You're black, you're white, you're this or that. If we could simply get ourselves out of this entrapment of social constructs and just see and just love each other and respect each other and take the time to listen to each other. And like you said, your mother did everything that she did because there was one thing that binded all together, which was love. So she was willing to sacrifice. My mother did the same thing. She's willing to sacrifice herself, protect you, provide everything. So I think it's really about us breaking away from the societal concepts that keep us, that imprison our minds and our behaviors, and get out of that and just see,
And yes, we
treat
have
each
to
other
get.
with love.
We have
But
to
that
get
is not
away
the
from
black
that.
exactly,
person. That is not the black person's
exactly.
burden to bear because we
No,
didn't
but no,
create those
Conscious,
social
you get what
constructs.
I'm saying, though, brother,
Yeah,
right? You
yeah,
get what I'm saying.
yeah. No, I totally
I
understand,
get
Exactly.
what, and I
and I want to let
too.
Bree yourself a step in here too, because she's trying to get in here too. Go ahead, Bree.
I'm sorry, y'all know I've been having issues or whatever.
I know.
This is
Yes.
part of the reason why I feel like, as much as people talk about women having issues and being very masculine. I've been trying to get on here for a minute, so I have a few topics to talk about. But this is one of the reasons why I feel like we as women are viewed as quote unquote masculine now. Because whenever a woman, if you notice in this new generation and age, I think a Family Matters at this day and age, as soon as anybody says any sense of quote unquote femininity or quote unquote softness within themselves, then that's an issue. If you look at the quote unquote standards of women, we should be the emotional backbone. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's take this back to roots, bro. We talk about fucking Kunta getting his foot cut off and XYZ, but how about let's talk about his wife and shit that had to cradle this nigga when he fucking lost his foot and was getting his ass beat and she was getting whipped and raped and shit in the chambers, and we barely even had a series about her at all. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Ooh.
and we
But
had
I
to
had spoke about
heal
that, Bree. I had
ourselves
spoke about that earlier, boo.
so long until we get. And yes, we spoke about that, but at the same time, it made me think about it again, because when Leonard talked about how he said he loved his boy or whatever, it was almost this sense of like, I love you, but there's this sense of like pulling away as a man, because a man can say he loves another man, but if it gets too sensitive, for some reason, you niggas like pull back for some reason. It's like, I can love you, bro, but if I love you too hard, then it's weird, because then I'm this and then I'm that. And it's just like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? You just said you named your kids after him or their middle names, but then you said you love them and you'll hug them. But I could tell in a certain part of you that you like pulled away for a minute, because if the love is a little too much to a certain extent, then it's weird.
No, I didn't pull
And I
away
don't
at
get
all.
that.
No, no, no,
I
no,
don't get
no,
that
no,
with y'all.
no, no.
It's
Let
like,
me cut you off. I don't normally cut people off. No, 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 no. I
you
never
kind of,
did that.
am I that felt that?
Never did that.
Am I the only one that felt that?
Who felt what?
So I'm the
Who
I'm the
felt
only
what?
Feeling
one that
ain't
felt
knowing,
like
is it?
whenever y'all talk about your
Your
wife,
phone.
it's like, I love you, but it's like to a certain extent, or it's weird.
Feeling ain't knowing, is it?
Y'all do. I don't think y'all men.
Oh, I
Huh?
definitely I definitely have talked about, like, because of the way that men are socialized, like, men, of course, struggle with intimacy and emotional vulnerability and emotional receptivity, unless it's in the form of anger, it's in the form of rage. But outside of that, men don't
Yes.
really like to travel any other place on the emotional spectrum. And I feel like, even just to dig a little bit deeper than that, I was watching this all men's panel with Charlamagne the God and a bunch of other men, and they were talking about black men's health and black men's mental health. And this black man said something so powerful, and I think it completely disrupts this whole idea that men need more than one woman, and men naturally need to reproduce and need to be with multiple women. He said something so powerful, because he's a married man, and he said, if more men would actually truly share themselves and really open their truth and their soul to the woman they're involved with, that, and I'm terribly paraphrasing, that most men would be able to make the same emotional bond and be fulfilled the way that women are, because women reciprocate that level of transparency and honesty, and are willing to share their scars physically, willing to share their scars emotionally. This is what makes women deeply loyal to men and makes them capable of being satisfied with one man and one man only. The only reason why men oftentimes find themselves on the cheating spectrum is because they're not emotionally reciprocating the same labor that women provide in those relationships. And if men would just make those profound emotional strides, they would find themselves secure, they would find their cup overflowing, and have another level of appreciation for their marriages, for fidelity, for monogamy. But because there are emotional voids there, that can be due to father fractures, mother fractures, trauma, or just the way that they're socialized, this all strips Black men of being able to experience their emotions in ways that are gratifying and rewarding for them. And Black men are really missing out on that, while Black women aren't. But Black women are still suffering because they're the only ones doing that in the relationship, generally speaking. And so, yes, like, it's very clear, because if we look at the statistics, suicidal ideation amongst Black male youth is 3 times as high today as it ever was, because what Black young men are saying is that they cannot sustain this brand of masculinity that's being sold to them. They cannot sustain this lack of emotionality. They cannot sustain not being able to show up in ways that are authentic and genuine for them, that they can't keep walking around as a caricature of themselves, and attempting to is literally costing young Black men their life before they even make it to mid-age. And so there's something deeply missing from Black men's pots, and I feel like in ways Black men can learn from Black women, because the only thing I really see missing from Black men is the emotional shit. Like, if you
there you go.
you got to allow your heart. Like, somebody got to tell Black men to, like, we have to give permission to Black men to let your fucking heart break. Like, you are not a bitch because your heart is broken. You're not a pussy because your heart is broken that your father never came home, or because that woman cheated on you and left you dry, or because that child miscarried in that woman, or wherever your sadness is. That it's not only okay for you to be heartbroken, it's also okay for you to be completely emotionally dedicated to your children. It is okay for you to be completely and emotionally dedicated to your woman without having to worry about being punked or teased or looked at some way by your boys who see you as a pushover, because you know how to respect a woman, and because your priority is your woman and your family. Like, black men are going to have to divorce black male toxicity that's informing them and disrupting the families that they say they want to have, but that they indirectly are actually destroying, because they're more worried about impressing their boys than really getting in their heart and having real life priorities that are going to be beneficial to them, like a family, like a loyal and reliable relationship, like healthy emotional coping mechanisms and expressions. Like, this is why I said earlier, we have got to, the black community is going to have to literally go through a real reconstruction era. We're going to have to divorce all of the shit, all of it, all of our assumptions about all of it, and we're going to have to realign and build this shit from the ground the fuck up. And just back to my point about women, see, women have kind of been in the perfect predicament, because women have been able to develop their femininity while also developing their masculinity. Well, how do we know, CTV? Because this is why you see female police officers, female military sergeants.
Yes.
This is why you see women lay their life down too. Women also know how to get the bag and protect the bag as well. Women are complete in that way, and all I want is for black men to be complete in that way too.
Amen.
Well, see, that's the thing. See,
I
I'm not a man that is emotionally disconnected, and I have the photos on my wall to prove it. I have the photo of my best friend that didn't make it through a firefight, the last deployment that I was in Afghanistan. I have the photo of my daughter on the wall, who's the first black woman in the history of the 101st Airborne Division to get wounded in combat, that wears the Purple Heart because she was wounded. I have a picture of the greatest house music DJ that ever was, first house music Grammy winning DJ, Frankie Knuckles, who is my friend. Okay? And I'm not emotionally stifled like that. I would see Frankie,
And that's why you the bomb.com.
And
that's why you the bomb.com, Ray.
Yeah, see, he and Frederick, they never got the opportunity to get married because he died before you could legally have same-sex marriages. And there's one thing that Frankie told me that's just held my whole thing together with this DJ thing. He said, look, to not get lost in this bullshit that's going on, keep people around you that love you and keep you grounded, because otherwise all of the fanfare, that shit will eat you alive, and you will be living a lie and don't know what it is, and they take it from you, you're done. Now, this is Frankie Knuckles, the greatest house music DJ that ever lived, okay? The greatest one. And that's my friend. And, you know, you get a lot of people that, well, well, he gay, So I'm like, he ain't trying to doggone lay up with you. What's your problem? Why do you think because this man likes men that he looking at you? See, that's where a lot of straight men get shit twisted, okay? Just like I see women, I be like, oh, hell no. I wouldn't doggone hit that if my life depended on it, Lizzo. Now,
wow. Wow.
You have doggone gay men that'll feel the same way. They see a man, he may look good to them, okay. Then they'll see it's some men that'll look at me and be like, oh Lord, he's atrocious. Just because I'm a man, that don't mean every man that likes men is gonna be looking at me like I'm a sex object, because I know that ain't true, because I ain't winning no kind of beauty contest. I know what I look like when I wake up, and I know what I look like in this doggone, I'm cammed up. I know what the fuck I look like. I ain't winning no goddamn beauty contest. I ain't gonna lie to myself with nobody on this panel.
You are a handsome man, Leonard Ray.
But
yes,
I ain't gonna lie to nobody on this panel.
I understand that, Leonard, because
I'm not gonna do that. I ain't gonna lie to me. I ain't gonna lie to nobody on here. The truth is gonna stand, and that's where people get things twisted. And Go ahead.
But Leonard,
I'm sorry.
so how do we tie in? So what do you think Black men need to do as it relates to better relating to Black women? And I'm going to ask the Black women on the panel the same question. What do Black women think that they can do to better assist and provide for Black men? What would you say as a Black man that Black men need to do more of as it relates to women?
I'll say this. Black women, they need to listen to a man. And before I get over talk, before people think I'm trying to be a Black woman's oppressor, they need to listen to the man. Now, if what he said don't pass the common sense test, ask him to explain it to you as if you were a 5-year-old. And if it still don't pass the common sense test, be like, yeah, bro, that's some bullshit. You
So
just
women
said
can be a
something
better
that makes
listener.
no damn sense. Make it make sense. If you can make it make sense to a woman, in theory, you in the house. If you can make it make sense. But some women, some, not all, because you notice I never said all Black women. I never do that.
Yes.
Some Black women have been through so many traumas in their life that they are not willing to listen to that. You got a lot of Black men that have been through traumatic situations their entire life, through doggone childhood coming up. And what's the last thing Black folk do? Get mental health therapy. Black folk are number one on, I don't want nobody in my business, but Black folk in everybody's business. And that's across the board. Because when you talk about mental health therapy, and trust me, I go to my meetings and I talk to my psychiatrists and psychologists faithfully, okay? That's the only reason I understand me as an individual, and I understand other individuals, and I know what to look for. I can see it. See?
So to that point, Ray, Bree feels like the hetero men on the panel have not been providing solutions, but instead have been defending and deflecting and projecting. Do you feel that way? I'm gonna ask information men to speak to that as well. Do y'all?
All I can say is that I haven't been reflecting anything. When I came on the panel, I said the first thing that we need to start doing as Black men and Black women is we need to start listening to one another, because we all have a different perspective. And also I want to throw in there that we need to be more patient. I think as men, we need to show more patience for our women. Stop rushing them. Stop rushing people to let people say what they have to say, and then have some empathy and sympathy and be able to see it from their perspective. Now, in terms of a solution, we've been talking tonight, but I think it's to yourself or what have you that you brought on the screen. I'm a living goddamn example of solutions, because I'm not just talking about shit on YouTube. I actually go out and I do shit in real life. So when you make the challenge to me that, well, the men on the panel were reflecting, I'm a man on the goddamn panel that's telling you that I've been in communities, working with youth, dealing with single mothers that want us to mentor their sons, their daughters, want us to keep them out of trouble. Not to mention, I deal with gangs. I deal with all type of Black men in the penal system that are trying to get out, trying to help them get out of the penal system, counseling them, dealing with them when they're damn near, talk about suicide. I see it firsthand. So personally, I think that solutions have to just be more than what you say, but what you also do. So that would be my answer. And for the most part, I think as a man on the panel, I think I've been pretty mild tonight. I haven't been ratchet in any kind of way. I've been mild. I've let people say their piece. I've tried to say my piece.
You have been very well behaved, information man. You have been very well behaved tonight.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be ratchet up here or anything like that. I would just say, look, I've been listening to what everyone has said tonight. That's the first step. Listen, we may disagree with a few areas, that area being, I still think there's something about what men can do for young males, just from my experiences as a man and the life that I've walked. But it still doesn't negate what women have been doing and what Black women have been doing for a number of years and decades. Never going to take that away. Can't take that away. So I hope that we can all learn something tonight, go back to our individual communities, and it's what we do. So therefore, listening to what everyone said tonight, it's on me as a man that when I go out into society, that I don't look down upon Black women, that I don't engage in sexism towards Black women. See, it does me no good, Consciouztv, to be over here listening to the pearls that are being dropped, and then I go out my door, and then I'm engaging in the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? I can't engage. If I'm engaging in the bullshit, then I'm a hypocrite. I got to learn from what I'm hearing and learn what women are saying and not create that atmosphere. Oh, also, I have a daughter. I've got to watch out that I don't put the gumbo yaya stuff in terms of how I treat my daughter, that I don't push sexism towards her, that I don't do all these social constructs against her. I got to be aware of that. That's why this is good for us to talk about this, because it reminds me of what I need to keep thinking about. And don't put each other in a box. Consciouztv, I've got to step. I'm tired, a little bit tired now, brother. I got to step down.
Thank you for
It was a real pleasure.
Part of this.
Yeah, this was amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure to hear you.
And y'all make sure that
Information
y'all
Man.
subscribe to Information Man.
Oh, I
Yes,
appreciate that.
indeed.
Indeed. Let me do this. Let me give everybody a clap. If I can make this thing work here.
Get them sound effects together.
Yay!
It's been great.
All right.
All right, brother. Everyone take care.
I appreciate
It's great talking to you all. Yes. Have a great night and great weekend, okay?
Thank you.
Yes,
right.
yes.
I'm gonna ask you.
Oh, where's my mouse? Oh, here we go. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Well, Conscious, didn't we speak about some time ago about Black men being able to open up in their emotions? And I believe I said that in my life, I've observed how it begins when they are very, very young, very small, when they're little boys and they fall and hurt themselves and begin to cry because it hurts. And someone tells them to dry their tears because big boys don't cry.
To suck it up or to man up.
Yeah, suck it up. You know it, and it's like I often thought, why is this child acknowledging that he's in pain? Why is that wrong?
Well, and I want to add to that because and it's because like we have a disproportionate attitude about it. The problem isn't in telling the young boy to man up. The problem is that the man up should comes when the boy and or the girl are overly invested in their emotions and in the pain. That's when we need them both to be masculine and to be able to deviate out of it. Like the perfect example of this, it's like if you have a girl in your family who's over emotional, like she's very sensitive, always in her feelings, she needs to be around her brother. She needs to be around more men to balance out this cup that overflows in estrogen, so that she knows how to recalibrate herself and how to restart her psyche. If you have a boy who is very rough, who's very heavy-handed, he's very harsh, he doesn't know how to be sensitive, and he doesn't know how to take his time and be delicate. He needs to be around more women to balance out that masculinity, because it's overflowing in a way that's detrimental to him, just like the girl who's overly emotional. Her emotions are toxic to her at this point, and she has no way to soothe that over. And so when we have young boys, we need to tell them that their pain and their tears are valuable and that it's okay to be hurt. It's okay to express hurt. But in boys and girls, we also need to be able to provide them a way out of their emotions. And we need to be able to provide both people a way into their minds or in and out of their feelings. Like, we just don't need to make it about a gender thing. We need to just, and we do need to tell people to straighten up, but only when they are overindulging in one thing over the other. That's what makes it imbalanced. I am all emotion, or I'm all brain. I need access to both polarities. So we need to encourage both male and females, once again, to be in touch both with their masculinity and with their femininity. I can't survive without my emotions. The only way that I know how to be soft in a moment is if I'm able to make myself emotionally available and understand that this isn't a time for me to be harsh. This is a time for me to empathize and to be compassionate and to provide you a hug and a kiss and to make you feel better. There are times when tough love needs to be achieved because people remain in pain or in victimhood for way too long, and now you have to have the conversation to elevate them up and out of that by bringing some perspective to it, by telling them to now think about the way you feel. Don't just feel it, because that can be detrimental if, once again, it's all feels. And relationships and human bonding of all kind is a balance of both. Like, we need a functional world where we feel and we think and we think and we feel. But when we just are extreme and we only tell women that you're all emotion and it's okay, and this is where men comes in to save your ass, and we tell men that, hey, you're all brains, and when you're emotionally hurt, this is where women come in to save your ass. We never give either sex the opportunity to be their own heroes, and then we get into a codependency with one another where women really believe that they need men to do this, and men really believe that they need women to do that, and really we're all capable of being complete in that way and being self-sufficient in that way. And the only reason why we once again don't know it is because we've gotten into the fucking habit of just, once again, assigning these motherfucking universal polarities to fucking sexes, and it's just too much. But to your point, Jace, I just wanted to say that, yeah, we it's okay for everybody to feel. It's okay for everybody to feel. But when everybody is all feel, when everybody's being to feel, whether it's men or women, everybody need to get it together. And when we're being way too sterile because we're being all mental and we don't acknowledge the value and importance that emotions play, we need to be telling all people, men and women, it's time to open up our hearts. All of us, open up our hearts. All of us, open up our minds. It just the pendulum needs to be swinging both ways. But yes, we do socialize men to be cold-hearted as fuck, and that's why it's easy for them to blow the cap off of another brother's head over some tennis shoes, or over disrespecting them in the club, or overstepping on their tennis shoes, over the most asinine things. Men can bring themselves to snatch somebody's life from them because of being desensitized as a result of being socialized away from their empathy. This socialization is making niggas terminators. And then we're wondering why black men make up the bigger prison population, coupled with the fact that white supremacy just disproportionately is sentencing them for it as well. But black men are now traumatized in the shell of themselves as a result of that socialization. And like I said, those statistics around suicidal ideation and around violence and domestic violence, that shit is real and that shit is swelling. And if we don't get in front of that, black men are out of here. If they're not out of here because of the pills and the lean and the Hennessy and assimilating to gang culture, if they're not out of here because of the mental health due to not being able to sustain this fucking artificial uniform that they're wearing in the form of toxic masculinity, like, if it's not one thing, it's another, killing black men, and black men are crying out in all of the worst ways. And this is time to speak to that. Black men,
that's the foundation of genocide.
It is. Right. But to the black women on the panel, I wanted to ask, what do y'all think black women can do more of to better aid and help and to be present for black men? Is there anything that y'all feel the Black women's community can do more? As y'all hear Black men speak in the Manosphere, y'all hear what Black men are saying about their experience of women, their experience of their own maleness. What do y'all think y'all can do more of?
Well,
Or y'all can do?
I can say a few things. I myself, I'm on the younger end of the spectrum. I'm 33 years old. I have one son, he's 13. And I hear a lot about men are like this and women are like that, and it's really kind of boggles my mind how people box a whole group of people into these small lanes and then don't realize how everybody is an individual. We're individuals that have to take accountability for ourselves so that our community can shine. You know what I'm saying? So if myself as a Black woman looks at another Black man and take whatever negativity that comes from him and I move into a different relationship and I'm taking that negativity and I move into a different one and then I project any of those past relationships onto the next, I did not grow. I didn't grow because I didn't learn from those relationships. Nothing goes into the next thing as the same as the last. If you're not growing, then you're gonna continue to keep perpetuating the same thing over and over. And I think as Black people, we find ourselves in these wheels, and we can't. And we try to figure out: am I losing my mind, or is it the people around me? And it's a lot of people that rather point the finger than to say the environment that we are is sick. It's just sick. We're in a sick ass environment. Our world is not from back then, because Mr. Leonard, you've said a lot of things and I respect a lot of things you said. I like to listen to older people than myself, not saying you're old, but older as in you're not my peer. You have more knowledge of things that I wasn't privy to. So I take it as your wisdom is something I can learn from. Whether I don't agree with anything you said about other women or blah, 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 it doesn't matter, because am I taking the things that you said that are lessons from me as a young woman and taking those things? If I'm just arguing back with you about the things I don't agree with, how am I taking in the things that you are saying that would be the information, like Miss Oracle said earlier, she got from her father? You get your life lessons from other people. We have to have a community as Black people. The only thing we are going to gain from out of this world is what we learn from the people around us in our community. So if our Black boys are out here in the streets, then okay, they gonna get streets. If our Black boys are out here in a building with somebody like the information man, and he's teaching them something and showing them what they have, then that's what he gonna get. So if you can't push your child in that right direction, then either, and I hate to say it, and I don't know how many people on this thing gonna have something negative to say. Sometimes you can't save a person. There's 5 boys that just died in my community because they wanted to steal a car, get in the car, get followed by the police, and ran off the road somewhere, and 5 of them are dead, 12 to 17.
My God.
I don't have sympathy for certain things. And I'm not saying that as like I'm cold, but as a Black mother, if my son took all of these breadcrumbs that I'm giving him, or all of this strength and not sleeping with the wrong men so I can show him I'm a better woman, and all these things that I'm lacking in my life, or not being able to take love because I have to show him love don't come like this, it comes like that. Because you lose sometimes when you have to do better. Sometimes you don't feel good every day because you have to choose the better things to do. And sometimes you have to sit here and you have to cry and get that shit out
Amen.
so you can move into the next
Yes.
game. Because it doesn't always feel good to be on the right path. It don't always
That's
feel good,
right.
because
That's
that
right.
feelings is how you want things to go. But what the universe says is how the fuck it's gonna go.
But see,
So
even there, but see, you are talking. But see that, and see, I don't even know if you realize it, but that is how masculinity is supposed to assist our femininity.
Yes.
Right there. Yes, I feel like being not productive but I know I should be because I have responsibilities. I know that there's an ecosystem that I have to participate in and sustain. Therefore, being able to choose those actions, irregardless of the way you feel, like that's literally the execution of masculinity. Is when you can actually do that. And also, it works in reverse. Femininity assists our masculinity when we find ourselves overworked and our feelings are saying we need ventilation.
I should be less.
Yes, like I need to be still. I need to
I don't want to change that tire. I need somebody on this highway to do it for me.
Yes. Right. Like,
and there's nothing wrong with that. You can look at my picture. Yeah, if you look at my picture, I am both feminine and masculine because that is how I grew up. I'm not a single mother, but I have a deadbeat baby daddy. He's still around, but he's just not the type of father I want him to be. But I'm not going to say I'm a single mother because I can go send my child right down the street to his daddy, even if he's not the right man for him to be around. It's his daddy. It's who I chose to have a child with. So that's who my son needs to learn from, whether he learns the good things about him or the bad things about him. Because it's taken away from him to not let him experience things. That's why a lot of single mothers out here talking about, you can't be around my child. And unless you are with a violent man, and unless you can look at that man and say, this man ain't no good to nobody or society or himself, which would be a mental problem, then we got to stop beating men down, and they have to stop beating us down. Because at the end of the day, we need each other, whether we don't have all the tools or we just have 10% or whatever the case may be. It all count. It all add up. He can get 2% from 10 men, and that's enough. We can't all ideally get it all from one place. We can't all ideally have our mom and I don't even know my dad. But I'm not on a certain perspective of a woman, because I do know men that are positive. My brother, even though we grew up the way we did, he graduated Morehouse. He is successful. He has children. He has, everything that you would see and say, I don't think I can have myself. He got it. But he got it because he moves in love. I've never seen my brother do a bad thing to a person a day in my life. He don't got no bad karma. But when you out here, like Information Man said, doing fuck shit, you get fuck shit. And that's what a lot of Black people, and myself included, we have to start taking accountability for. The fuck shit that we are bringing into the community, including ourselves. Your children don't learn these things outside. They learn them inside, and they take it outside. People act like my son learned this in the streets. No, he learned to be in the streets from you. You put him in the streets so he can come back in the house with that bullshit. He didn't just run out there. You let him go out there. If my son go out them doors without my knowledge, he already know what time it is. And I've never whooped him a day in my life.
Yeah, you said a mouthful there. Yes, you did.
Yep,
you preached a sermon. I am the B in LGBTQ. I've had and in all my relationships, it behooves all of us to listen to what our partners are saying, our mates are saying. You have to be a good listener in a relationship, because there's going to always be two sides, and somewhere in the middle is going to be the truth. What I try to do with my male friends is it requires a lot of patience, because they are from Mars. It requires a whole lot of patience. When I see young lads out here doing fuck shit, if I can in any way speak to them, I do my best to to first ask them, what is it you want in life? What is it you want to achieve in your life?
That's
And
right.
how do you think what you're doing is going to get you there? You
That's
know, what
right.
makes you think doing what you're doing is going to get you to where you want to go? What I do my best to speak to them, to focus on their dreams, and that there's another way. And like Neek said, it ain't the easy way. It's not easy, but there is another way for you to get there. And with so many young men and boys being killed in these streets, uh, it grieves me that first of all, I just can't imagine being a mother I'm not a mother at all. I don't have any children. I have a calabash nieces and nephews and blood ties. But when I think about the young men who are just being killed in these streets, and we have to ask ourselves, for what? What was it? What did they actually die for? Nick, you're right. They learned this in the home. I was a counselor in a halfway house for young men and women, because I naively thought everybody had two parents that loved and cared for them. And that was a big lesson for me, to find out that there were mothers who didn't care for their sons because they hated the father that they had the baby with. I just feel that I don't know. I agree with you, Davion. This stuff has to be broken down, burned down to the ground, period. Because we are so conditioned. We're walking around like fucking robots. You know, we and so our boys. When it comes to my male lovers, I just do my best to listen to what they have to say. Now, if it ain't make no damn sense, then it don't make no damn sense. You know,
And you
that's
tell
just
them it don't
that.
make no damn
And I
sense.
will tell you that ain't making no damn sense. So
That's
you're gonna have to
right.
come. You're gonna have to come
Out of
better.
love.
You know. And that's what it is. The underlying most powerful thing we have is love. And I'm talking about unconditional love. It's not love, I love you when, or I love you if, or I love you but. No, it has to be unconditional love. That when you're with anyone in your life, you're gonna have to love them for the good and the not so good. You have to love you.
And
And
love doesn't mean a lack of accountability.
no, it does not. No, it does
Exactly.
not. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that you're so blinded by love that you will not be accountable for your
So,
actions, and you won't let your partner be accountable for theirs. I love my
And
people,
love don't
but
mean
what?
violence, whereas you let somebody
No,
love you to death.
yep.
well,
Yep.
no, that's
That
right.
too.
Oh
That's
Lord.
right. That's all of that. It doesn't mean that you take out your frustrations and your anger on the one you love. I don't know. I had one male partner who demonstrated some signs of violence, and the reason he finally left is because he knew that I'm a calculating chick and I'm gonna kill your motherfucking ass, okay? You
Period.
don't know if it's
I
gonna
ain't a
come
killer,
back.
but don't push
That's what
me.
you don't know if you're gonna eat something. You don't know if I'm gonna just stalk you and get you. You don't know none of that. So I finally frightened him enough that he just
Hey
decided
man,
to live
get his ass
and
straight.
live out of my life, you know. But that is the underlying thing that I hear. I've listened to a number of different YouTubers, and there are some that are predominantly, they're speaking to a predominantly Black audience, and all we hear are complaints, complaining, and no one is coming up with any answers, any solutions to what we have to do as a community. When I was growing up, we knew everybody in the community. The adults had the permission to discipline us if we were getting out of line. that doesn't seem to happen anymore. We have become it just feels like we're fractured, and I don't know what we can do to pull these pieces together except what we as individuals can do. Doing your part is what will help bring us together. In terms of what can I say to what can I bring to a man to help him be a better man? I am a better woman. I will bring to you my love, my knowledge, my wisdom, that and I want you to know that I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to listen loudly. I'm going to do my best to understand where you're coming from. However, it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. You're going to have to also give me the same kind of respect that I'm going to give you. And I don't always see that.
Fight for each other.
Yes.
Exactly.
Reciprocity, right?
Yes, yes. We do. So that I think oftentimes there's so many black men, conscious as you said, that are broken. They come with all kinds of emotional things that have happened to them in the past, and they don't always want to even acknowledge that they're in pain, because they have to show this strength as a man. They don't want to acknowledge that they're hurting. So that's all I can do, and that's all I can bring to you, is that I'm going to bring you respect. I'm going to bring you love, and I'm going to bring you have the ability and the advantage of me sharing my knowledge and my wisdom, because I've been here longer than two seconds. You dig? So
no, I think that you literally put the period on it when you said, when I'm going to bring a better woman. You are going to make that your personal standard. I'm going to strive toward the best woman I can be. And I think if that's what men are doing,
yes,
that is sustainable, and that is something that is worth it for both people. I'm going to work toward being the best man, and you're going to work toward being the best woman. And therefore, we shouldn't have no problem achieving the best life.
Reciprocity. So I believe it's my turn, right?
Yes, it is your turn.
So first, I want to say, Neek, if you can hear me, I'm very proud of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Indeed. Yes.
I want to say that I worked before I retired. I worked with juvenile justice kids, and one thing, and I have a lot of nephews. I don't have any children, but I have a lot of nephews. And I have a lot of great nephews and nieces. But in particular, I'm always focused on dealing with my boys. You see what I'm saying? Because I can't function if something happened to one of my babies. Do you see what I'm saying? I can't live if you can't live. So I have to be your foundation. And I know it's hard to raise a teenage boy, even if the daddy is in the life, because you have to be there to show him that he can have empathy and compassion, and he don't have to exhibit toxic masculinity at all times, and you have to teach him to be his own man. But you always have to put it in his mind that he got to be worried about what you say above everybody else more than anything else in the world. Okay,
right?
Especially if you're steering him in the right direction, if you're doing the best that you can do. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
When you said you sacrifice, that is the number one thing, because when you have that child, your life is on hold, and I don't care what nobody say until you raise this baby. Okay, my sister started having babies when we was out in our early 20s. Like I said, I never had any, but even I put my life on hold. I am with my husband right now. We've been through marriage counseling twice, but I refuse to let them see anything other than what my parents showed me, and that was for a reason. You see what I'm saying? Because in a relationship, when it's not always the man that is closed off with his emotions, sometimes it is the woman.
Yes,
and the reason why And the reason why I've been to marriage counseling twice is because I'm a very solitary creature. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't have to I'm my own best friend. Just let me put it that way. I don't deal with a whole lot of people because I have a low tolerance for stupid. I can't do
Yeah.
stupid, right?
That's
I
right.
can relate.
I know
Selective.
that's right.
And so, but I was telling Nick, you just always have to be there for your boy. You have to teach him. You don't want to coddle him. You don't want to coddle him, but you always got to teach him that he don't have to follow the crowd. He don't have to be. He can be better than his parents. I want my nieces and nephews and my great nieces and nephews to be better than me. You said
Yeah.
to be better than their parents. I got a 14-year-old now, and when he started the ninth grade this year, and last year the country was shut down and he had to go to school online. So his first year in high school, and he thought in his mind that he was gonna get to hang out. I think he kind of tried to. I think the wrong crowd tried to fall into him. You know what I'm saying? He a big boy. He played football. You know what I mean? He almost 6 foot tall already, right? So, but I had to snap him back into shape into reality real fast because this ain't what you want right here. You don't want Auntie to bust you down with a bat by your knees because you think you grown. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I mean. And I ain't never laid a hand on them, but it's just a thought that I might that they
Right.
fear. So they
Mm-hmm.
always fear because, like I said, I am the matriarch in my family, and if it get back to me, then it's a problem. Do you see? People try to keep stuff from me because they don't want to hear my mouth. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But you always
Exactly.
have to be strong for your babies. And like I said, I am proud for you and of you, and you have to sacrifice. And we got a lot of women in my family, but we got a lot of men in my family too. And the one thing that I can say when it comes to men and being able to open up, is the one thing that I have learned along the way is when it comes to empathy, and boys. Sometimes us women, we forget to hug our boys. We forget to love
Mm-hmm.
on our boys, and I'm not talking about coddling them or nothing. I'm just talking about just making it be okay for how they feel the way they feel. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I had to tell my niece, I started preaching to all my nieces because they have boys. Just let them be them. You know what I mean? Like their body is their
And
body.
to encourage them to hug
Yes.
each other and to affirm each other. Hug your
Yeah,
brother, hug
yeah,
your
that's
cousin,
yeah,
love
yeah.
on each other, touch
You
each
hug on each
other,
other.
bring each other
I
in.
Yeah,
cannot I
yeah,
cannot
you know what I mean?
imagine it
And
any
their
other
body is they
way.
don't
It's
have
sad.
nothing to be ashamed. Yeah, they don't have nothing to be ashamed of. If you love your cousin, you love your cousin. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's
You
right.
you always must love yourself. We teach. I think sometimes we go wrong. We try to teach men some things that we teach them. We teach them to be ashamed of themselves, just like the world can teach women to be ashamed of themselves. Do you see
That's
Right.
what I'm
right.
saying? And you can't do that with your boys because boys are sensitive in a way that girls are not sensitive in. So you got to
Yes.
be careful with them. Now, but I have noticed these younger kids, like 13 and 14 and 15 years old, they are more tolerant when it comes to a lot of different people. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because a lot of younger moms like you, Neek, like you said, you're in your 30s and stuff, your kids
Hmm.
can see you do a thing. Like, let me give you an example. This is the only way I can say it. Like, my nephew, he's 14, right? Like I said, he played football, right? He don't like, he, he's kind of like my husband. Let me put it that way. They don't like so he play football and he don't like sweat, right? Cause he paranoid that he think he real cute, right? Little brown skin, little cute little chocolate something. So he don't like the sweat on his face, right? Cause in come teenage years you start getting pimples, right? Whether you want to or not. So he started seeing me show my niece, which is 13, how to put mask on her face, like do the mud mask, do the avocado mask, do the different types of masks, right? So now when it comes Friday night, after he comes from home. We used to do it early, but we have to wait for him to come home from the game so he
Yeah.
can put a
No.
mask on his face.
I know that's
You see
real.
what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And he don't see that as being effeminate. He like his nails cut a certain sort of way. He like his hair done a certain. He got more, just as many hair products and stuff like that as my niece does. That's 13 years old, and they don't
That's
see that as
personal
being
pride.
effeminate. You know what I mean? And he think he too cute. and I'm gonna have to beat him up for that too. Because he said he can't have one girlfriend. He said he got choices. Okay.
Yes.
And he said
He's a high valued man, honey.
yeah, he
Get
said he
out of
got
his way.
choices, Conscious. And he said he got contacts. He ain't got girlfriends, honey. He got contacts. That's what he got.
That's funny.
But I'm glad that he don't. I'm glad that he don't see certain things that we do. You know, is effeminate. Now he'll turn around with my husband, or his daddy. You know what I mean? Now he got my husband. He got his older man. I had to buy him a skincare line. For grown men, right? But the bumps on his face and the way he liked to trim his mustache and stuff, right? But he got that from my nephew, which got that from us. And I say all that to say, I think that slowly but surely, things are trying to be more tolerant. You know what I mean? I think if we try hard, we don't have to teach our boys to be toxic, or we don't have to allow them to be toxic, especially our black boys. You know what I mean? We have to teach them to be strong. We have to teach them to be men of honor.
Yes.
That does not mean that they have to be toxic. And so that's what I wanted to say to you, Nick, is that don't make them ashamed of themselves. Hug on them and love on them, but make them be accountable. You know what I mean? Like I told my nephew, I realize you got all these contacts, little boy, but there's also a little drawer up under the microwave. It's called a rubber drawer, okay? So you better utilize that drawer. You ain't got to ask no questions, okay?
Yes.
You better utilize that drawer. That's all I'm saying. Just the same way I did my nieces and my nephews, I do my great nieces and my nephews that way too. Because in my community, I'm kind of like the big mama, and I'm not even 55 years old. Teenagers always done been drawn to me. You know what I mean? It's because I try not to judge. Now sometimes I have to bite my tongue, and I don't know what the hell they be saying sometimes. But you best believe I'm gonna go find out about it so I can help in any way I can. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But the best I can do is try. Because these kids got to have somebody that they can talk to. I have cried. I have been, that had night terrors about some of these babies because I don't want to get in trouble. I had one niece. She grown now, but I always used to find a way to call me at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, right? Because she done felt like she wanted to do something, and then she changed her mind. She heard me in the back of her head. And then she changed her mind and had to get a ride, right? So she done called me. Me and my husband done went to other counties to pick this heifer up and all of this and all of that. But I was glad. Yeah, but she was the bad one, right? Like she was the boy in the family. So I don't know what's wrong with that girl. But she's doing fine now. She's a nurse now. She worked through COVID and everything. But I was glad she would say, "Don't tell mama." And I'm like, "Girl, I ain't gonna tell your mama. But where you at?" You know what I mean? And but I'm glad that they feel like they can call me. I might cuss your ass out. I'm gonna cuss you out. You're gonna cuss out, but I'm gonna come and get you.
Didn't we like to get cussed out?
Huh?
Didn't we like to get cussed out? I think people forget how much it is bonding when you are talked to by somebody that is saying something out of love, regardless of how they're saying it.
Exactly.
For that child most people connect, regardless of how it's coming out your mouth.
Exactly. And that was my grandmama for me. My grandmama was a Holy Ghost, a bona fide Christian woman. But she will cuss your ass out from the tip top of your head to the bottom of your feet. You hear me? And pray for you. And make you go in the prayer closet with her, okay? Because even if you didn't tell her what you was doing that was messed up, she still knew it some kind of way.
That's right.
I'd be the child crying in the closet.
Me too. She made me feel so bad about myself. I was like, "Oh Lord!" And then she'll turn around and say, "If you don't stop that crying, I'm gonna slap the hell out of you." And I'm like, "Yes,
that's right. I'm gonna give you a reason to cry.
I'm gonna give you a reason to cry."
I was a good kid. I never got any whippings or anything.
Right.
Shit, I got slapped upside my head so much I can't even tell you why. How many times? I got slapped in the face with a goddamn skillet one time talking back to my grandmama, but it just happened one time and it never happened again.
I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say I love that old woman because she made me the bitch that I am today. Okay. And
Man,
she,
Right.
so
That's
amen.
I
right.
live in the
That
South, you know
Right.
what I
You took
mean?
all the
And
right things from her.
yeah, you know, and then she made
Exactly.
me be able to.
Olivia,
mm,
bitch means babe in total control of herself.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So
I love it.
I live in
I
the South.
love
I
it.
live in Tennessee,
Yes.
and because of my grandmama's strength and me living in the Tennessee in Tennessee, a lot of the areas that I worked in because of my degree are Anglo oriented, and she showed me how to maneuver through a lot of situations that if I didn't have her, I would not. I would have folded. Do you see what I'm saying? So the one thing that she taught me was to be strong and to use your mind, and don't, and before, and always, think before you speak, and don't never let nobody see what you're really going through on your face. Hold it together. You see what I'm saying? And
that's
don't,
right.
just maneuver around it. Just think about it. Just work through it. And that's the one thing that I hate that a lot of young people don't have today is you don't have a lot of older people in the communities these days. You know what I mean? Or even old. It
Mm-hmm.
seems like grown people is scared of the kids these days. Do you see what I'm saying? But I
Yep.
refuse. I refuse to be afraid of these babies. I don't give a damn how hard they try to say they are. You know what I mean? When I come down the street, whatever they doing, they still say, "How you doing, Mama Libby?" I'm just fine, baby. How you doing? I
That's
know,
right.
I know they doing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in the 80s and 90s, for God's sakes. But but
That's
if they
right.
ever need help, you know what I mean, they can still come to me. I don't give a damn. I try to
Sure.
help them. I just don't want them to go by the wayside.
And that's
And
what
we
love
can do
No,
it.
we
is.
can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
That's the
love is. We
unconditional
can't
love.
throw away them.
yeah,
We
you can't
can't
throw them
throw our
away.
children away.
Right.
You know.
Right. I love Conscious TV so much because he reminded me of a little fella that had to come and stay with
Mm,
me. He was my niece's friend. His name was Anthony. His name is Anaya now. And he had to come stay with us because his daddy was beating him up, and he was so
My
stressed because
God.
he was he trans now, but even then
mm,
he was small like a girl. Did you see what I'm saying?
mm.
And he
Yep.
was biracial, and the girls used to like to play with his hair and all of this, and all that. My nieces and stuff, like poor child, poor Anaya slash Anthony. I used to feel sorry for that baby. Okay, but they was in his house one night, y'all, and they was in there, trying to, play with his curl his hair and all this and all that. His daddy came in there, he beat that little boy, he gave him a black eye. They
Lord
all ran out the
Jesus.
house. Yes, they all ran out the house. My husband ran down his house with a gun. And it was just like a lot going on. But that
Yeah.
baby, I had to threaten him. And so that Anthony could stay with us. Do you see what I'm saying? Before we was able to send him to his grandmama. And because I was gonna put him in jail because I was a
Mm,
mandated reporter. Do you see? I've always worked with kids, but I had
yeah.
to threaten him. I didn't want to send him to jail, but I want to get that baby out the house. So when I see somebody like a Conscious TV, and I'm saying, "Hi, beautiful. Hey, pretty." Every time I look at him, I think about that baby. Do you see what I'm
Uh,
saying? And
Yes,
because
that's
Naya,
sweet.
with her little grown self, child, she is too much. You can't tell that her for nothing nowadays. Okay. Woo, child, she done transition. And my nieces, they all go out together and all this and all that. But I think that um I hope that me and my husband made some kind of difference in that baby's life.
oh, you know
Because
y'all did.
Yes.
my husband has never he ain't the type of person to pass judgment on you. He just gonna need you to be you, and he just gonna need you not to get the fuck on his nerves, okay? Because if he don't, he'll deal with it. And don't fuck with his spirit, and then he'll be all right.
Amen.
He'll be all
Amen.
right.
Amen.
Amen. No,
But
you
I
know,
just
there's an old saying that says that people may forget what you said to them.
But
They
they'll
may
never
even
forget how you
forget
made
what
them
you did
feel.
for them, but they'll never forget how you made them
right.
feel.
Right. Every
Yes.
time Anaya
Yes.
comes see us, he asking after my husband, trying to see where my husband is, and I always give him a hug. I think he really appreciate it. I think
Of
that
course.
what he showed him that somebody can protect you. You know what I mean? Because my husband would have shot his ass. Because really my husband thought he put his hands on one of our babies. You see what I'm saying? And then he seen that boy with that black eye, he was so light. It was like it was purple immediately. And that really just pissed him off. And but I think it showed him that people will protect you and people will care about you. You don't have to be treated any kind of freaking way. And I think Anaya is a trans woman, took something from that, and she was always so little, but she don't let nobody mess with her though. I tell you
Mm-hmm.
that. And my nieces don't let nobody mess with her either. It ain't even that type of party. You know, they all in, you know, they the mean girls. I call them the mean girls, and I tell them just leave me alone if it ain't no problem, and don't steal my goddamn perfume. And then they go about their business.
They gonna cop the perfume, honey. They gonna cop the perfume,
Yes, they're
auntie.
gonna
I
sneak
be
and get
hiding
in
my
it.
good shit though, conscious. I be hiding my good stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't bad at it. I ain't bad
I
at it.
I just wanted to say that when I worked in this group home, there was a young child there who was Johnny was purple. That was how dark he was. He was one of the handsomest young, children I'd ever met. And when I would have to inspect their rooms to see how they were keeping them, his room was always immaculate. He was always immaculate. Uh, and I was talking to him one night, and I said, I'm really proud of you by the way you keep your room and the way you take care of yourself. Um, that's a lovely thing. And he said, the reason I do it is because my mama told me that because I was black, that I was going to be lazy and no good. Tears came to my eyes. I couldn't believe. Well, I just couldn't understand how anyone could have a child this lovely and not want him. And I kept in touch with him over the years. He's now an attorney. He works as a guardian ad litem on behalf of other children that were like him. And I just think that we can't throw any child away. We
Absolutely
cannot.
not.
We cannot throw them away. There has to be, we have to do whatever we can, our part, to impact the lives of children who are damaged, because there's so many within our community who are. That goes for the girls as well.
It's the
So
boys, yes.
so we can, like Olivia, what you're doing with your nieces and nephews and the children in the neighborhood. Neek, how you're raising your son and instilling in him integrity, honesty, confidence, all of those things is to be applauded, because we
Thank you.
certainly need more women and men like the people that have come on this panel tonight
Right.
to help guide and nurture these children.
All hope ain't
Yeah.
lost. Like this is the light
No.
at the end of the tunnel. This is the light at the end of the tunnel. And if it
Amen.
sustain us, then we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, well,
I can
I'm
move.
one thing that I'm hating.
Mhm.
I hate that it took this woman that I was once with. I'm hating it took her 25 years. 25 years to get her head out her backside.
You
No,
know,
I'm serious. It was a woman that I started dating, and I met her in Missouri, and her son just gravitated towards me. So when I went to visit my son in Chicago, I brought him with me, right? After that, she got on her whatever it was. I hadn't seen the boy since. Now this woman contacted me on Facebook just out the blue, and I'm like, oh, okay, I know who that is. She tells me, I was trying to talk to him, but I think he need to hear from a man. Here's his phone number. I say, okay. So I text him first, right? I text him and said, I'm gonna give you a call. You text me back, I'm gonna give you a call. So I called him up. I had to go through the whole damn thing of after he told me, you abandoned me. I was 5 years old. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa now. No, you just disappeared. You left and you went to Korea, and I ain't never see you again in my life. That boy was hurt. Now I was like, whoa, now, that wasn't me. I said, now, I'm not trying to demonize your mother, but you're going to have to talk to your mother and ask your mother what really happened. And if she's honest enough to tell you the truth, you know what I'm saying? Then you'll know what happened. So he talked to his mother, and his mother told him the truth. He called me back. Now I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I said, you have no reason to be sorry. None of that's your fault. You were 5 years old. Now I said, hold on for a minute. And I put my son on the phone. I was like, hey, here. Who was that? I said, that's Paris. Paris? From Missouri? I was like, yeah. Man, they remembered each other like it was just yesterday. Now, these boys ain't seen each other since they were 4 and 5 years old. They was on the phone. Now they both of them grown-ass men. They was on the phone, and I'm just sitting there looking, and I was so happy to see these two young men getting their thing on, and I'm just sitting there looking at this, and I'm wishing that that woman could have been here looking at them two boys that became men communicate with each other, only for her to realize, do you see what you took away from that boy? No, I did not want to be in a relationship with you. Okay? That was over with. But no, I was not going to abandon your son. I signed on for this for life. This wasn't no, temporary thing. So now she always posting up on Facebook old pictures I ain't seen forever. Look at your son when he was 12 years old. Oh, now he my son. Now he my son. All these years of an absence, I don't know if the boy's alive or dead. I don't know if he done went to prison or what. I don't know what's going on with this boy at all. And I told her, I said, ain't a day went by that I ain't thought about that boy. Now, Michael wasn't thinking about him. You know what I'm saying? They were too young. I said, but not a day has gone by that I was not thinking about that boy and what was going on with him. I said, but you, in your selfishness, getting to the point, look, you and I, we are not on the same doggone road. We're not traveling the same way. Relationship-wise, we're not headed down the same street, and that made me think just personally. Now, I'm not trying to get long-winded, but that made me think to myself, what in the fuck is wrong with me and the women that I pick? What the fuck is wrong with me? Because, see, my son, his mother, we got married. Okay, let's start a family. It didn't work out. Okay, cool. I've never, hell, if it wasn't doggone 4:30 in the morning on the East Coast, I'd be like, hey, tell the panel when I was never there for you in your life. You talking about, Dad? You always been there. Yeah, I know this. I just wanted to get a cosign on it. That's what he would say. But I look at it now, he's got a sister that's, a little bit younger than him. She already got man problems at 25. Niggas ain't shit. Da-da-da-da-da-da. This woman did something, and I was, and I'm not going to ever not be pissed off at her for this bullshit here. Let me explain it to you. Let me give you all the tea on this shit here. Now, I get back from Iraq. I come up to Chicago to get my son to bring him down to Georgia. Now, all before then, every time I did something with him, I brought her along. Like when I first returned from Iraq, I had like $5,000 with nothing to do with. I took both of them to Toys R Us. I said, shop till you drop and get whatever Santa didn't bring you on your wish list. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do that for her. I'm like, shit, her daddy ain't doing shit. Somebody got to do it for her. So after that, about 6 months later, I DJ'd at this thing in Chicago. Them from Chicago know what it is. I'm not going to go all into it, but it's the biggest house music event in the history of Chicago. It's still going on. She brings him down there. he's going to Georgia with me. His sister thought she was going. I told her, go pack her clothes and a little suitcase. You could pick her up on the way to Orlando. Y'all going to Disney World, right? No, this is your quality time with your son. And da 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 da. The girl really thought she was going because her father had never been there. That girl ain't been the same since. She been holding that against me like it's my fault. We went up there about 3 years ago for Christmas. He bought her a Christmas present. That girl stuck it behind the unwrapped Christmas paper, trash to be thrown out. And he was hurt like a motherfucker. He was like, I bought this for you. And this is some doggone imported vodka. This ain't no regular shit. You're 21 years old. You know what I'm saying? And she discounted it like it was only so much garbage. So he don't fuck with her no more. That's his little sister. And I hate seeing this. It's like when he graduated college. They come down here, they sit in the front. I'm like, hey, what movie you want to watch? I got all the new movies. I download everything. I put a movie on. Them heifers went out to the parking lot. His grandmother down here, where they go? I'm like, I don't know. When the mama came back in, I said, you know what? The boy said that he was going to cook breakfast for the family. That meant every damn body. Now, if y'all asses didn't want to be here, you shouldn't have brought your ass over here. You should have stayed at the Red Roof Inn where you was at instead of all of what y'all doing. This is wrong. Oh, well, Leonard, I'm like, hush him out. You better recognize where you're at, okay? This is my house. This is my house. You will not get reckless at the mouth or raise your voice in my house. I'm telling you what's right. You all supposed to be here for something he wanted to do for the whole family, and you all on some old funny style shit, as they say in New York, and it's a damn shame. And the reason the girl is like that is why? Her mama, her grandmama. Now she's got a daughter, a younger daughter. The girl is 12 years old. I call her my munchkin.
Leonard, you're taking us down to lineage, and it is 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm holding on for dear life.
I'm sorry, but I'm like, that little 12-year-old beautiful girl, I hope they don't destroy that girl's life like they destroyed this other girl's life. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And all of that in a short version, which I should just said short version, to say is you get black parents, male and female, with that hate person they doggone procreated with or did not procreate and was in a relationship with, they pass that on to those children, that hatred, and their children end up having problems when they need to be adults and realize these are children. You don't impose that on them kids. I can't stand that shit. That shit get me. I'm not an emotion. I don't get, this. I ain't got loud the whole damn show. But shit like that, that's when I get loud and be like, you motherfucker, you.
Yeah. And that's a part of the broken system. Like, it's a lot of broken people being parents. It's a lot of broken people raising babies, being mama, being daddy. And like you said, they get transferred. And those kids grow up not really healing, not really having access to the full story, sometimes not even have access to the truth, etc. And they kind of end up being like a weaponized against other relatives or against the father or against the mother. It's a mess. It is a mess. And this,
I know it's a total mess, Conscious. And I mean, me being a popular DJ, I was doggone running through them thighs like pow, 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 pow. But if you were to talk to my son, there are only 2 women that he would say he ever known his dad to be with. And those were wives after his mother. He don't know nothing about when it's my weekend with my son. Well, I come over and meet your son. You ain't finna meet my son. Oh, you don't want your son around me? Yeah, I ain't finna marry you. If he ends up growing up to be a man that be jumping woman to woman to woman to woman to woman, you know what? That boy ain't gonna be able to say, but I saw my daddy. My daddy had all these holes in and out the house. He ain't gonna see that behavior with me. No. Now, if he do that, he learned it on his own. I ain't putting that on my son.
Can I say something
awesome.
real quick?
That's awesome.
Oh, please do.
I'm sorry, because I love the conversation.
No. Don't be sorry. Say what you say, because sometimes I get, because like I said, I speak from personal experience, and I get fired up.
And we love it.
And I
We
know
love
I
it.
can sit here and listen this whole time. Trust me, I take other people's experiences as a way of getting interaction because I'm a very solitary person. My neighbors call me a monk, and I'm okay with that. But I do want to not just exit out without saying good night to everybody. I love the conversation. I don't mind disagreeing, with anybody because I'm still gonna learn something from you, whether you like it or not.
Hello.
And I just hope that I continue to catch these conversations with you guys, and God bless y'all. And I'm not, and I'm sorry. Let me say something because I have a habit of saying God bless, and I also want to say this too. As a Black person for myself, I know that I have been indoctrinated, programmed, and a whole lot of other things because there's certain things that I do that feel good to me to do it because I know it feels good to other people. And saying God bless is one of those things. I myself personally, I do not believe in the Bible. I don't believe in a lot of scriptures because everything that I've learned spiritually, and that's just the way I've grown up. It may not be the same for the next person, and I still respect them because as long as we both get to the same goal, I don't even give a fuck what book you had to read to get there. I just pray that everybody on this panel ends this night with believing that you can't get sugar from shit.
Amen.
In all aspects of your life.
And you get more honey with bees.
More than believing. We know that. Shoot.
Yes, life is way more simpler. Life is way more simpler than walking outside will make you believe. But I spend a lot of time at home, at peace in my own mind, and I could break everything in this conversation down to just a little piece of information to let me know, what's bullshit from what's reality. And there's a lot of people that don't have that, and I think it's a disservice to anybody if you don't share that because you can walk across somebody and you can say, if I say something to this person, they might whoop my ass, but it's gonna be something in you to make you want to say something to that person anyway.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to. Because that's the only way we all end up being better.
Yeah. That's your humanity, baby. That's what it is.
You can't be scared.
And that's the thing. In a lot of cases, like when I talk after the first time I checked out Consciouztv, I said, look, I'm heterosexual. You fully understand that, but you know what? We are having great dialogue because at the end of the day, we are people.
Conscious
So
gonna say
I
his
can
shit
fuck
regardless.
with you. I'm like, I can fuck with you because we are people here. It ain't damn. Oh, the hair and the whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. Can we talk about stuff that passed the common sense test? Well, yes, we can. Well, all right then, let's get it. Shit.
Exactly.
Amen.
Well, good night, you guys.
Yeah.
Good night,
A
baby.
good night. I thank you so much. Yeah. Well, we all gonna close out the show together. I thank you all for being up here. This is 5 hours, 17 minutes in. This was a joy. This was hardcore. This was. I think we're gonna be doing this back to back. We just did this the other night on some other shit. So we knocking this out, honey.
That's because you provoked thought. You provoked thought.
I live for it. It is literally everything. So I just want to thank y'all. And to Nick's point, God bless. Is anybody up here? I know that you have a channel. Oracle, please subscribe to Miss Oracle Olivia, honey.
I do.
Post. Y'all need to post y'all links in the stream so people can subscribe. I know Leonard also has a platform as well. Of course, Jason.
And it's suspended. It's suspended until the 25th of next month.
I remember you telling us that. But ain't you got like a music
I
page?
get one
ain't
more
it?
strike, they gonna snatch me off of YouTube. I'm
Oh,
too real.
yeah, you need to be careful. Be careful, honey.
I got 2 other channels. I'll rebuild. I got
Okay,
2
all right.
YouTube channels.
All right.
I
I ain't mad at it. Okay.
that we love you, and the reason
Yes,
why
I love
we
you.
draw out these conversations with people is because people can, feel your spirit, baby.
They
Okay,
sure
I
can.
appreciate it.
They can feel
And
your spirit.
I'd like to tell Monique that she needs to come on your channel when you are doing your spiritual teaching.
Yeah.
Because like you, I'm not mad. I don't follow religion, and I know that there's a much deeper meaning in the scriptures, but also that there's information that is outside of that King James version of the Bible. So she needs to come on and because they're one, and I've been rocking with him for I don't know years.
You old school with the platform, Miss Jace. You day one. Yeah, you day one.
He and I found what I found about him is that he never comes on this channel even if when he's breaking a story without receipts. He always comes with proof that what he's talking about is true. And I love his way of thinking. He's able to connect dots. He's able to provoke thought. You can agree with him or not. It's just a lovely platform, and I've seen him grow to being now you a star. Now you a star on YouTube.
I receive it. It's all about that growth, and we all doing our part. So I'm just really grateful that you guys are amongst the spectrum of content creators, and we all do it all. Like we all know how to be messy and ratchet and drag, and we also know how to be of substance and have meaningful and do like really amazing things with our voices and resources too. So it's a beautiful thing, and y'all know y'all always welcome to hit the link no matter what I'm talking about. Like I'm gonna start dropping the link more if y'all inspired to come up and talk shit or give perspective. Like let's do it, honey. I ain't got nothing but time, and apparently y'all got time too. Hell,
I don't mind talking a little bit shit.
Yes, I know. And shout out to Marvin. He going. I got a feeling he gonna be around, but I got a feeling he gonna get it together too. Him and his ceiling fan gonna get it together.
He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out.
It sounds like he received some stuff tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
But I got a treat for y'all on Sunday. Speaking of spiritual content, so
all
just be looking out for a notification on Sunday. Something
Indeed. Will it be at the same hour or will it be earlier?
No, it'll be earlier. It'll be like 8. It'll be like an early upload or whatnot. It ain't gonna be 4 in the morning. So
well, I like the late nights personally because
I like the late nights too because I'm nocturnal. I'm a nocturnal person. So yeah, I'm a vampire. So yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I normally am not. I just don't like to be in the house.
Yeah, I'm surprised you hung with us this long, Miss Oracle. Like, ain't it with your big time like 4, 5, 6
I don't like to. Yeah, I don't like to be in the house by myself. In the past couple of nights, my husband done had to. He got his day job, but then he worked at night. He take newspapers and magazines and stuff like that to another county. Okay. And so he gonna get back home. He'll be home around about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, so we're keeping you company.
He can't keep doing that much longer.
Yeah.
My nerves ain't gonna be able to take it. I'm trying. God damn it, I'm trying.
Come on home, Mr. Oracle. Come on and protect our Oracle, honey. She needs you as a teddy bear.
I love her because she like you, Conscious. Y'all can read somebody down to the DNA. Okay, and tickles the shit out of me. It's like,
Yes.
I don't want to get on the wrong side of neither one of you because y'all go in, okay?
Well, you know, you gotta be all love and war. You know, all is fair in love and war.
Come to my channel, don't be shocked, cause
That's right.
When we first came up here, when we first came up here, I had to literally go and smoke, and my hands were shaking so bad. I felt like the fight was outside or something.
Look, I kind of have a Miss Olivia approach, like a Miss Olivia. You know, she is known for her Thunderdome.
Oh yes.
and she kind of just let people do what they need to do, and so I tend to fall back sometimes and just let folk just do what they need to do too. Like I would just let them wrestle that thing out. I know that they'll bring it back in.
So, through conflict, you can find resolution. You know what I mean? And I am never afraid to talk to my own dang on people. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna be afraid to do that. And if we gotta argue and I'll listen all it because we can't scratch our eyes out online. But honey, if you want to talk, please, honey, that's fine with me. As long as you get the resolution at the end of it, I'm good with it.
Yeah, like, that's it.
Because that's how it is in my family. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's too much going on around here, and I'm used to it, child.
I had to say to myself, if Conscious is calm and collect, why the hell am I so goddamn hyped right now? Let me calm the hell down. I had to watch you the whole time, like, let me calm down.
Let me tell you something, Nick. If you visit my channel, have your blunt ready, baby.
Please
do.
Oh, Lord. And some Hennessy on the side, honey.
Yeah, she is funny. I love it, Olivia. I love it. And I have to give Conscious credit because through him, I have subscribed to a number of channels because he's referred me to them. And that was how I came to your channel. And I sometimes don't comment. I'm just too busy laughing. I mean, I'm just too.
In the skybox, honey, entertaining.
All right. Right. I'm just like, what? I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to respond, but you tickled the shit out of me, girl. So
I think they're funny. I don't take it seriously. You know what I mean? I can argue you down right now and love on you at the same time. It's something I learned when I was young.
And that comes when you know who you are.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I usually say.
You know, but yeah, honey, come on over there, Nick. Sometimes if you can't get nothing else, you can get a good little kiki girl.
Yeah, you sure will.
I'm moving through these streets a little bit better now. I'm starting to get in some more people chats and stuff like that. Usually I stay in the bushes like I told you when I came up here.
I'm glad you dropped down, Nick.
But
it's so many of my supporters who have been with me forever, but they've been in the skybox. And I'm just like, it's okay.
Because I just like listening to you. I'm fine with that.
Yes.
I understand.
I myself had to think about it because I have said that Kevin Samuels was gay before. And I, over the course of, a little while, these 3 months of it being talked about, I had to learn a better perspective of that shit too, because I do know men like Kevin Samuels that are not gay. And I literally do. I see him every day, talk to him every day. So I find it weird that it became this big thing about this man and why they so keyed in on that.
Yeah.
But see, the thing about Kevin Samuels
really is.
But see, the thing about Kevin Samuels, he didn't drop too many hairpins.
I mean, and that's all right.
Conscious knows exactly. Hold on, sister. Conscious knows exactly what I'm talking about. Kevin Samuelson dropped a whole box of hairpins. Okay,
we see it.
Yeah, we get
but that's for his DMs.
Yeah.
That's for his DMs. We get our key.
I tell you that.
I'm gonna leave.
You stay away from that man. He's too old for you.
I'm gonna leave Kevin Samuels to his high-valued man.
That's right. You leave him alone.
Yes. Exactly.
You're gonna catch the worm.
So what he thinks is high value.
And his dropped hairpins.
You know what? I'm going to bed. Okay.
Love you, Conscious.
Well,
love you so much.
in the words of Michael Jackson, you are not alone.
Period. And good goddamn night. Okay. I love y'all.
We love you,
Bye.
baby.
All right.
Good night.
Love you.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Okay.
Good night.